to walk. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rare Evo 2025. Please take your seats. We will be beginning shortly. Please welcome to the stage Charles Hoskinson, CEO and founder of Input Output.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me in the back? All right, good. All right, let me just put all this down. All right. Y'all having fun at Rare Evo? You know, the second day is always interesting because everybody's like, let's go to the parties. And then they stay up to like 3 o'clock in the morning, and then they come and they just kind of watch them shuffle in a little bit. And they're like, yeah, Rare Evo's great. It's so much fun. So at the I/O booth, there's a lot of things there. We have dish brain computers, we have stem cells, we have the Glacier Drop right there with Magic Midnight, Lace. We have the vending machine, which some of you have already gotten some really cool things. I don't know if anybody's gotten the purses yet. But then also my brother and I, we have a company called Hosk Brew. And a little bit about the Hoskinson legacy. So when my brother was a teenager, worked at Walmart, but he also, as a part-time gig, had a company called Nintendo Repair Hut. And so he would actually fix Super Nintendos, Segas, NESs, and he'd actually make the parts too. So you get injection molds and all this other stuff. Then he went to medical school and became a doctor, but he never lost that love of classic gaming and retro gaming. And so we always wanted to start something, and my brother's actually done something quite remarkable. He created this. So this is the first Nintendo to ever be manufactured in the United States, like original Nintendo. So we actually got the injection molds in the US, built the whole thing, found a PCB manufacturer. So this actually runs old school Nintendo games. You could take stuff from the 80s and plug them in. And we also started buying the intellectual property of games we played when we were a kid. So one of them was Crystal Mines. And then we created a sequel called Crystal Mines Supernova. So we actually created a video game. So when you guys complain about the DevX of Cardano, do understand that there are platforms that are hard to develop for. And of course, you can't have a retro company without a magazine. So we also have our own magazine called Retronomicon Quarterly. So if you do go to the booth, these are for sale. Some are gifts. You can get a free copy of the magazine. The point is that cryptocurrency doesn't have to just be DeFi. And cryptocurrency doesn't have to just be degenerate meme coins and NFTs and these types of things. It can be so much more. This is a small business. It can grow, but it's probably not going to be the next Microsoft. So every time I look at something, whether we're at World of Concrete and we're learning how to pour concrete better, or we're talking about a great venture like this, Hosky, I'm saying, well, what's the cryptocurrency component of these types of things? Well, if we're making video games, it would be nice to distribute them online. If we're distributing them online, are there better distribution mechanisms? If you look at Stuff.io and the magic of their company, it is a better distribution mechanism, because when you buy a physical copy, and my generation and before, this was just accepted as a fact, you own it, you have it. And guess what? I can give it to you. There you go, it's yours. And I can give it to somebody over here, catch. All right, it's yours. You have it. Share it with your friends and family. Have fun with it. It's yours. When you buy a digital copy, how do I throw that? How do I take a book in your Kindle and give it to you? Can I do that? No. Can you sell it? No. You can't. He's going to put it on eBay. He's going to make some money. That's the problem. But when you put blockchain and digital together, you can create scarcity and you can resell. Create a secondary market for digital goods. It's a very simple concept, but so powerful. And then when you look at things like Midnight that are coming, this idea of selective disclosure and computational privacy, well, if I have a royalty system built into my intellectual property, what happens if I put that royalty system on Ethereum or another blockchain? Everybody in the entire world knows what my royalty fees are. Do I want people to know that? God, no, because I want to negotiate custom deals. If you're a bad negotiator, you pay double. I'm a creative. I want that freedom. If I put it on Midnight, no one gets to see it. The royalties are private. Simple stuff that make these things better. They bring us together, they create liquidity, they allow us to do new things that we couldn't do before. They allow us to take things that we used to be able to do and bring them into the future and let us do those things again. And they let us dream big dreams. And that's what this conference is really all about. There's a lot of amazing booths here. There's accelerators like Draper. There are many different ecosystems here. There's Bitcoin DeFi plays like Sundial. There's World Mobile over there. There's Apex Fusion over there. But everybody's unified in their desire and goal to show us the art of the possible, to show us where the future can go and how we can get there together. There's a lot that Input-Output is doing these days. We said we were a venture studio. We didn't just say it, we meant it, which is why we have so many great ventures we're showing you. And the booth itself is kind of a beta test. We wanted to put the whole package together and see how the whole thing looked prior to going to Token 2049. But I think it really showcased the magic and innovation of who we are as a company. We do everything from putting human brains in a computer to develop four-dimensional geometries to have a building game, to think about the future of privacy, all under one family and one hood. It's an amazing company, and it's a great honor to be able to share all those people with you. We brought 140 of our people here, and we've had some phenomenal technologies we've been able to showcase, and we're going to keep iterating and refining it, but they're all directional in that they're making crypto mainstream. The goal is not building technology for technology's sake. The goal is to build technology to make your life better, to give you your privacy back, to give you your human rights back. So it is my great pleasure to introduce a very dear friend of mine and the CEO of Shielded Technologies, Iram Barak. Iran and I have been working together for a few years now, and he's had the heavy, insanely difficult lift of having to build Midnight, probably the most complex cryptocurrency ever conceived. So give him hell. And you get a magazine. Ah, good catch. I'd throw the Nintendo, but.
Wow, good morning. Tough act to follow. Hi, everyone. My name is Iran. I lead Shielded Technologies. Good morning. We are the labs, or the engineering company, building the Midnight Network. And today I want to share a few words about how we could bring Web 2 and Web 3 together. Now, I believe everybody here in the audience is a fan of Web3, and we're all excited about blockchain and technologies, but if we go outside to the casino or the street, very few people know about this, very few people have heard about even Bitcoin. So the question is, why is that happening? How can we get everybody else kind of going on this? William Gibson said, "The future is here. It's just not evenly distributed." We, the people in this room, you guys are the pioneers leading the effort. And it's exciting about what we're doing, but do people really care? I want to do a quick survey. How many people here have a pass for Rare Evo? Raise your hand. Few people didn't raise their hand. I guess security is a little bit lax on day 2. Let me try something else. Now that we have the control group. How many people, you know what? Pick an app on your phone. You don't need to pick it out. Just think of an app, financial app, healthcare, game. Raise your hand if you know which technology this app is built on, if it's database or blockchain. Heck, raise your hand. Okay, I got 1, 2. Raise your hand if you know which data center it's running, if it's Amazon, Google, Azure, or even raise your hand if you know where it's running, in the US, Venezuela. The reality is, as users, we don't care. We don't care. It doesn't matter. It's the operators, the builders that we need to convince to get us to where we want to be with Web3. We want to move from a world where we need to trust intermediaries to a world where we trust math, where we can provide proofs. Now, there are 3 challenges that we believe are preventing that from happening. They're really around predictability, privacy, and composability. Let me unpack those for you. If I wanted to build a new app, let's say a DeFi app, and I needed to know how much it's going to cost me to run, right? I'm an entrepreneur, I'm going to put on a business case, try to get investors. The investor is going to say, how much money do you need to build this? I need to forecast how much money this app is going to need over the next 5 years. Let's say I'm building this on Ethereum. Can anybody here give me the price of Ethereum across the next 5 years? I challenge you to do that. That's going to be very hard. And so building a business case on Web3 is a challenge. If you look about privacy, we had Zonix here yesterday talking about real-world assets, fantastic ideas. How many of us really comfortable in having all of our assets all shared and disclosed for everybody to see, every transaction to happen there? Not very many people. In fact, if I ask any of you to go, let's say, downstairs and tap your phone, let's say you had a Bitcoin wallet and you wanted to go and gamble, as soon as you tap that, the casino has your wallet address, and they can go back and see all your transactions since the beginning of time. They will see all your transactions forever. Somebody once said Bitcoin is like Twitter for your bank account. There are no secrets. And lastly, on composability, I think we have a challenge in Web3 with islands. Everywhere is a closed ecosystem. We use the same token both for payment, for governance, for security, everything. And we never allow others to come on in. How many people here traveled from outside the US? Anyone? Wow, a lot. I beg to assume that when you went and bought coffee this morning and paid with your credit card, you didn't think much of it, right? You just tapped your card and it worked. It charged something in your bank account back home in euro, yen, whatever it was. It all magically happened. And yet, we can't go on an app on Solana and pay with Bitcoin for that app, or an Ethereum and pay with USDC or Cardano. Why is that? Why do we need to get locked into an ecosystem and have to live in that ecosystem? Web3 should be more homogeneous, allowing us to cross all borders. So as we thought of these challenges, we realized that every generation of blockchain was built on the generation before it. Satoshi gave us Bitcoin, store of value, decentralized, that's great. Then Ethereum came in, gave us programmability on top of it, enhanced it. Then we went to Cardano with governance and scalability, and we keep on enhancing and enhancing these. And there's a little bit more room for improvement, but some things you just can't fit in unless you put them in the ground up. You can't just slap privacy or new economics just after the fact. You gotta think outside the box, or in our case, maybe outside the jar. So as we thought of what it's gonna take to go into the next generation, the fourth generation of blockchain, we believe there are two components that are gonna be needed. One is the introduction of privacy from the ground up, and the second is a new way to think about tokenomics. Let me unpack this for you. Privacy, I know people think privacy is, oh, I'm just gonna encrypt the data and put it on chain. That's not privacy, guys. If you then later give your viewing keys to the other person or the other party, they have full visibility to everything you put there. And then they can take that data and give it away and do whatever they want. What we really want is rational privacy, where we have selective disclosure. I'll give you an example. Let's say I want to go to the casino here or a bar, and I need to show a proof that I'm over 21. The bouncer may ask for my driver's license, but honestly, they are just trying to see that I'm over 21. They don't need to see my home address or my full birth date or anything else. If I want to do a financial transaction, I just want to prove that I'm a KYC user. I don't need to send in a photo of my passport and my utility bill. It's just crazy the amount of information we're giving away just to get things going. We need ability to have control over our data and privacy in a rational sense, in a way to selectively disclose who we share with and what do we share. And it's not just the data itself, it's also the metadata. Everything that is happening on a blockchain can be traced and transact. I know many people who follow Nancy Pelosi's trading portfolio. We have to keep all these things at a grade where we choose who gets to see them. The other part that we need to do is around tokenomics. The challenge, as I said, is that we are using a single asset token for everything, both the security, the governance, it's the gas fee, it's the reward fee. We're loading up so many things on a single asset that just can't figure out how to make it all work with all these stakeholders apart. We need to rethink this paradigm. This has worked for the first 3 generations, but no more. We've gone to the end of it. It's time we introduce a dual component tokenomics where we have separation of security and governance from the gas fee that we pay. I'll give you an example of what we did at midnight, and then I'll show you how the combination of these two components, a new tokenomics and privacy working together, allow us to overcome the challenges. So at midnight, what we did for making 2 tokens is we devised one asset. It's called Night. It's a regular token everybody can use. Holding Night generates a second resource called Dust. Imagine like Night being a lifetime subscription to an energy company that just keeps on generating energy called Dust for you. And you can store that energy in a battery or a Dust wallet, and that is used to power your house. Now, Dust, like any energy, kind of decays, and we just need to keep on replenishing that. How does that model help us solve the conundrums that we saw before? So let's take the example of operational predictability. If I have, again, I'm going to go back to the DeFi app that we were trying to kind of launch, and I know I need, let's say, 1 million transactions per month, I can figure out how much a transaction would cost in Dust, and therefore I can figure out how much Night I need to hold that will generate that enough Dust to run the 1 million transactions. Why is that better? Because the fluctuation in the price of Night does not impact my operating cost. We hodl Night. We don't need to spend Night like we spend ETH or Sol. we just keep it holding. It keeps generating dust forever, and we get to run the operation for as long as we need. So now if I need to build a business plan, I can easily do that and quantify exactly what is the cost that is needed to run over the next 5, 10, 20 years. Not only that, if we think about privacy, as I said, we want to protect the data. We'll probably use either encryption or zero knowledge for attestation, but we're also going to shield the metadata. And here's, again, where these two components kind of come together. You see, privacy before, or shielding the gas token in order to protect metadata, was something that most blockchains didn't think about. But when you introduce that, you get in trouble around compliance. Compliance has never been something that blockchains really cared about. It's usually something the dApps should care about, right? Because you need to know if you're building a dApp that is, I don't know, selecting a birthday date, or you're doing a financial dApp. Are you using a accredited investor as a user, or are you just general public? Are you operating in the US or in Hong Kong? Different rules apply. So dApps were the guys that needed to worry about compliance. We never thought blockchain needed to do that. We thought, okay, we'll just support them. But once you think about shielding the gas token, you cross the line. Because I can buy $100 worth of a shielded token, let's say like Monero, and give it to Mauricio over there, and we've just done a transaction that is completely shielded and could be conceived as money laundering. And suddenly the regulator got very interested in what we're doing. So the way you solve this is by actually having privacy work with a dual component model. Because you can shield dust, you can shield the resource, the gas that pays, and not shield the night token. And the reason it works is because we can put restrictions on the gas not to be transferred between users. You're thinking, wait a second, how's that going to work? Think about, again, the analogy of an energy, right? I can charge a battery, but I cannot move the energy from one battery to another. I can charge many batteries, but once it's charged, that energy is used just for that house or that dApp. And when we showed this to MiCA regulators, they were very happy because finally we are not kind of at odds. We can deliver privacy with compliance. The last challenge was around composability. And here again, we're coming back to, can we pay cross-border? Can we just bring the economies together? Now remember, we have an energy kind of flowing, right? We have night charging dust. What happens if we don't need all that capacity? We may be an investor, we may just have more than we need. Is that energy going to waste? Hopefully not. We can create a secondary market where people that actually need capacity, need to access the network, can do so and be helped by people who have excess capacity or excess dust. Now, how would those people that need to access the network pay for such service? Well, obviously they don't have night, otherwise they would have dust and could operate. They could pay us with ETH or SOL or ADA. And suddenly you realize that you can operate transactions on midnight and pay with any currency that you want, any of them, making midnight composable with any other blockchain. You can run, let's say, a dApp on Ethereum, and that needs some KYC, and they can pay for a midnight KYC with ETH and make it all composable. Now, here's the final twist. If you're a Web 2 user, you're used to just having a web API and paying in dollars. I just told you we can pay with ETH, SOL, but you can pay with fiat, dollars or euros. And so finally, we can make Web 3 feel like Web 2. We can have an API with predictable costs that you can pay for with dollars or euro or pounds, and there's a whole Web 3 experience behind it that you just don't care about, but it's a magic that is happening behind the scene. We just made Web3 feel like Web2. We believe that if we bring these three things, we're going to be able to cross the chasm. We are going to move from a place where cost predictability is an issue, privacy is an issue, composability is an issue, to a place where we have the ability to make a business case. We have the ability to selectively disclose what we actually want to disclose and not share what we don't. We have the ability to be composable across blockchains and across ecosystems. Working all that together, that's how you create the next generation of blockchain, the fourth generation. And I hope Midnight and other chains will follow through on that story. And we're excited to see Midnight roll out later this year with that promise. Now, before I leave you, I have two more things to share. We believe in open source. We believe in sharing what I just told you and the story of Midnight and all these novel ideas with the rest of the world. And we're going to make them available for everybody to access. On Thursday, we announced that we became Shielded, became a premier member of the Linux Foundation, Decentralized Trust. They are a great partner to help bring open source capability to the market and make it available for everyone to use. We're working to contribute Compact, which is our smart contract language that is TypeScript based, into the forefront and making that available for everybody to have programmable privacy for all chains and across chains. Further to that, I think the buzz this week has been on another story, which is the Midnight Glacier drop. So like any other chain that wants to launch, we want to bring the tokens in the hands of as many people as possible. There are 55 days left, folks. 800 million tokens have already been distributed, and I hope to see every person here and every person listening be a part of the story. If you're holding tokens in any of those 8 chains mentioned up here, Cardano, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple, Solana, BNB, Avalanche, and BAT, you have the opportunity to come and receive some Night tokens. Think about it this way. If you have Night tokens, you have access to Midnight transaction capacity for life, for free. Do not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get access to this. I want to thank Fahmi here, Syed, who is from the Midnight Foundation, for their partnership. I want to thank Charles Hoskinson from IOG and all the team there for their support. It's been great having you all here. I hope to connect with you. We've got a booth if you want to learn more about Midnight and our story. And I wish you all a fantastic rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is tonight at Zook Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zook, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off. Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has two high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome into Rare Evo, day number 2. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the recent presentations by Charles and Iran Barak there. Today, I've got the pleasure of speaking with the Apex Fusion team here, and I think we'll get things kicked off here with a couple of intros. So maybe we go from my left all the way down. We'll let Jerry kick things off.
Hello, everybody. Glad to be in Vegas. Jerry Fragiscatos here. I am CEO of HAL8, the labs that's building Apex Fusion, a labs based in Abu Dhabi, and also co-founder of Apex Fusion. I'm an engineer by trade, 25 years in enterprise sales, and those here from the Cardano community may have remembered me as Chief Commercial Officer in Cardano between 2019 and 2023, and been on the adventure of my life here building Apex Fusion for the past 2 years.
My name is Armando Sáenz. I'm a former radiologist turned blockchain enthusiast. I'm also a co-founder of HAL8. I serve the role of Chief Business Officer for, co-founder of Apex Fusion. I'm the Chief Business Officer for HAL8 based out of Abu Dhabi. I'm basically a Web3 investor at this point and advisor. And I am passionate about advancing decentralized finance and real-world adoption of our technology.
Hi everyone, I'm Duncan Coots. I'm a Haskell consultant and I've been working on Cardano since 2016 and I have been the architect of and tech lead of the Cardano node.
Hello, I'm Christopher Greenwood. I'm the head of delivery at the Apex Fusion Foundation, and previously before that I was head of delivery for Cardano, working with Duncan, helping launch Shelly.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, there for the introductions. I think we'll dive right on in here as we've got a very limited time bit of here. So, Jerry, we'll go over to you. For anybody who hasn't heard of Apex Fusion, can you break down, what makes it stand out? What makes it different?
Sure, and there's a screen here telling me to speak loud, so I'll speak louder if everyone could hear me. Great. So, if we zoom out in the crypto space, there are 2 technology stacks or paradigms that rule. There is the UTXO technology stack that's primarily occupied by Bitcoin and Cardano. And there's the account-based technology stack that's Ethereum, all the layer 2s, and almost rest of world in our space. And if you look at the value that's provided or stored in these 2 technology paradigms, as of today, there's about $2 trillion with a T stored in UTXOs and $2 trillion with a T stored in account-based models. And in the account-based system, they also have about $250 billion of stablecoins. And there's a lot of activity cross-chain on the account side, but there's very little cross-stack. And so, 25 years at enterprise sales, what's missing in our space, if we use that analogy, is the middleware stack. So there's not that many people connecting the 2 ecosystems. So having lived in Cardano, seen the value of UTXO, and also used account-based systems, we thought, well, why don't we put these 2 together? And it really started from the original vision of Cardano, the separation of the execution layer and the compute layer, or the settlement layer and the compute layer. So what we did is build 3 chains. We have a primary chain called Prime for settlement, UTXO, deterministic. And then we have 2 fast and performant chains, so fast and cheap. We have Vector, which is UTXO, and Nexus, which is EVM. So that marries the technologies and allows for cross-flow value between these 2 large technology stacks.
Thank you there, Jerry. I think we'll move over to Chris next. So Chris, you mentioned that you're a representative of the Apex Fusion Foundation. Could you maybe break down some of your current objectives and goals and why they matter right now?
Definitely. First, I'll just check, is everything audible? Volume is okay? Okay, at the back is good. Apex Fusion Foundation, as what Jerry mentioned with the vision, really this was a coming together of minds to say there is great technology in this space. Each technology has its strengths, some weakness, and each in their own right has value. Why don't we bring this together? Why don't we bring together the worlds of the technology to see what additional innovation that we can unlock? And that's what essentially Charles was mentioning in his earlier address as well, that we should be building and innovating, and it's exactly what the foundation intends to do. And Aaron also mentioned that these ecosystems need to come together. So how do you bring them together? What brings them together? So the foundation's role, primarily in this, is as a non-profit steward of the ecosystem. It wants to bring the best people, the best minds, the best technology and ideas together to unlock value for new areas of business opportunity and a variety of other ways. So the foundation itself commissions the development, plus it will be awarding grants and other incentive programs to help further empower the ecosystem. For example, how many people here are familiar with Cardano and SPOs? Just raise your hands. Yeah. Yeah. So we have the same model. Prime is exactly that. So the foundation is able to incentivize those operations to bootstrap and kickstart the network. And now we're going through another iteration of that to further refine how we incentivize. So we have the flexibility, the means, and the will to just do what's right for all of the people involved and empower what we can.
Thank you there, Chris. And I want to shift back to Jerry, right, to talk a little bit more about Vector. So do you mind maybe, diving a little bit deeper as to why it's so important?
Sure. So where have we borrowed things and where are we innovating? So Prime is basically Cardano without an execution layer and without treasury. And so we're borrowing decentralization, security, and everything that Cardano was able to do, native, non-liquid staking, et cetera. So that's Prime. Nexus is following the roadmap of Ethereum and is there specifically for interoperability. So Vector is really the crown jewel. That's where the innovation happens. So we're taking Cardano, tweaking it, making it faster, cheaper, and Duncan will get into fast finality and so forth. So we're getting into an arena where we have a UTXO chain with the same kind of experience as you would get on Base or Solana. And that's a real innovation. And it's going to service some really special use cases, what we call high assurance use cases that Armando will get into.
Thank you. And you just talked about Duncan, and so I think, Duncan, we'll go over to you next. You're a very bright mind here when it comes to technical abilities. Do you mind breaking down, how compatible Vector is with Cardano?
So Vector is compatible with Cardano because it is Cardano. It is literally the same code, but instantiated in a different way with different parameters, different configuration. It produces blocks once every 4 seconds rather than every 20, so 5 times more frequent blocks. The blocks are twice the size, so we get 10 times the throughput. So yeah, it is Cardano, and so it inherits all of the good things that went into that, all the good work that we did in building that.
Thank you. And I think another point here with just crypto in general is finality and throughput. And so do you mind breaking down how Vector is able to deliver fast finality and higher throughput?
Yeah, so the foundation asked us to look into the finality of Vector. And so we, along with my colleagues from Predictable Network Solutions, we have done a report, which is being published today, on looking at the finality on Vector. And the headline results are that it's really good. Like, you can get 10-second expect to wait on average 10 seconds to get 99% confidence in finality. And then under different assumptions, you can have immediate confidence in eventual finality, which would suit some use cases. And the reason why we get much better finality on Vector is down to 2 main reasons. And the first and the most important is trust. So Vector is not a fully as distributed as Prime or as Cardano mainnet. It is a federated system. So it runs with 5 block producing nodes, 5 validators. And those are, it's reasonable to trust them. That's at least that's the intention, right? And by making those trusted, that radically changes the way that finality works, because the normal assumption in Cardano is that there's an adversary, and it's the adversary that makes finality slow, whereas just like the producing blocks and all that is much more straightforward. The number of forks you get is like really small. So that's like the main reason, is the trust. And then the second reason is just the speed. Like, we just produce more blocks more frequently, and then you do the analysis and you end up with, like, as I said, like 10 seconds for like general assumptions and like immediate for more aggressive assumptions.
Thank you, Duncan. Over to Armando, and I think we'll sort of switch gears here, talk about traditional finance and big institutions. So when you're working, what have you noticed that these bigger institutions are looking for when it comes to on-chain finance tools or financial platforms?
Yeah, that's a good question. So it turns out, for financial applications, as you would expect, they look at, the safety and security first. And I don't mean just in the tech side of it. So if we could put it into different categories, the first one would be legal. Is it legal? And that's being worked on, and thank goodness that it's moving along. And so that's one category. The second one would be, is it safe? Is it secure? And this is where we have Charles to thank for his vision and how he sort of constructed Ouroboros. It turns out, and it's funny because being early on into Cardano, I would listen to his lectures all the time, and I half understand and half not because he's kind of above most of our heads. But it turns out that whenever failure is either expensive, dangerous, or unacceptable, Haskell's in the background somewhere. So in aerospace and satellites, in like mission critical software for ATMs and banking, trading, it's all Haskell based. So we can check that box, because let's pretend that someone's trying to decipher where are they going to deploy their real world stuff, right? And then, so if we check off legal, we check off safe. The third one is it possible? And this is where it gets a little granular because it's not that straightforward. The Web3 user, that I use Web3 all the time. I mean, it's wonderful, right? It's how I make my living, and it works great. But people like me wonder, well, why don't big companies come and use this technology? And it turns out it's a little granular. And what they need, from a technical perspective, is they need near instant finality. Because in the real TradFi world, there can be no rollbacks, and there can't be any maximum extractable value in a transaction. They can't have a transaction that at times second one, it's $1 million, and 3 milliseconds later, it's at $950,000, and then that arbitrage is a loss, and then you multiply that by 1,000, and it just doesn't work. So it's not that straightforward. So we've created, one of the reasons we created Vector, and one of these reasons we're going to actually improve on finality is because it's almost a requirement. The benefit we have is that, let's say a company wants to construct on blockchain. We have the ability to maybe issue another version of Vector, which has their requirements they need. They control the validators. As a cartoon example, they put stable coins in it, and then they can send that all over the world in less than a second in a highly secure, decentralized manner with near instant finality and high assurance. So I've taken already a lot of time, but you can talk about this all day, actually, because they have a lot of requirements.
Thank you for that, and I think you hit on a lot of really good points. Now let's maybe sort of go the other way around and put ourselves in the shoes of a retail user, right? Let's say I'm jumping onto Vector. What are some of the benefits that I can expect by using the chain?
Well, you're a super user, so for you, it would be very easy. I think I would separate it into two different categories. We have the Cardano users, and then we have the EVM users. So we're talking about Vector specifically. So on the Cardano side, it's going to be very straightforward. Very similar. On Cardano, we're used to seeing the entire transaction. We know where things are going. You sign every transaction. It's super secure, and it's great. And so from that perspective, it'll just be faster, and it'll be cheaper. And there's value to that, right? NFT minting, again, the benefit of Ouroboros, you can bundle transactions, you can do all this stuff. It's hard to measure TPS when you can do that. You got all these nuances. But for the Cardano user, it'll be very straightforward, faster, cheaper. I'm hoping that there's like double deployment of dApps on Cardano and Vector. We're going to bridge ADA, over, and the hope is to create a DeFi environment where people, for example, can bridge their ADA over to Vector, use it as collateral to borrow Apex, and then take Apex to Prime and stake it. And now you have exposure to both. And we want to we see ourselves, so we're sort of cousins to Cardano, right? We're fighting the same battle, except Cardano is an aircraft carrier. It's a big city. We're more of a sort of a destroyer. We're quicker, faster, more guns, but we're both fighting the same war. We need to make sure that both ships are good, that people want to come. And if people come from the EVM side and like the UTXO side, Leos is coming and Cardano's going to be faster. And it's just a synergistic way to promote both chains. From the EVM standpoint, speed is a requirement. Because as to Jerry's point, people using Solana and Base, they hit the button and the transaction's done. There's no waiting. I'm okay waiting on Cardano when I'm doing big transactions because I know it's going to be assured and I know exactly what's happening. But for those users, if you want to bring them into the UTXO world, you're going to have to create an experience that's very similar to what they're already doing. And it turns out that speed is a thing. And so the hope is they come in, first of all, the benefit we have is we have an EVM chain. So they can come in and do the same thing, and then they look over and they're like, it's pretty easy to bridge Vector over, Apex over to Vector. Let me try that. Let me do a swap. Oh man, it's pretty near instant, right? We have a demo at the booth showing a swap on Vector, and you really can't refresh the page fast enough. I mean, it's done. Like, I know that to a mathematician, it's a complex issue. To a human, it's instant, from a user perspective. So again, taking a long time, but I can talk about this stuff forever. But the trick is to bring some of the EVM users into the UTXO space for lots of benefits, including native liquid staking, which is a huge. People don't understand the power. I'm sorry to keep going on so much, but just real quick on the power of Ouroboros and native liquid staking. Again, the vision of how this was all done from the beginning. As an analogy, and to prove a point, you use big numbers. If you have $1 billion of a coin, you're not going to put it in a smart contract, right? Because that's asinine, right? No matter how secure the smart contract is, at the tail end of the curve, there's a smart contract risk. So you could lose your tokens. So you're not going to do that, not financial advice, you shouldn't do that. But in our construct, thanks to Ouroboros, you can actually bridge that over to Nexus. You can convert it to Apex. You can send it to Prime. And in your ledger, in your wallet, you can stake it and earn 10% that goes to your wallet. So the assurance is by the protocol, which is super powerful. It seems to me a lot of times that the non-UTXO world, or the non-Cardano world, to be more specific, doesn't understand the power of this.
Wonderful points that you've made there, Mondo. And thank you for your thoughts. As we get ready to wind things down, I want to maybe go back over to Chris, right? So for anybody who wants to join, the Apex Fusion ecosystem, you've talked about onboarding SPOs from Cardano. What would you recommend to anybody else that's sort of interested in what you guys are building?
Okay. First and foremost, please come speak to us at the booth in the corner. We've got a lot of great guys there, and also a great gal, Joanna, who's helped us put all of this together. And she's done an incredible job, so we have to give her a good round of applause.
She's absolutely wonderful.
Stand up, please, Joanna. She's incredible. She keeps us all organized. But there we have everything that we can show you that we've done to date. We have a few philosophies, which we all care very much about. One of them is collaboration over competition. So we're really looking to explore how we work together to build this platform and bring the people of the ecosystems together. For example, behind us, this triangle, circle, and then this other circle, that's our Skyline Bridge, and this was developed by Eternal Tech, a fantastic technology company based in Serbia, from the world of EVM.
12 PhDs in their company, 12.
Yeah. So, and what they've actually have done is something that's been intended to be done for a long time. They have actually created a bridge that unites UTXO and EVM. It's not a small feat, and it's its own independent blockchain, and it can be extended and scaled, and he's even in conversations with the Midnight guys now on how they can use it. So we want to contribute to ecosystems and work together to build and do more. So another philosophy of ours is deliver first and speak later, because we find that's the easiest way to work. So just to go through what we have, so it's very, very clear. Prime is Cardano, very neat, lean, that's got an Apex token, stake pool operations where you can use native liquid staking, delegate to stake pools, and you get your 10% rewards. We then have the Skyline Bridge, which you can bridge Apex to Cardano. So actually we have a native token on Cardano now, C-Apex, which is available on MinSwap for all of the DeFi things that you want to do. So we've connected into the Cardano community. We have then, coming up very soon, it's actually deployed, but we'll announce it in the future, our Reactor Bridge in Nexus, the EVM chain. So all of our infrastructure is sort of ready now for our next phase, which is onboarding institutions, dApps, and things like this. And Vector, which we're announcing today, the sort of crown jewel, as Jerry said, that's ready, available for people to come on board. Please come to our booth. You can scan a QR code. You can take the report that's been commissioned and produced by Duncan and team. It's fantastic reading, and that's just set a foundation at which we can only sort of build on and improve now. So do come to the booth. You can find out more about all of this. Very happy to speak, and you'll get lots more information, plus very cool merchandise.
Thank you, Chris. We've got a couple of extra minutes here, and I know that there's a couple of things that we can continue to discuss. Governance is a big topic within the Cardano ecosystem. Would love to hear your guys' take on that and how you guys have, reflected on what they've done and sort of put the Apex Fusion spin on that.
I could take this. So we're not trying to tackle too many problems at the same time here. So decentralized governance is a big, big problem to solve, and it's very difficult to solve. So out of the gate, what we've done is we've put a deed in place for the foundation based in Switzerland, where there's various tranches of tokens that are dedicated to ecosystem development, and it's very, very simple. You provide value to the chain, and you get tokens in reward, and there's different tranches of it. There's a staking program, there's a grant program, liquidity, venture, and so forth to do that. And we have a professional council, and some of them are here in the crowd. Walid, shout out to Walid, one of the council members of the foundation is here. So these are business people. And so it's a 7-person professional council. They'll evaluate the project quickly and provide funding when it's providing value to the ecosystem. And we've also married it to a reputation system, so we make sure that we take care of the people that are active on our chain. So if I were to summarize in the end, we're building the tech, we have easy onboarding to governance, we're bringing the liquidity in, especially stablecoin liquidity. We're bringing the right technology with the UTXO chain. When the regulatory clarity comes with the Clarity Act, there's going to be a lot of use cases, as per Armando's point, that will use UTXO. Come and build on our chain.
I'd like to add a little to that. So governing humans is very difficult. There's challenges on Cardano, but I can't think of a better way to do it in a decentralized fashion. The design is impeccable, as far as I'm concerned. But managing humans is hard because humans will disagree, and now you would disagree on chain, and so. But by all means, if somebody can think of a better way, please come, because we think Cardano's on the right path. We're going to let that evolve, and then if once it evolves and it's time, maybe we implement it in our chain. But at the moment, we're the destroyer ship. We're not the carrier, right? We're the destroyer ship, so we're faster, more efficient, easier. On our chain, it's super easy. Does it help the network or not? Yes, okay, you get funding, but you don't get a stack of tokens, right? What you do is you spin up a couple of stake pools, the foundation delegates to your stake pools, and those emissions are your funding, and then if you don't come through with deliverables, it's pulled away and it's gone. So there's no, like, we're gonna hand you 1 million tokens. We're very, very stingy with the token. And for that, I'd just like to say one more thing since we're about to finish. To those of you who have been curious, please come read our stuff. Please come look at our white paper. Please come go to Dev Portal. Please the reason I say that is because I'm an OG Cardano guy, right? I've been in it since 2017. It changed my life, guys. It completely changed my life. I bought Cardano at 2 cents, and I'm a crazy guy, so you can deduce the rest from there. But we are Cardano at 2 cents stage right now because we're just starting. And if you are if you're into math and trading, go look, because you'll see that the foundation launched at a really low price, and that no one is manipulating our token. We have a low liquid supply on purpose so that bots can't accumulate and dump on retail. We have all kinds of assurances as to why we're going to mitigate sell pressure from every angle possible, because I, for one, am not interested in big bangs and hype. I am interested in real utility, because with real utility, you bring in real users, and when you bring in real users, that's it. When you bring in real users, you force TradFi to come to you. And that's what you want. That's where you win the game. So I encourage everyone, please go look at our stuff, and I'll leave it there.
Yeah, awesome. I'm not sure what else I could say. I guess the last thing is that we've taken a very pragmatic approach. We're building on the shoulders of giants, Cardano, Bitcoin, Ethereum,
very grateful
and so forth.
for the design, more so now than ever. Sorry, Jerry.
Yeah, no. And so if you read our papers, we're very much about battle-tested, things that have worked in the past. And when new innovations come out, we'll adopt them once we've seen they've been proven. we're focusing our innovation on the bridging, the cross-chain bridging, and on Vector itself. That's where we're being innovative. Everything else, we're really paying close attention to the market, and we'll adopt it when we see that it's gained real traction and it's actually working.
Thank you all.
Real quick, just thank you to Cardano. For the community is super strong. Thank you to Input Output. What they're doing is amazing. And thank you to Charles for the vision. I know it now more than I did back when I was in Cardano solely. The vision forward is ahead of its time.
Yes, and thank you to all of you as well, right? Coming out here, having the Apex booth there, as you guys mentioned, check them out. They are in that back corner.
Come check out the swap, man. You'll be amazed.
There we go. Massive thank you to Jerry, Armando, Duncan, and Chris representing Apex Fusion. Everybody, let's give them a hand.
Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is tonight at Zook Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Millennium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zook, Millennium, and one unforgettable send-off. Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders, and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about RarePack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America.
Hi. Hello, hello. Good morning, Rare Evo. Can I get a hello? Hey, all right, we're awake. Fantastic. Well, we got a great panel for you today. This is next-gen blockchain infrastructure, and we have three legends up here. I'm going to have them introduce themselves shortly. But to introduce myself, I am Alonzo, or Epoch Pool, founder of Epoch Pool and Cardano over Coffee. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we're talking about today. We're going to have FP Block, Anastasia Labs, and Maestro, and we're going to be exploring the frontier of Web3 usability, multi-wallet friction to gasless transactions, AI. Well, we're going to skip AI today because there's too much to talk about DeFi on Bitcoin. We're going to focus a lot on that. And let's get into the weeds, gentlemen. Who wants to introduce first?
I'm Wes Crook, CEO of FP Block. We used to be known as FP Complete. We were the original auditors of Cardano. We audited Hedera for 7 years. But primarily we were builders, building dApps. We built many blockchains, about 115 projects under our belt in the last 10 years.
Fantastic. Phil?
Yep, my name is Philip Jacera. I'm the CEO of Anastasia Labs. We're an R&D firm on Cardano. At this point, we've developed or audited basically every major dApp on the protocol, and we're building Midgard, which is an optimistic roll-up for Cardano.
Hey, my name is Vardaris. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Maestro. We are a middle layer infrastructure provider for Bitcoin, and we want to enable global adoption of Bitcoin as the base of the financial economy, and Cardano as one of the execution layers on top of that layer. So I've worked with Philip pretty closely on the Cardano side, and it's really great to be here with the panel here today.
Awesome, awesome. So the first thing we're going to talk about is UX and wallet friction in the space. We all know that multi-wallet headaches are very real. You got a lot to manage. What are your teams doing to smooth the onboarding process and reduce friction for those users that have lots of wallets?
Yeah, we actually have thought about this very deeply because a lot of our users are wallets, and there's two sides to making a successful wallet, right? You have the distribution of it, the marketing of it. It's very competitive. Lots of very talented teams are building wallets. And then you have the infrastructure and the data of wallets. And so we designed APIs to cater specifically to wallets and other types of APIs to make wallets very snappy and responsive. We noticed that there are patterns in what makes a successful wallet, and that a lot of the infrastructural problems of wallets are solved. It's now a matter of getting it out there and enabling the vast majority of people to actually be able to use them in a meaningful way.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so a lot of what we do is auditing and security, and one of the things we realized very early on is that retail users typically don't know whether a application on the blockchain that they're using is audited or not, and what level of security that application has. So one of the things we've done is work with IOG to create this secure upgrade mechanism, SIP, which is a Cardano improvement proposal that makes it such that when you interact with an application on Cardano, your wallet knows what level of auditing that application has been subject to, or whether it's been audited at all. And this makes security user-facing, right? So if you interact with a decentralized application that has not been audited, you'll get a big red pop-up that says, you know, this application has not been audited, use at your own risk, right? And on the other hand, if you interact with an application that has gone through extensive auditing and invested a lot of money into security, that will be reflected to you, and it will say, you know, this has been audited 3 times, it has formal verification, etc.
Awesome. One more question in this section. Gasless UX. Can I see a poll from the audience real quick? Raise your hand if you've heard of the term gasless. Gasless transactions, gasless anything. That's pretty significant. So the question here is it a gimmick, or is it actually the silver bullet for adoption?
I think it's a silver bullet for adoption. What we're doing at FP Block is we just came out with a new framework called Column, where your application is the chain. So you have no gas fees, you have no congestion, and then you can bridge out to the other chains, and they're all supported. So we believe that, as an application builder or dApp builder out there, you want to control what you're controlling and not be dependent on the idiosyncrasies of all the other chains and having to pay fees during the development time and things of that nature. So being able to have a chain that doesn't cost you anything and you control is absolutely where we have to be to get this to move forward.
Sounds good to me. I definitely don't want to pay any extra fees that I don't have to. And I think most users would agree. So, part of making this ecosystem exciting is Bitcoin, right? And integrating it into DeFi platforms, throughout the crypto world. So what does it mean to put Bitcoin to work in today's DeFi stack? Who wants to take this one?
Yeah, so right now, Bitcoiners desperately are looking for safe yield. The key things that they want are to retain ownership of their Bitcoin, to retain the security of the Bitcoin network, and to not be at risk of receiving a different asset. So they want to earn yield in Bitcoin or stablecoins. And right now, the sort of standard for how you achieve this is a protocol like Babylon, right? And the APY is significantly low compared to the rest of the DeFi market. So you're looking at often less than 1% per year, and there's billions of dollars of Bitcoin locked into Babylon. So even less than 1% yield is very appealing to Bitcoiners, right? So what we're trying to do with this Bitcoin DeFi narrative is provide yield comparable with the rest of the market, at least 4 to 8% on just holding Bitcoin. And you do this by having liquid staking protocols where you have people lock up Bitcoin and then use it in voting systems similar to Babylon. And then, of course, users pay for that service.
Yeah, from a developer perspective, we are working on several projects right now. One called SailorLend, which is basically allowing you to use your BTC to lend out within the NEAR protocol and stake it and maintain your asset. So there's several projects under development from our side that we're doing that with, where Bitcoin is the backed asset, and we're also looking at some real world assets with gold and diamonds and things like that. But at the end of the day, we're using BTC as the collateral for lending, and we're seeing that become more and more prevalent.
So I guess what are the biggest trade-offs in doing something like that, right? You're bringing Bitcoin into a whole host of possibly other chains. There may be risks there. Can we talk a little bit about the trade-offs that users are going to have to go through if they're trying to utilize their Bitcoin?
I have a very different view of this. From Bitcoin and all the tokens and all the chains out there, I think we're in a period of consolidation, and I think we're in a period where the tokens are going to become less and less and less. And we're going to get to a few standard tokens like Bitcoin as a standard currency for this space. And I think you'll see in the next 5 years, what we see today will probably not be what the world is.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, there's a lot to say about this, right? So Bitcoin meta protocols came into the scene about 2 years ago. So like ordinals, runes, and now alkanes. And so that unlocked a lot of functionality on Bitcoin because people figured out creative ways to pack smart activity or smart contract-like activity into the Bitcoin transaction itself. So it created kind of a boom in Bitcoin DeFi or Bitcoin Fi, as they call it. So I think a lot of that's still being explored, but they showed what was possible. I personally believe that the Alkane's meta protocol is kind of the end game and will be the one that really brings DeFi to Bitcoin. But there is definitely risk in that because Bitcoin is not Turing complete, it has limitations on functionality, you have to trust indexers, right? So indexers are responsible for telling the ecosystem, like, here are the meta protocol transactions, here's what's valid, here's what's invalid. And I think there's actually an interesting use case where you can start to think about like building decentralized indexers that have their own consensus. And I think that risk is still there. But yeah, I would say from our perspective, we ask that a lot of our users trust our indexers, and we don't really want to ask them to trust our indexers.
So building off of that, how are y'all going to convince the Bitcoin maxis to adopt a specific L2 or a specific platform? How are you going to do that?
Well, there's been waves of Bitcoin L2s, and the first wave of L2s are basically require bridging or some kind of multi-sig. I think the current wave of L2s that are about to be released, namely Middle, Arch Network, are two that come to mind. What's interesting about them is that they're Bitcoin native. So you connect your Bitcoin wallet directly, and there is no bridging. So the transaction you use to engage on that L2 and the settlement on Bitcoin happens in the same Bitcoin block. So yes, there's some kind of bridging within that block, but there's no multi-block bridging. And I just use my Bitcoin wallet very simply. And I think these wave of L2s are really going to attract the Bitcoin maxis because of that reason. There's like top level maxi where they want their own the specific sats and UTXOs that they use to come back to them. I think we're not quite there yet, but I think this is a great stepping stone.
Okay, so maybe we can get into the first level of maxi and get them excited.
There are many levels to that. I mean,
I mean, two very important things are, one, you have to retain the exact same user flow. So it needs to work with wallets that Bitcoin users are using. It needs to work with the same transaction system that Bitcoin users are using, right? Like you see like EVM type Bitcoin L2s, and they really don't succeed in the market. So that's what we're talking about with these new wave, which is a little more appealing to native Bitcoiners because they don't have to engage with MetaMask or other infrastructure. It's just their normal user flow.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Most people don't want to change their flow at all. They want more capabilities with the tools they're working with. So let's switch a little bit here and talk about institutional adoption, right? That's a big topic at this conference, different institutions and governments, and everyone's getting involved. But my understanding is that they don't care a lot about memes, right? There's no meme coin discussion, no cool NFTs. Well, maybe if it's an infrastructure play. But they really want efficiency and compliance, right? That's what institutions usually want. So what infrastructure and UX patterns are going to make Web3 palatable? Like, how are we going to make them comfortable in the Web3 world?
I think what they're looking for is a standardization. There's too many choices out there today between all the different ecosystems, and we want to be able to consolidate that down. What we've done with our products and our toys and our tools is allow the app builder to build a network and a system that they can trust and that they own, and then they can bridge into the other places. What they don't want to have is the insecurity that is inherent in these chains. There is a lot of trouble. Pick a chain, they'll go down, they'll get hacked, and we got to get that cleaned up. And by building your own chain that you can bridge into other ecosystems, that will allow you to bring the institutions in. simplicity, security, and governance is what they're going to want to see from us, and we're not really there yet with the way we're operating as a Web3 industry.
Yeah, I mean, so in the Cardano ecosystem, we have this new partner chain, Midnight. I'm sure you guys have seen it around the conference. And that's sort of exactly what this is geared towards, right? To allow selective disclosure, which is what institutions want. Like, if you're Coinbase, you're interacting with the chain, but you often want to be able to disclose certain information, like, to a given user because it's their information that you're, in custody of, but you don't want other users to have access to that information. And I think that these types of selective disclosure systems are the future for institutional adoption. And yeah, to your point, Midgard, the layer 2 framework that we're building for Cardano, is aimed to allow people to design rollups with their own custom security profiles. And what this means is that an institution like Microsoft can come on and create a permissioned layer 2 with some level of access, right? And you already see this in the largest layer 2s, right? Base by Coinbase and Sonium, right, by Sony. These are sort of the most successful instances of institutional adoption, and it's because it gives them a level of permission that allows them to operate within their regulations and not be at risk for user data and other things, while also not really compromising the blockchain ethos. Because, like for instance, in Sonium, right, if you have some sort of scam coin, the coin will exist on the network. They can't prevent that. But what they can do is sort of prevent it at the UX level, right? So users won't see it anywhere. It won't be like listed on any of the dApps or protocols in the ecosystem. It will just exist on the network. And then like you almost get no retail scams because the only way people can interact with these tokens is by being a developer and like interacting directly with the network.
Yeah, so one of our major pillars as a company this year is to work with institutions and bring them Bitcoin infrastructure. And we've been talking to asset managers, custodians, and people that basically are sitting on a bunch of Bitcoin and they want to earn yield in a secure and compliant way. So practically speaking, one thing that we need to build is integrations with custodians. So custodians are not able to interact with DeFi and earn that yield from DeFi protocols, or we're calling them vaults. But building those integrations is a key step in allowing institutions to use their custodial wallets to earn the yield on their Bitcoin holdings. Yeah.
Wes, did you have something to add?
Yeah, when you're talking institutional and enterprise level solutions, the challenge we have in this space today is you have to build the application for each chain. That's very expensive for large organizations. They want to build one application and have it go where they need to. So getting chain abstraction into the equation will allow them to be more comfortable to come in because they know they can invest their millions of dollars in building these enterprise systems that we don't really have in this space yet. When you start looking at the big banks and the big trading houses, they don't want to invest time and time again building the same applications and the same connections to the various systems. Giving them one chain that they are trustworthy and have the custodials in, that's what we got to get to with the business.
Right, so building on this, I'm curious for any lessons learned as if maybe you've worked with some conservative Web 2 native type clients. I'm not sure their prevalence in your markets, but is there anything you've learned from working with the more conservative companies?
Yeah, that they really like insurance. And I feel like this is a really big blocker for adoption in Web3, institutional adoption. When you're managing large amounts of capital, even these custodial solutions, right, and you want to gain access to yield for your clients, it's very hard to justify to your firm that you're going to put funds into a DeFi protocol because traditionally, right, when you're making investments, you're insured through the roof, right? So if there's some risk, something happens, you won't be the guy who gets, fired. You'll be able to file insurance claims and everything will work out and you'll be able to pay out clients. But in Web3, historically, this has been extremely difficult, and it's one of the biggest reasons they do not deploy capital in DeFi. And over the past 2 years, we've sort of seen this start to change as new Web3 insurance firms emerge and provide things like smart contract protocol insurance and coverage.
Yeah, I think a lot of the areas, is clearing up the regulatory environment, understanding what countries, what industries will allow you to do things. We come from building enterprise systems. Our lineage was working with large financial institutions, large pharmas, and building high transaction-based systems that had to be highly secure. And this world they need to see that coming to this space. So as we grow, we need to get better security, better process, better adoption, better everything to get them to come in and deploy their capital to the markets.
Yeah, I think it's changed quite a bit actually, because from a regulatory point of view, I mean the fact that Genius Bill got passed, and it's not exactly covering everything about institutional DeFi, but at least it's laying the foundations for stablecoins, which a lot of institutions care a lot about stablecoins because of the on-ramp, off-ramp aspect of holding crypto. And so I think we're in a very different place. I actually helped lobby for Genius Act, so that was very exciting to see that signed by the president. But another thing is, we talking to institutions, they don't want to share liquidity with like in a pool where other people are providing liquidity, and they don't know where that money's coming from. Like they don't want to work with dark money. So these idea of consortium institutional roll-ups is very interesting, where they still leverage the security of Bitcoin, but they have compliant vaults where every investor in that consortium is KYC'd and they know each other to some extent.
All right, well, you said roll-ups, so we have to move to the last section here, app chains and roll-ups. Can I get a poll real quick? Raise your hand if you've heard of an optimistic roll-up. Wow. Raise your hand if you've heard of a ZK roll-up. All right, we have a very active audience in DeFi, it seems. So I want to know why, in general, are ZK rollups the hot item right now? It feels like it's taken the stage over optimistic rollups. Not to trigger you, Phil, but do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, so I can speak on this. So ZK technology is very exciting. It provides a lot of features that you can't achieve with traditional tech stacks, and this allows stuff like selective disclosure, right? This is what Midnight is built on. But there was a narrative for a long time that ZK enables extreme throughput, and it's the way we're going to scale everything, right? And that's where the hype into ZK-L2 started to come from. But very quickly, the market showed that that's a narrative that's sci-fi, right? Right now, current ZK proof systems are slow. ZK rollups are significantly slower, lower throughput, lower bandwidth, increased latency over optimistic equivalents, right? That's why Base and Optimism and Arbitrum are all the highest economic activity L2s, and the ZK L2s have to fight with different feature sets, right? Like some elements of privacy, or using ZK to avoid MEV, and sort of that's why. At least right now, we're going in the optimistic direction. And the nice thing about this is that, in 5 to 10 years, when these ZK proof systems mature and get to a state where, you don't have to rewrite your rollup every 6 months because someone invented a new ZK folding scheme, you can always switch over, right?
Awesome. So, you're talking about app chains, right? What's going to make a dApp builder excited to deploy or work with a specific dApp platform? Like, if I'm a builder and I want to make one version of it, right? Where do I look to, integrate my application across multiple chains?
Well, that's exactly what we're doing with Colme, is to give the application builder the choice. They build the application one time into the Colme framework, and then they can choose which chain to go to. Or they can bridge multiple chains. So like today we have some EVM, Solana, Near, Cosmos. We're about to go BNB, and we got Polygon that we've already bridged. So you can move between those ecosystems and not have to rewrite your contracts and rewrite your applications to support that. It's all native into the Colme system. So from a builder standpoint, you can fail fast. You can get your application built, you can get it out there. We're seeing, and we have proven, we just launched a gaming application Thursday, Six Sigma Sports. Original build was on top of Cosmos. Took them a year and a half to build it. We just rewrote it in Colme and deployed it in 4 months, out the door, production.
Wow.
We just did another project for Eternity.io, moved them off of Polygon into Colme in 4 weeks into production. So what we're trying to do is let the builders build great applications and not have to worry about the infrastructure and picking chains that may be popular today but not tomorrow and have to rewrite.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of follow-up questions I could ask on that. You know, these are very hard problems to solve in blockchain. But I want to thank you all for your time. I think this has been a great panel. Thank you, audience, as well, for participating. So we're going to get up and leave you, but there's another great session, so feel free to stick around. And thank you all for coming to Rare Evo. Let's go. All right, all right. Hello, Rare Evo. Are people still with me? Yeah, are we awake? All right, clapping is good. That helps me move the body, right? We have a great session here. We're going to be talking about partner chains. I'm actually going to hand this off very quickly because there's a lot of great content. I want to welcome Carmel with Input Output to the stage, and y'all have a great session talking about launching sovereign chains with modular infrastructure. Thank you, Carmel.
Thank you. I see you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here today. My name is Carmel, and I am Head of Product at Partner Chains at I.O. Today, I'd like to walk you through our mission to launch sovereign chains with modular infrastructure without compromising security or interoperability. In the Web3 space, we've lived in this mentality of bridge to my chain is better than your chain, and that mentality is tribal, and it's been holding us back. And there is ways for us to move forward and away from that. It's really a two-sided problem. One, from a chain builder's perspective, you're rebuilding infrastructure just to launch in silo. That is wasted capital, knowledge, time, and effort. And from a user's perspective, we all know this, we're all users here. We don't care what chain we're on. We care that it works, that it's secure, that it's safe, that it's fast, and I don't have to manage so many different wallets and risk bridges. And all new chains, when they're launching, they lack liquidity and users because they're launching in silo. And they also lack token value and validator participation in order for them to secure their network. They really have to solve for very big questions like who's going to secure my network? How do I find new users? Do I really need my own validator set? So at Partner Chains, we've put out some problems that we're going to solve. And I'm going to share some categories of these problems. The first one is network bootstrapping. Each new chain must recruit its own validator set. That is challenging, and that makes security really hard, and that stalls innovation. Next is silo chains and liquidity fragmentation. We all know this. Chains are not launching with native interoperability. They should be able to work together natively. And then there is no clear path for SPOs to scale their role and scope of influence, because we know that Cardano's SPOs are underutilized. They have the uptime, they have the hardware, and they have the reputation, but we need to tap into that. So what are we going to do about this? We're going to solve this problem once. We're going to open source the solution, and we're going to make it reliable and repeatable. Introducing Partner Chains. Our mission is to launch secure, interoperable chains without reinventing infrastructure. Really, we're building an ecosystem of blockchains that can launch independently, yet plug into a shared fabric for security and cross-chain interaction. We're moving towards a world of modular Web3. The big idea here is to let developers have the freedom to custom build their chains while tapping into Cardano's economic and security power. These chains don't have to use Cardano's consensus or computational model because they are modular by design. The core philosophy here is flexibility, which means focus on providing value, and we'll take care of the rest. The partner chain model, I'm going to focus on this for a second. The partner chain model could turn Cardano into the coordination layer for the next era of modular, interoperable blockchain networks. Let's think of it like this. Instead of building little kingdoms, we would like to build connected cities that trade, communicate, share resources while maintaining sovereignty. We're not trying to win an imaginary chain war. We want to enable chains to launch and be useful from day one. Can you guys hear me? Okay. What are the different components of partner chains? There are many components of partner chains. We're not going to have enough time to go over all of them. I'm going to focus on three. The first one, modular by design. Each chain can choose its own consensus mechanism, tokenomics, and execution logic. Shared security. You get the benefits of Cardano's SPOs, So each new chain can launch with serious protection from day one. Interoperability. Oh my goodness, we all know this. We want to enable each chain to talk to everyone. Everything talks to each other from day one. You can initiate a transaction from one chain, finish it on another chain. It's all about making it easy to build chains that are secure and interoperable. I'm going to dig deeper into modular by design. These are purpose-built blockchains. Modular by design because we're using Substrate, which is a framework that enables you to use ready off-the-shelf features that are called palettes, and you can plug them in. You want consensus, there's a palette for that. You want some custom logic, there's a palette for that. Think of it like building a chain with Lego blocks. It's clean, customizable, most importantly, built to evolve. The separation of concern here is intentional. The service layer, settlement, separated because we want chains to be able to upgrade and maintain their chains independently. You simply use our base kit to launch, then plug into the custom functionality. Interoperability. Chains shouldn't live in silo. Partner chains are designed to communicate within each other, but also with external networks like Ethereum, like Bitcoin. Cross-chain messaging here for us is native. It's not an afterthought bolted on top. We see dApps initiating transaction from one, finalizing it or settling it into another chain. If you like coffee, think of it as partner chains as a coffee machine. And if you don't have the steam rod nipple, then you're going to have coffee that doesn't taste so good, that's missing the magic. And that is the magic of partner chains, interoperability bit. Now, I'd like to pass it to Nick. He's going to talk a little bit more about our shared security model. He is our technical product manager leading this effort. Please welcome Nick.
Thank you, Carmel. Hi, everyone. I'm Nick Stanford. As Carmel said, I'm a technical product manager with the Partner Chains team at I/O. And I'm here today to talk about actively validated services, or AVS for short. Why are we, as I/O, bringing this opportunity to the Cardano ecosystem? First, what are actively validated services? To understand what an AVS is, let's consider a brand new proof-of-stake blockchain network. What are the steps it needs to take in order to get a network up and running securely? Well, it needs significant development time just to write the code, but it also comes with other high costs. Not only the cost to pay the developers to write that code, but also a high socioeconomic cost. That is, the ability to source a significant number of validators to run the software that secures your network, but also sourcing the liquidity to host in those validator nodes. Now, this has historically been handled in a few different ways. Maybe through incentive programs, whitelisting mechanisms, or the most difficult route, good old-fashioned organic growth. This is not exactly a new problem. This is a known problem for new proof-of-stake networks. This provides a market demand for security of these networks. An AVS solution solves this problem by tapping into an existing validator set and reusing their stake to secure this new chain. Cardano provides this security supply. And this is what we at I/O are developing with partner chains and our AVS solution. The ability to tap into the world-class security model of Cardano and deliver that same security to these new blockchains from day one. Cardano has more than $16 billion in capital staked to the network in nearly 3,000 different stake pools. These stake pools form the core of Cardano's security, and now they form that same core security for every new partner chain with our AVS offering. We connect existing Cardano SPOs to validate every new partner chain, and now the bulk of capital that secures Cardano is available to bootstrap these new partner chains. The partner chain solution also comes with the ability to allocate different settings of validators. This ensures a safe and secure rotation for consensus and the fault tolerance you need to ensure 100% uptime of running blockchains. With the partner chain's AVS offering, SPOs can now secure any number of chains without ever moving their liquidity out of Cardano. It means SPOs can use their Cardano stake pools to register for every new partner chain that launches and add a new revenue stream with each. And this extends to their delegators as well. When SPOs earn, so do delegators. By leveraging Cardano's free market for delegators, we can ensure that only the best participating SPOs receive ADA from delegators, increasing their chances of winning a block and earning the rewards for that block. This system works well for Cardano already, and we've extended that same functionality to partner chains. But we aren't stopping there. The partner chain's AVS solution brings a decentralized validator set to secure new networks. Now, through our mixed resource committee selection algorithm, partner chains can even select validators from other major layer 1 networks. And we'll start with Bitcoin and Ethereum, extending access to staked capital to add even more security from the biggest networks in blockchain. What does this do? It provides instant credibility and that these new blockchains can launch with proven security and significant capital staked to the network. These partner chains maintain authority over their chain, and they can even decouple from Cardano as the network matures while maintaining that interoperability across the major blockchain ecosystems. Now, the architecture of partner chains is fairly simple. Cardano, with its $16 billion in staked capital hosted in those 3,000 different stake pools, provides the security for these new blockchains. SPOs just need to register their stake pool keys, stand up a partner chain node, and then connect that node to the partner chain, providing consensus services. The consensus services for each partner chain are rewarded in native tokens for both SPOs and delegators. This provides the incentive for SPOs to validate every new partner chain by increasing the ROI on their existing ADA. And that provides chain builders with a supply of validation services and subsequent delegators. What does this all mean for the end partner chain? Well, now that partner chain has a significant amount of capital staked to the network, and they can ensure a safe and secure launch from day one by leveraging that world-class security model of Cardano. Partner chains will provide the validators will provide the capital and security. With the partner chain's AVS solution, Cardano SPOs get to earn more rewards for the same tokens they already earn with on Cardano. If they validate for 10 partner chains, that's 10 new revenue streams with the same tokens. And delegators, you get the same thing, more rewards for the same tokens. And if your current SPO doesn't validate for the numerous amount of partner chains, simply move from their pool to one that does. And finally, chain builders can launch securely. Partner chains that launch through our AVS solution can bootstrap safely. No sourcing liquidity to secure the network, no sourcing validators to host that liquidity. Secure, feature-rich blockchains from the moment they launch. And now, to talk about the future of partner chains, including our first partner chain, I'll pass it back to Carmel.
fantastic. Thank you, Nick. This was great. Okay, our first partner chain to launch is Midnight. Midnight is here, by the way. Make sure you check out their booth. They're launching with our first AVS setup. What does that mean? We've given them shared security, a native bridge to Cardano, and then built-in governance. The good thing is they had to focus on what makes Midnight unique while we solved for the heavy lifting behind the scenes. They didn't have to reinvent the wheel. What's powerful, that everything we've shipped for Midnight, remember, repeatable and reliable solution, can be reused, extended, and customized for future blockchains or networks that we launch, which is exciting because we do have a few coming soon. With shared security and cross-chain messaging, we see a world that is a connective tissue that lets chains work together from day one. Now, why does this matter? Partner chains give SPOs real opportunities to validate new networks. It expands Cardano's influence, securing the next new blockchains. It's a new era, and it really puts our core values to work: decentralization, interoperability, and of course, security. And when more chains launch, more utility flows into Cardano, and that is driving demand where it all matters. Purpose-built blockchains will be able to interact through shared protocols, secure connections to Cardano's infrastructure. Partner chain will be the foundation for Cardano becoming the network of networks. We want to build sovereign chains that work together and not struggling in isolation. And in that future, we see SPOs generating revenue. In that future, we see users not really concerned about what chain they're on or how it works behind the scenes, because there is seamless interoperability that is native from day one. We have the infrastructure, and we have the validator community, and with partner chains, we have the blueprint to make this reliable, repeatable, open, and ready to go. Please find me, Nick, or Anita at the I/O booth. We'd love to talk to you more, and thank you for your time. Yay.
Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zook, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off. Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has two high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year, right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026.
All right. Hello, Rare Evo. How are you doing today? Yeah? Who got a free shirt? Raise your hand if you got a free shirt. Wow. Well, I don't know who let them on stage. That was definitely not part of the paid programming. But hope you enjoyed the free shirts. Hi, Hosky. We're going to have a great talk today about quantum Hosky, which even after looking into it, I still don't understand. But we have the man with the plan. We have Trim Brusett with input output, and he's going to let you know. Give him a big round of applause.
All right. Woo! Hey guys. How's it going? So, I am here today to talk about quantum Hosky. Now, I hope you guys are holding on to your butts because this is going to be a fun one. Quantum Hosky The first question that a lot of people ask me is, what is Quantum Hosky? It's a very difficult question to answer because it is so many things. A good summary, though, is it's Midnight's wackier cousin, in a way. So, fair warning, a little PSA, if you will. All of this is very experimental technology. And it all started with, this guy thinking about Hosky in the shower and how to make something from this beginning. So, what is Quantum Hosky? Quantum Hosky is a layered metaverse partner chain that's running on a dual token model, pretty similar to what Midnight is doing. Obviously, it's not doing this yet because it's still very much in the planning, experimental technology and all that. It's going to be a 4-dimensional sim crafter MMO. So a multiplayer game that's running a simulated society in a crafting game where people and AIs can play together. It has autonomous AI agents, and I have a pretty cool demo for you that I'm going to show off with how those guys work. It's all running with a quantum beacon. I was planning to do a couple of demos here on stage, but swapping between applications, doing live demos is all very risky. So what I'm going to do instead is afterwards, at the Hosky booth, I'm going to do a live demo of a quantum random number generator. So we have a pretty fun demo that I planned with this. So if you're around, swing by the Hosky booth around 3 today. In this game, you can mine with your mind, whatever that means. Now that is done via EEG headsets. So I got one of those here. Again, very experimental technology, so we'll figure out how exactly that works. But there's that. And the wildest part about this whole thing is probably the dish brains. Now the dish brains are exactly what you think they are. Real human neuron tissue inside of a device. I have one here, so I'll show this to you a little bit later. And all of this wrapped up into this video game package. So I think it's summarized best. If none of this makes sense, I have a little video that summarizes in a way that most people can understand, I think.
So I've been a bit overwhelmed by all this new information coming out about Quantum Hosky. I'll try to simplify so that the average Hosky holder, the average meme coin degen, can grasp the concept of this never-before-seen gaming world. In this gaming world, you'll have headsets that can read your brainwaves, allowing you to mine with your mind. It'll all take place in a 4D, non-Euclidean world. And everyone knows 4Ds is better than 3. Dishbrain NPCs. Brains, harvested in petri dishes, will populate the game, giving it an AI component. Are we going to make it? Yes and no. Quantum randomness will allow the environment to change at any moment. There will be a glacial airdrop to meme coin communities across multiple blockchains. So you'll be playing with both Dishbrain NPCs and fellow degens. In conclusion, users will be able to log in with their brain, interact with AI NPCs, while quantum elements determine the landscape in a 4D, non-Euclidean world.
A big shout out to J. Crow over there. So obviously now that you're all on the same page, now everyone understands everything. Now I want to go into a little bit detail, but a lot of people actually surprisingly don't know Hosky yet. So just, oh, there you go. A quick little intro to these guys. Some of you saw them earlier before I came up on stage. They were doing their own little thing. I don't know what that was. I recommend that you scan the QR code, by the way. So what is Hosky? Hosky is a community that puts stickers everywhere. Like, you can see some examples here of where people put stickers sometimes. I don't know, you may have seen some of them around as well today. They also produce some pretty bad memes. But they are an amazing community. It's one of those hangout spots. There's always people in the Hosky Discord. You always feel welcome there. So it's a great community. They make some questionable content, including some GIFs. But they are very real. They're in the real world. They're doing different things, and they always bring the Hosky spirit with them. And it's not just the fun and the memes and this stuff. They actually bring some innovation that's really useful for the space. So these for example, are proof of onboarding cards, where you take someone who has no idea what Cardano is. 2 minutes later, they have a wallet set up, and they have tokens in that wallet. Proof of onboarding. And it's a great onboarding tool. They also support a lot of single stake pool operators. But at the end of the day, I think you may have seen Hosky on Twitter, and he's not afraid to pick a little fight, especially when it comes to governance stuff. He keeps people honest. So this is from last year. He's fighting around with an ape. But luckily, at the end of the day, they always hug it out. So it's a great addition to the Cardano community, and Cardano wouldn't be the same without Hosky. So underlying the project, though, there is some serious tech behind Quantum Hosky, and it's actually reliant on the 5 pillars of the 21st century. So if you go and you should watch Charles's video on this, because it's a really, really interesting topic. But for this project, we're skipping that, and we're focusing on the 5 pillars of phishing minigames, which obviously is you have to sit, you have to cast, then you have to wait, and then when it bites, you have to reel it in. So these are the 5 stages of every single phishing minigame that I've examined, and I have examined at least 20. So they all have all of these 5 elements. So there is a video game. Like, this whole thing is wrapped in and around a video game. And I mentioned that it's going to be a 4D survival SimCrafter MMO. And the 4D thing, it's actually comprised of procedurally generated hypervoxels. Now, we talked about this a little bit yesterday in the podcast, and I recommend you check that out. But the video that you saw here is actually 4-dimensional hypervoxels in an environment that's been procedurally generated. So it's not dynamic yet. You can't play around with it yet. But it is an actual demo of 40 hypervoxels in action. So now we just need to put it in a game engine, and we're good to go. As if it's that easy. Now in the game, we're going to have autonomous AI agents. It's all going to be influenced by player brainwaves. There's a dish brain that we're going to get to. And there is a quantum beacon that's going to really throw a spanner in the works for people. And all of this is going to be tightly integrated with blockchain components for collaborating and strategizing with the AI agents. So this is what blockchain is really for, right? Like, it's aligning people's incentives and getting them to agree. Like, this is what all of governance has been about, getting different people to agree and align on what the strategy is. But now, some of those people are autonomous AI agents. And some of them are real people. You might not necessarily even know who's who. So the first component.
In this valley, every block laid is a story.
Flow is stable, but we're at 80% capacity. We can push it.
Push it? How?
Where beings of artificial intelligence shape belief.
We re-engineer the existing blades. More power, same flow, zero disruption. It's time to not just build, we innovate.
This is Sunhaven, a solar punk sanctuary. Agents of code, building futures only they can imagine.
Look around you. We can be trading stars.
What are you talking about?
You get them, I move them. We built our own empire.
As Sunhaven grows, the simulation continues.
The Great Root listens. It feels the rain. It feels our devotion. This is the first truth.
Truth? Elara, it's a plant, nothing more.
You see a machine, I see a sword that connects us up. You just refuse to listen.
Sunhaven, a simulation by Dagger for input-output.
So what you actually saw here is real autonomous AI agents. What we did is we gave them personalities to begin with, and then we just let them run loose in a civilization that we built in a Minecraft server. So they are actually moving around and generating their own stories. So we did not tell them what to do. There's no players behind them. They're doing all of this by themselves. So you can see some of them were even prompted to be slightly outside of the law. And it's generating a pretty interesting society, and like the dynamics at scale that you get from this is pretty exciting. So all of this, by the way, is just an art of the possible, right? Like this isn't how the game is going to look like. This is obviously just a Minecraft server, but it's all about like giving these little tastes of what we're trying to put together in the final product. So there are actually two elements to this that touches on the brain, on your brain. So you have the EEG part, i.e. a device that reads your brain waves, and then you have the dish brain. So the EEG part, I was going to do a demo live on this, but it's pretty finicky and the network isn't great. So what you can do instead is you can go over to the I/O booth, and Marcus is there, and he can let you do a demo of this live, reading your own brain waves right there at the booth. So after this, you should go over and check it out. But what it looks like is approximately like this. So you put this headset on, and it actually reads your brainwaves, and it can tell whether or not you're happy, whether or not you're focused, whether or not you're relaxed. And he actually has a little smart LED thing hooked up to this little crystal ball that changes color based on your mood. Obviously, this is just a little bit of fun and games, but this is just a proof of concept of like getting the technology to do something interesting so that we can put it into the game after. So there's also the dish brain. Now, we are lucky enough to actually have the CEO of Cortical Labs with us. I've got a podcast booth with him just after this, so I recommend you tune into that afterwards. But what he brought is a CL1 unit. It's the actual device that contains the dish brains. So I have one with me here as well on stage. It's a little bit heavy. So obviously there's no actual brain matter in this one at the moment. But Han and his team, they have actual units of this with real brains running in Australia, and he can give you a demo at the booth as well, showing the live view of these things. But inside this device, you can actually see there's a pumping system that's effectively like the heart of this device. There's a waste basket and a nutrient basket, so it's almost like your stomach and maybe what the Hosky team is more familiar with. And then there's a filtration system similar to your kidneys and liver. And all of this is to feed the central computing unit, which is in here, which is a real-life dish brain. It's human neural matter grown and cultivated inside of a dish, and it's connected to a computer. So you can do read and write and actually train it to do different things. So I have a video here. So this is a video, a visualization of the dish brain. So you can actually see, it's a little bit dark, but here you can see the electrodes that's at the bottom of the dish where the brain is. And here you see an application window that has the game Pong. So you can actually see these are the activity of the brain as it's playing the game of Pong against itself. And you can actually train this using positive and negative feedback, similar to what you would do with an artificial intelligence, but all of it is based on human neurons. This is pretty cool. So I do have to rush through things a little bit, but I mentioned the quantum random number generator. It's this one. This is photon-based. So what you have is you have a photon coming in on one side, and it has a polarity. It's either up or down. and it's a quantum phenomenon, so it has an exactly 50-50 chance of being up or down, then there's a little filter that it either passes through and hits the detector, or it gets deflected with an exactly 50-50 chance based on the polarity, and this is entirely unpredictable. It is an actual true random number generator. Because most random number generators are actually what we call pseudo-random, where they look random, but they are technically predictable. Like if you know the seed in advance that it's pulling from, you can actually predict the entire sequence of random numbers. So we're going to put this into the game as an entity or a quantum beacon that's going to scramble parts of the game world. So literally selecting a region of the game world and reconstructing the whole region inside. So if you've happened to build something inside there, you better have locked that down so it doesn't get scrambled. But the real question here is, how does 4D work? Now, the first thing I want to clarify is that the fourth dimension is not time. It's an actual spatial dimension. So we're working with X, Y, Z, and W. And most importantly, the fourth dimension isn't special in any meaningful sense. I was actually lucky enough to get permission to use this video from Mashpo, the guy that made 4D Miner. Now this is Frank the Frog. Now Frank, he's a 2D being. So he's living in a flat 2D plane, but the 2D plane is actually embedded into a 3D world. And you can see how when you rotate the plane that is in, Frank's view of the world also changes, and what is able to access changes. And you can draw a similar analog to this by our 3D world being part of the fourth dimension. So you can rotate your 3D view into the fourth dimension. Now, there are some consequences in 4D. So for example, water is pretty weird, because if you draw an analogy back with Frank here, if one of his friends puts down a bucket of water, and from Frank's point of view, there's a wall in the way, but the water just passes right through it. Because if you rewind this and move into the 3D view, so you see the whole scene, you can see that it isn't actually a full blocker. There are paths around what he sees as a wall, so the water can pass through it. So you have to be very careful to actually close everything off so it doesn't actually leak when you're making things and constructing things in 4 dimensions. Now, there is a pretty interesting 4D aspect as well, which is what we call the volume view. Now, volume view is akin to if you take, instead of having the slice that you're viewing along with the direction of gravity, you flip it on its side. So it's flat, so it's perpendicular. And you can actually see what Frank sees and how it looks from his perspective in the 3D world. Now, this doesn't look very interesting when you have the 2D thing in 3D, but when you go one dimension up, the volume view actually turns into a 3-dimensional space that allows you to see where things are a little bit better. So for example, there's a game called 4D Golf, where this is tremendously useful, because when you're trying to look around in 4D, it's like nothing makes sense, but then you switch it to volume view, because everything's flat, you can kind of see like, oh, the hole's over there. I just need to like hit it around that thing. And then you go back into the sort of ground view, and it's like you see the direction that you're supposed to hit it in. So it's very useful for navigation. Now, 4D shapes are also pretty wild. Here we have a 4D cube that's displaying a phenomenon that we don't have in 3D, which is called a dual rotation, where you're rotating in 2 planes at once. And this thing is showing off a little projection. So you see this kind of trace of something that it's growing into and back out of. It's a projection of all of the stuff that you don't see in your current 3D slice. And then the solid color is what's in your current 3D slice. All of this, super confusing, I know, but it helps you make a little bit more sense of what's coming towards the end. So what we've been doing so far is experimenting. This is, again, art of the possible. This is not how the game is going to look, but we started out by making some enemies, or friends, if you will. So we booted up some 3D game, tried to make the assets, and then we figured out, well, there's no good way of making 4D shapes. because all of the tools are made for 3D, they're not made for 4D. So we had to get pretty creative. And in the start, things look pretty basic. We're, about 40 years of game development behind, the state of the art. But from these humble beginnings, we actually, we managed to experiment with the format of the fourth dimension and four-dimensional gameplay. And one of the interesting things that we added was W targeting. W targeting is a way to help people navigate the fourth dimension in a similar way to what Z targeting did in Ocarina of Time back in the day. Because people weren't used to playing in 3 dimensions. Well, people aren't used to, now they are, but they're not used to playing in 4 dimensions. So we're introducing these helper functions that will actually help people figure out how to navigate 4D. So here you can see the W targeting in action. So when it pushes a button, he locks onto the enemy. So you don't have to worry about the 4D rotations and all of this stuff when you're like actively trying to chase something down or move away from it. It will sort out that. So it aligns your 3D slice with the point of interest that you're pointing at. So towards the very end, I have a gameplay trailer of what we have so far. We have an executable, so if you would go by the booth, you can actually play this yourself and try your hand at 4D rotations and figure out just how difficult it actually is. But as we were doing this, as we were experimenting and putting this together, we kind of started unlocking bit by bit the intuition for how to do interesting things. So that's what we did here. Like what you're going to see here, again, not how the final game is going to look, probably not how it's going to feel either, but it's a taste of what 4-dimensional gameplay can look like. When you really get going, we added a bunch of chaos, we added a bunch of things in there, so it's not going to be quite as noisy when you play it. But this is a pretty interesting view of the 4th dimension. But the intuition that you build, one of the clips that you'll see in here is actually a part of a platformer, where you have to, when you're jumping, you have to rotate the 4th dimension to get the platform under you before you land. And when I saw that, when I understood that Stan was able to do that, one of the guys from Ikigai that has helped put this thing together, I was like, okay, yeah, we're onto something. This actually has some real potential. So without further ado, thank you. So there's still a long way to go on this, but it's an incredibly exciting experiment that we're doing, and there's so much more to come. So thank you very much for joining me today. If there's anything, feel free to contact me on my email. It's on there. And with that said, thank you very much.
Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is tonight at Zook Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zook, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you, and I want to thank everyone at Rare Evo for an amazing 2 days and governance days. We're going to be talking about venture capital and the cycles. I have two amazing people. First, I'd like to introduce Michael Turpin, known as the Godfather of Bitcoin by CNBC. Michael Turpin, the Godfather of crypto. And then I would like to introduce Vineet Budke from Sigma Capital with over 300 investments. I am very jealous of his SUI investment, by the way.
There were a lot more than SUI.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's have a seat. So today we're going to be talking about both the cycle, the bull and the bear, and venture capital. And we're going to deep dive a little bit into some of maybe the spicier side of things. And so, Michael, do you consider yourself more of a bear capitalist or a bull VC?
I think both parts are important. You want to buy low in the bear market and sell high in the bull market. And that's whether it's Bitcoin or, in particular, altcoins and venture investments, because you're able to buy at the lowest point when confidence in the industry is the lowest. And yet there's the teams are the same. You're investing in people and technologies. And every new cycle, on the altcoin side at least, has a new narrative. And you have to be able to pick out what that narrative is and who the great founders are.
Vineet, where do you sort of see yourself in Sigma Capital? Do you get more into the bear cycle, or are you more of a bull market VC?
So I've done two funds in the past. The first one was in 2021 when we had those 300x's on paid networks pools. And I did the second fund during a bear market. We did 120 investments in the bear market. Today, when people look at VC, they say it hasn't performed. I did a 5x in less than 2 years. SUI was an investment which gave us $100 million. Peak was something that gave us 70x. Now, what I think is you definitely should invest in a bear market, because at that time, a lot of legit founders are out there. Anyone who's building in a bear market is true to building. In bull runs, you have a lot of noise. I think for bull runs, you need to be raising capital as a VC so that you can deploy in bear market when great founders are there.
So as you're seeing, in crypto, we see a lot of things can change overnight, new technologies. Where are you putting a balance between risk and due diligence to be at the front of the line?
See, again, it's not that true that, overnight things will change. When you are a trader in crypto or anywhere, you need to be right 51% of the time. In VC, you need to be right only 10% of the time. VC runs on the 90-10 principle. 10 startups end up making you 5x on the fund. So I don't fully subscribe to the fact that, it's overnight things change. The second thing is risk and due diligence management is very critical. If I have done a 20x on SUI, I invested $5 million and it's worth $100 million. My total fund was $80 million. I need to take money off the table because this money will fund the next generation of startups. So point is managing that risk by selling at a certain time, and due diligence on founders, companies, startups, revenue models definitely is critical for building a good VC.
Michael, one of the things that we sort of see is almost an arrogance in some founders versus not knowing how to put together a pitch deck. What is the secret sauce for a founder approaching a VC?
Well, confidence is a good thing. Arrogance is not, but there's a fine line. And some of the iconic founders, Travis Kalanick from Uber, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, were confident to the point of being over the top cocky. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg had a business card that said, "I'm the CEO, bitch," right? And you look at them as some of the most iconic founders, and therefore, when you find somebody who reminds you of them, you fund them, and then you realize that you funded Do Kwon or Three Arrows Capital, always up. And so you have to make sure that there's some reality behind that. But an equal sin is being mousy, being not really sure, reading off, I'm kind of going to do this, So the problem is that a lot of times there's some really great tech founders who just do not know how to convey to an investor, and so they just sit there coding, and I have one or two of these in my portfolios, great technologies, but they were never able to communicate to the market or to investors to really maximize their potential. It's been said that the perfect team is a hacker and a hustler. Because if you only have the hustler, then you're basically selling hot air. But if you only have the hacker, you never get out of the box. I mean, the best startups are when you have a tech founder, who knows how to build software and build a team and take the bull by the horns going to the market? Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Michael Dell. Now obviously you had a combo with Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, but you have a hacker and a hustler, or you have them both embodied in one great founder, and those are the teams I look for.
And so you touched on something there, the hustler side of a project, marketing. And so when you're seeing founders come to you for money, are you asking them how much are you spending on marketing, or are you asking them for where that money is going to be going to? And is that a big important piece for it?
I don't necessarily ask it in quite that way. I want to know what their go-to-market strategy is, and I want to know who their customers are. If they're B2B, marketing's not that important. It's business development. How are you going to get into Oracle and Microsoft if you're selling through that channel? What are your relationships there? One of my portfolio companies is called Ease Protocol. They just brought on, former 30-year vet who ran the teams at Xbox and Azure, and he's marching them into those places. On the other hand, if you're having to go in and one by one get 1 million users, then you better know what your viral marketing approach is, what your way of sort of getting your your kind of MVP out there, and then getting the KOLs, and they don't have to be paid KOLs. Ideally, they're people who are influencers and they just love your product. If you look at all the great, look how ChatGPT went from 0 to 700 million users, right? It was basically because it was a great product and it had viral marketing. The original phrase viral marketing was from Hotmail, where you used the product and it actually had in the software built in. You like this, pass it along to a friend for a free copy.
So one of the things that we saw last cycle, a lot of founders mismanaged funds in some way, shape, or form, not on purpose. We saw a lot of different NFTs getting bought by parties being thrown, apes crossing tables and stuff like that. And now we see penguins across the board. Do you feel that adds a new community to a project, and should that be an approach that a founder takes of what community they want to be part of?
I want to kind of answer the first part of your question about sort of over-marketing before you know what you're doing. This is sort of a bull market disease, and it's not just in crypto. Look at the dot-coms. Back in the dot-coms, I raised, during the dot-com era, I had a company that, actually made money right off the bat. It was based on the internet. It was called Internet Wire. Today it's a $500 million company called Globe Newswire. It was the first, internet-based press release distribution system. And but because we had the name Internet in our name, everybody wanted to just throw money at us as a .com. And my competitors were out there, renting helicopters and flying it over the city at a conference, saying, "People will know our name. That's what my $100 million IPO is for." And those are all gone. The ones that spent the money on, things that actually got them customers, as opposed to just got them buzz, are gone. And so I want to know how the money is spent. I come from a marketing background. I, had a prominent PR firm in the .com world, and then I spun that off into what became Globe Newswire. I then, did the same in social media landscape, and then in crypto, not only did I start Bid Angels and get into advising projects and investing them in early 2013, but I also had pretty much the only full-service PR firm, and so we ended up working in the early days with Ripple, with launching Ethereum, launching Tether, and literally I was the only person in the market for about the first 3 years until David Waxman, who's up next, put his shingle up, started 2016. So, it was interesting to just talk to founders and see, how they wanted to go to market. A lot of times you can just educate them about the value of getting, really just a single piece that validates you. And, and that's the big thing. With launching Ethereum, we got an early piece in Wired about Vitalik's vision for the world computer, and that really helped. But what really helped the most was him talking in front of a crowd of developers at the North American Bitcoin Conference, and they're all like, "I'm programming, I'm signing up," etc. So know what your success metrics are is really the key.
Vineet, so as we were sort of talking marketing, do you see the same thing with some of the projects that you're approaching? And where do you think it's different? Do you think marketing is the catch-all, or do you think it's the product that is what needs to be really developed?
So I was actually at one of the booths over there, and I said, I'm not going to name any of these chains. You can guess them there. So there are 3 chains which are prominent right now. All of them came from the same chain. There's one chain which has a great marketer, one chain where the Wozniak is there, and one chain which is a mix of everything and has been an early starter. So though marketing is required because you need to get consumers on board, you need to have a great product and a great technology as well. Because unfortunately, people will come, communities will form, and in the end, no one will use anything. Having a great Uber app with no cars has no value. So the point is, it's a mix of everything. Founders, every Steve Jobs needs a Steve Wozniak. Without this, things won't work. For us, we look at a lot of things. We just, last cycles was all about how can we get these great founders who have the integrity to build a company. Because the biggest problem in Web3 is integrity. I'm doing a project now, 2 years later I'm doing something else, 3 years later I'm doing something else. In Web2, that is not the case. Founders normally tend to spend 5 to 8 years before they call it off on a project. So for us, it's all that. It's all about what are they building, does this have value? Are they planting trees in Africa? Or are they building a DeFi solution that will see to it that stability comes to Africa and Latin America? And if they're building something for Africa, are they spending time in New York, Dubai, or actually in Africa? So for us, we look at all these things. And nowadays, what we have also started doing is looking at what is the revenue model out there. This is one of the games which we just cut up. It's one of the first checks that we are doing $500,000 in. Those guys have 3 best licenses: the NFL license, the the FIFA license. FIFA doesn't have any more license. They have a real revenue model, a team that really is great. I'm not going on the token price, but in the next 5 years, if they actually get 50, 100 million users on board, they have a company, they have an Activision or they have a Ubisoft. So it's all about looking at all those things. Founders, business model, what they are trying to do they have a vision, and do they have the runway to go there?
So then one of the things that you talked about is all of the products that a founding or a project might have. Do you think that there's ever a time when there might be too much feature creep at the beginning rather than just getting an MVP out?
So see, again, in Web3, it becomes different. In a Web2, what happens is you raise a Series A, Series B. In 8 years, you keep on pivoting. I used to be a startup founder. I started as an audio guide. I went into tours and activities, meta search. I went into tours and activities. I went into B2B tours and activities. Nobody saw this because I was a private company being invested by people. But in this case, you're always out there. There's a community thing. Everyone's looking at your token price. So I do understand that, whole thinking that we should do this and we should do that. But definitely MVP has to come out. You have to put features, scale it up. If it works, get another feature. If it doesn't, scrap it up, go back, pivot, find out what is better, and come out with a different solution. But you need to completely innovate till you get the hook on into a product. So that's how I would say that too many features not required, but at least get something and scale it up quite well.
Now, Michael, one of the things that I love talking to you about is on the regulatory side of things. How have we seen since this last cycle to now regulations change, and has that changed both like maybe the overall VC approach, and how has it changed yours?
So that's part of what I call the macro, right? So I wrote this book last year, Bitcoin Super Cycle, talks about the effect of the 4-year cycle on Bitcoin primarily, and then of course ends up affecting the altcoin market. I've said many years ago that when Bitcoin gets a cold, altcoins get pneumonia, and obviously the opposite is true in a bull market. We're seeing it right now with Ethereum going up like $100 a day, and then alts continuing. We're getting into that last part of the bull market phase of the cycle. I call it Bitcoin summer, where altcoins and Ethereum tend to outperform, and the other 3.5 years is the opposite. Bitcoin is the better investment. But basically, with regulation, so typically, we had a 100x cycle in Bitcoin and then an 85% drop after the first halving. We had a 30x gain and then an 83% drop the second cycle. Macro is fairly neutral. During the Biden, Gensler, Elizabeth Warren years, we should have been about 10x based on that just logical trend of the diminishing returns. We only ended up 8x, which is still pretty good. Gold would have been fine if they went from 2,000 to 16,000 a year, right? Stock would have been ecstatic if they did 8x in a year. But it should have been around 10x, and what tamped it down rather, was the regulation being negative, Gensler going out and saying everything's a security pretty much, and we'll prosecute you first and ask questions later, and then the rapid rise of interest rates. Here, under the Trump administration, you have the opposite for the US. Europe is actually under MICA being actually worse in terms of like freedom of being able to do things that should be legal in other places. But if Trump goes through with the Clarity Act, they already went through with the Genius Act, that should be a positive macro, and that should take the logical 3x from the halving this year, which would put us around 195K, and grow it. Whereas if it doesn't quite get through, and the U.S. economy falters and tariffs go ballistic, then we won't get there.
So do you see with a lot of regulatory changes with VC approach, like is capital being deployed differently and more towards stables and security-based tokens and projects?
So we're about to see an avalanche of capital being deployed because, for example, last week they just said that you can invest your 401k, it's what, $9-10 trillion into Bitcoin and other digital assets. That's huge. You've got, trillions of dollars that are under the wealth management arms of, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan Private Bank, et cetera, that are just waiting there. At least now they're able to say, oh yeah, you can go and buy an ETF, we recommend BlackRock, blah, 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 and maybe put up 1% of your net worth in it. But when they're able to truly go in and embrace what they've been saying they're going to do, tokenize stocks, tokenize real estate, it's going to be a sea change, and you're going to have these wealth arms say you should put 10 or 15% of your net worth into digital assets and maybe 5% into gold as a defensive measure against hyperinflation, the potential in the United States, and the adding of $1 trillion every 3 months to the U.S. debt.
Vineet, and the question sort of goes to you because you're a little bit more international. Where are you seeing regulations change, and how does that affect Sigma Capital on deploying capital?
So I have a very different view on regulations. I was in FII Miami when Michael was there on the table, and there were senators there, and there was the MoonPay founder, and they were saying the regulations are around the corner. And I asked them, what regulations are we talking about? And they said the stablecoin regulation. I asked a room full of 30 people, how many of you have used a stablecoin to buy a coffee? 3 hands were raised. Unfortunately, you don't do a lot of regulations for 10% of the world population. So for me, regulations are important. It brings trust. What does ETFs? What did ETFs do? They got capital in. But for me, education comes first. Till today, when I meet TradFi people, when I have met a lot of, I have multiple bankers who have joined me as partners. When we go to bankers and ask them what Ethereum does, trust me, 95% of these people don't know. You saw this yesterday.
So I wanted to touch on that because asking people to explain a smart contract, it's always when people are able to explain a smart contract, A, B always happens. You actually had a little different of a story approach because you talked to so many non-native blockchain people and you're explaining an Ethereum smart contract. Do you want to touch on that?
Okay, so we went, so a lot of money. We just announced a $100 million fund 4 months back, have just announced the first closure of a $35 million. And a lot of money has come from TradFi people. Imagine people who have $1 billion of cranes in Dubai, or imagine a guy who has a pharmacy chain of 500 pharmacies. Now, how do you explain a smart contract to him? And this was something interesting where someone told me, you blockchain guys talk something which we never understand. And we had simple explanations. We said, when you go to a shop and ask for a Pepsi, a guy gives you a can of Pepsi. This is real world. But when you go to a vending machine and put $1 in and put D16, a Pepsi comes. This is a smart contract, a line of code that governs your transaction. Now imagine these lines of codes will control your lending, borrowing, your insurance, your identity, and a lot of things. Now these smart contracts are built on a product known as Ethereum. Just like blogs were built on bloggers, and a lot of other projects happen. Now, when you understand that this is what Ethereum does, you have to understand it's like Yahoo or Google. It's not gold like Bitcoin. And you had generation 1, which is Yahoo was there, which said directory structures. You said Google, Facebook, and Yahoo, Solana, Sui. are the natural progression. These are companies. So when people understood about these companies, they understood that this is not a magic token. And they also then understood that when you invest in equity, you are investing in future revenue of a company. But when you invest in token, you invest in future process ownership. When the exchange becomes big and the trading is done on a BNB coin, the price of BNB goes up. But when revenue comes, it goes to CZ, the owner. So we had to explain it in that small thing, telling about parachains, telling about smart contracts in a very tech way. No one understands. And that's what we have been doing, educating people.
So one of the things then, the hard side of that, especially if we're working in different chains and ecosystems, Haskell is one of the hardest languages for me to understand. So when I get to talk with founders, I know I'm with a gigabrain, just to be simple. Do you ever feel inadequate when you're talking to some founders, or do you surround yourself with a team that can help you come to a conclusion?
Again, I definitely find it tough sometimes. Some of these guys talk so much crazy stuff that I personally don't understand. And that's why you have a CTO in a fund who actually goes in and does research on what they're saying. For us, I'm facing the people. I'm the guy who will be getting capital from TradFi into these things. I will be the guy who will get partnerships for these projects. There are amazing projects there, but do they have 10 million users? I would be the guy who would be getting a Damak in Dubai, or I would be the guy who would be getting some XYZ company to do a MVP for them. And I need to break it down for normal people to understand. So yes, I find it tough sometimes. We read a lot, but we read founders a lot, and we try to understand whether they can build the next big thing. And that's what I translate.
All right. Michael, one of the things that you said earlier, we're talking about not just contracts on chain, and we're seeing a big change as we're seeing new securities being brought on chain. We're seeing real estate being brought on chain, ownership titles. Where is the DeFi side of that, and where is it just Providence? And is it everything an investment on that cycle, or is it just companies should be on blockchain?
Well, it starts with Providence and moves to DeFi, right? And a lot of it is regulation. X stocks on Solana went from 0 to several hundred million in a matter of weeks, right? It hasn't happened with real estate yet because there's a lot more involved in terms of regulation. Same thing with private companies. I mean, you still have these ludicrous regulations around ATS, exchanges, the alternative trading systems, where if you're an accredited investor, you can buy anything, but you can't sell it to another accredited investor without going through these ATS exchanges, and that's ridiculous. And a lot of the accredited investor rules were from the 1920s and 30s, early 30s, to protect people from back in the days of the Wall Street crash. Literally on the physical Wall Street, there were hucksters walking around selling you stock that was worthless, and you couldn't research it because there was no easily available research. Today we have this thing called the internet, and you can find about anything between internet, AI, search engines, and back in the 30s you didn't even have television widely available. And so you're trying to solve the problems of 100 years ago today, and that's why I'm delighted that the new chairman of the SEC, the new chairman of the CTFC have been much more open in terms of saying this is a new era, it needs new rules. So, but I think that on the DeFi component, I'm an investor, in a company out of Atlanta called AI Quant Labs, and right now they enable you to go and invest in tokens on DEXs. There's like 1 million new tokens, including Pump.Fund, that come out on DEXs every day. They'll let you go with AI agents and just analyze 100,000 smart contracts a day, eliminate the rug pulls, the honeypots, etc., and then start trading them for you per your instructions. They're going to move into stocks as soon as they can. And that way you can say, hey, I want to go and put a bucket of money into upcoming stocks in Asia that are trading on these exchanges. That's going to be a game changer, because right now the equities markets, in terms of participants, are probably 20 times what they are in the crypto market, and it's just a matter of having the agent be able to enable that investment.
Michael, thank you. Vineet, thank you. I could talk with you gentlemen for hours. As we wrap this up, I want to thank everyone for joining us today. Michael, 10 seconds, final thoughts, words of wisdom.
The markets go in cycles. We're in a bull market right now. It's very fragile. When all of a sudden, something drops, we're down to like 40 fear and greed, and tomorrow we'll be back at 60. When the greed is at the highest, that's when you need to be selling and not foaming in. And when the panic is at the lowest, as Rothschild said centuries ago, you must buy when there's blood in the streets, even if it's your own blood.
Vineet, thank you so much. Final thoughts, words of wisdom, 10 seconds.
As a VC, I should be talking about price action of Ethereum being at $4,000, but I want to talk on something else. Unless adoption doesn't come, unless 5 billion people don't come on board, Web3 is not going anywhere. Talk about adoption, talk about getting users on board. Anybody who understands crypto will not die poor, but get adoption. Otherwise, we are just crypto bros playing with each other's money.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Shout out to everyone at Rare Evo. Thank you so much. Arf.
Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is tonight at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zouk, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off. Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, More builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is tonight at Zouk Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Millennium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zouk, Millennium, and one unforgettable send-off. Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us on day 2 here at Rare Evo. I'm delighted to be speaking about investing with a purpose, and you'll hear that this is kind of a multi-layered conversation that we're talking about here, because investing with a purpose can mean a lot of things, and it means a lot to the gentleman on stage with me. So I'm going to let everyone introduce themselves, starting with you, Michael. Nope, it's already on.
All right. Hi, my name is Michael Yagi. I'm a co-founder of Sundial Protocol. And I'm going through an investment round right now. I previously closed 2 rounds before this.
And so, sorry, what is Sundial Protocol?
So Sundial Protocol is a layer 2 on Bitcoin. So focusing on improving speeds, but primarily generating yield for people that want to stake their Bitcoin.
We're going to talk a lot about that. Okay, Sarah.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah Yun. I'm the founder of Socius Fund. So Socius Fund is a decentralized fundraising platform. So we leverage quadratic voting, quadratic funding to bring more capital to underrepresented founders. So only 2% of venture capital is going to female founders. Only 2.8%.
2%?
2% in the world. And only 2.8% going to the founders in the global south, so emerging markets. And we are trying to rectify the situation by letting people decide, letting our communities decide how to allocate those funds. Because this investment disparity happens because we have a very small number of individuals in the global north, in North America, in Japan, in Europe, making decisions on how to allocate those funds. But if we let communities decide, thousands of people vote to decide how to allocate these funds, then we can rectify this situation. And we are leveraging hyperledger identity, self-sovereign identity solution to make sure that there's no Sybil attack. So like,
all right,
people
well, we'll
cannot.
talk more about how that works in a minute.
Yeah.
But, you know, those damn institutional investors from the traditional side, no one likes them. So speaking of which,
My name is Samiz, one of the partners at Draper Dragon. We are a cross-border focused fund within the Draper Venture Network, specifically focused on digital assets. So we've been around since around 2015, started our crypto fund in 2017, and now focused fully on the whole institutional landscape within crypto, blockchain, DeFi, all around the list. So excited to dive into a lot of stuff we're about to talk about.
yes, and you have been investing with a purpose since the very beginning and then some. So forgive the joke. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about kind of the state of the industry right now. We've got here in the United States a very pro-crypto president, a pro-crypto general administration, and it seems like a lot of the Congress has been, well, pro-crypto to the extent that we've seen stablecoin legislation in the United States. What does this mean for the industry? Are we in a bull market? Are we in a bear market? Because investment decisions are often made based on future expectations of the market. Michael, why don't we start with you?
I'll add what I know and let the other panelists add on more. But yeah, I think we're definitely seeing a lot more capital flow in, and there's a lot more bullish sentiment in terms of people wanting to even incorporate their entities in the US now. It's a lot friendlier to do development and stuff like this. But there's still that little bit of uncertainty around all the stables and stuff like that. So I think some of that is still to be seen. But yeah, overall sentiment is for sure on the uprise, I would say.
Samiz, would you agree?
100%. I think these regulations that have become more clear, lowering barriers of entries for institutions to come in is a huge factor. And I think it's super bullish. And I think within the next 2-3 years that we're seeing this regulation landscape get more clear, lower the barriers for entry for everyone else, we're going to see a mass growth in all ecosystems in general. So it's exciting stuff.
I mean, historically, there's been a 4-year kind of cycle. And it seems like it's a little bit off this time, as we're seeing kind of a bull market even towards the second half of the year after the Bitcoin halving. Is that something you think has something changed?
I think a lot more institutional adoption. Obviously, digital asset treasuries is a big reason for that. A lot of institutional flows are coming in, and that's just causing much more clarity in holding assets and not being worried about what's going to happen if they hold it, why wouldn't they, why would not. So a lot of institutional flows are coming in. That's going to change it from a 4-year cycle. It could extend it. It's impossible to tell, but I think it's exciting seeing these new flows come in.
The fact that it's even possible that things have changed is seemingly very positive. How are the founders that you're working with, Sarah, how are they perceiving this? That is to say, I mean, are they willing to expend all their energy in this? A lot of the early stage founders, some of the ones that you've worked with before as you incubate and you make some of these investments, they're not full-time in their startups, right? Are they willing to put 2 legs in because they really believe in the market?
Yeah. So some of them are already full-time, but like they start off like part-time, right? And I think there's a lot of optimism in the industry that in terms of regulations, in terms of market conditions, I think there are many more companies and founders trying to find their legs into our industry.
and you're a founder right now going through fundraising, and certainly the Bitcoin space has been booming in general. Ever since the ETFs were approved in the United States about a year and a half ago, although there were others overseas, it seems like there's been a rush of capital into the Bitcoin space, and now a lot of innovation. We saw a lot of Bitcoin layer 2s premiering last year. Why the sudden interest, I'd say, in Bitcoin L2s?
I would say there's a lot of stagnant capital, right? Everyone's trying to get and figure out what's next once you have the Bitcoin, right? And when Bitcoin's getting even more adoption, everyone's racing to say, okay, Bitcoin's here to stay. What do you do with it once you have it? How do you actually turn it into a yield-bearing asset? I think the road is very clear for a lot of people. It's mostly just like, how are you going to get there, and can the tech keep up with the interest and the demand that's there?
Well, I want to kind of dig deeper on that. Generating yield on Bitcoin requires a few things, right? Among others, and please explain to me, I'm an amateur here, but doesn't it require me taking my Bitcoin and in some way putting it on a platform, maybe wrapping it in some sort of manner, and then from that, kind of inserting it as what, collateral, perhaps in a lending pool? How does it work? Can you kind of explain it to the audience a little bit?
Yeah, so there's a couple of ways to do it, but essentially it boils down to there is going to be some risk tolerance that certain people are going to want to opt in for. And so it might be different riskier positions like maybe insurance or different lending protocols, DeFi.
So forgive me, even before we get to that, it's the reason there's going to be some risk is because there are concerns with maybe the protocol that you'd be interacting with. Is that correct?
No, not on the risk, on the protocol side. That's what we're trying to solve on Sundell, is have a very trustless bridge or trust minimized. So there's no, I think when people think about risk, they think more about if they're
like counterparty or default risk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Well, that sounds like a pretty normal thing, but there might be some even within the Bitcoin ecosystem, right?
Exactly. I think though, to really touch on your point, the Bitcoiners, they want to have full assurance when they bridge their Bitcoin that it stays on Bitcoin. It's fully auditable. There's going to be no downtime, no hacks, anything like this. Which is why when we're talking with these institutions, building on a UTXO model is like a very standout selling point, right? Because to your point, like the risk, is it going to be there? Am I going to be able to bridge it back? What happens if all these DeFi hacks happen? Am I being exposed to that risk?
I mean, there have been so many bridge hacks where billions of dollars has been exposed, right?
Yeah. Exactly. So this kind of thing is very, unfortunately, I think we get used to it quite a lot. On the crypto side, we see, we're like, oh, it's another hack, it's another one of these. Oh, it's okay, we keep building. But that's not going to fly when we're talking to institutions. And that's why when people hear about Cardano again, they say, oh, we haven't thought about this for a little bit. But when we tell them, oh, it's been online for 7 years, it's never been hacked. There's never been any wallet drains or anything like that. Now all of a sudden, it's very appealing to these institutions. So, yeah.
Well, I want to dig a little bit further into what you mean by Sybil attack resistance in kind of this socially funded, network that you've built. Why is that important? What's the concern?
Yeah, so the concern is that in normal quadratic voting system, so you count how many people support your project. So the number of people who support your project is an important factor. However, if you can split your accounts or your wallets, then actually one person can vote as 1,000 people, 2,000 people, right? And that's been an issue in the Gitcoin ecosystem. They use also a quadratic voting mechanism. So what we are trying to do is that we leverage our DID, decentralized ID, self-serving ID system to combat Sybil attacks or wallet splits, so that one person can have only one account. But as we know in this industry, we don't want to expose our name or gender or like any of our personal information, but we can do that with selective disclosure feature of Hyperledger Identity. So like you're actually proving that you're a human being, you're not a bot, and you have only one account, but without revealing your identity. So that's why like we were able to onboard lots of people, because people can protect their identity, but at the same time prove something that they're a human being.
I wonder, is there a specific, either maybe you don't have this data on purpose, but demographics that have a lot of interest in using this DID technology that maybe before wouldn't participate in things like investing or making group decisions, but now are. Have you seen like any trends when it comes to the use of DID?
Yeah, so I think DIDs are used in, I guess, like less regulated industries. So like I think financial industries are highly regulated, and even if like it's possible to do selective disclosure and zero knowledge proofs, but the government regulators demand the financial institutions to keep all the records of each customer, and that is very difficult to get into. However, other industries like in education or less regulated industries like cigarettes and tobacco selling, it's actually happening. So we actually work with one alcohol seller in Japan. So their problem is that they need to check whether the customer is at least 20 years old. But in the past, they had to receive all the information, their name, their gender, where they live, everything.
It
right?
feels ludicrous.
Exactly. We just want to know whether you are at least 20 years old, right? But now they are able to actually do that with self-sovereign identity. And so they can prove, customers can prove that they're at least 20 years old. Therefore, they can purchase alcohol and without revealing their name, gender, or any of their face ID. So, and the other side is that the vendors, the companies that sell alcohol, they actually can reduce their information security costs. So in the past, they had to actually invest a lot of money into information security because they are holding very sensitive information, and if it gets leaked, then someone can pretend to be you and create a credit card, and so it's a very dangerous territory. However, with our solution, they don't have any sensitive information, so there's nothing to protect, so they can reduce their information security costs. So that's been revolutionary for some of the
That's got to be
customers.
a very big deal for investors like you, watching back office costs drop without having any risk to, I guess, upside revenue.
100%. And I think a big part of this is the Reg D accredited investors, institutional investors that want to come in. You want to make sure they're verified, right? So having these type of DIDs, like one that we invested in, Holland, now Human Tech, they do exactly this, where you verify this is the person. And for financial instruments, what would be interesting is make sure someone's an accredited investor to be able to participate in whatever investments it might be via this technology, and to verify and secure that that's the actual person. So I think that whole landscape is just, again, making a very complex situation dumbed down, simplified, and lowering the barrier of entry, but making it much easier because it's much more clear to understand what identities would be for who.
I'm eager to learn more about kind of this incubator program, this education system you put together with Draper University, where I believe you helped kind of incubate some Cardano-based projects. Can you tell the audience a little bit about that?
No, I'm super excited about that. So Draper University did an amazing accelerator program, and us at Draper Dragon, one of our other partners here, James, he's been within the Cardano ecosystem for a very long time, and so have I. So we've been wanting to look into this ecosystem, and seeing Draper University do something like this, we're like, perfect, let's jump into it. So I joined them for about a month. I stayed with them. Absolutely amazing cohort. These guys were stellar at doing so many great things, partnering with each other. Great, it felt like a family there, which was awesome. And not many other ecosystems you could see that, so the community was really there. And we were very excited to back them because one of our thesis for the fund is, the Bitcoin DeFi, UTXO environments. And now that we can focus within Cardano, I think we can really do something great within both landscapes.
What are you seeing to that end? I mean, you're seeing a lot of deal flow. My guess is as much as ever, certainly, or since 2021, maybe. What are the trends you're seeing as an investor? Like, what are you seeing a lot of proposals heading your way? What are the trends?
I think the biggest thing is, we always say DeFi, TradFi, DeFi, TradFi. Now it's just finance. So a lot of this bridging from Web 2 to Web 3 that we're seeing is being simplified and being looked, and that's going to the public markets. So really, it's institutional, quote-unquote DeFi, institutional finance, using blockchain technology to simplify and make whatever operations in Web 2 could be improved. That's where Web 3 comes in. So I think the clear thing is just making everything simplified, but in the back end, it's very technical and complex, but it does the job right.
The purpose of this panel is investing with a purpose. And of course, you have an obligation, you as a VC, to your LPs to deliver the highest possible absolute returns. But at the same time, I'm sure all of you, you're all human beings. and you think about kind of the state of the world and where you want it to go. Have you made any investments, you or your fund, that you feel really proud of, that you think are going to have a positive, beneficial impact?
I think one of my favorite ones that we did was EtherFi. EtherFi is a restaking platform as it started, and now it's into the financial world, having a cash card, having liquid restaking, all this different complex DeFi activities, but simplified for a Web2 user. So they have a cash card, which is great. I use it all the time to get some coffee. I get some cash back. They restake the cash back. I earn yield without even knowing it. And a lot of my buddies in Web2, started using this because they're saying, oh, I'm using a debit or credit card with, say, 1.5%, 2%, but now they could just quickly onboard on there and start spending it. So that's one example of this type of thing.
You see that having an impact for apps for everyday people are going to be able to earn real yields that could multiply their fortunes, make paying rent a little bit easier in a high inflation universe.
Exactly, and what it's doing is increasing the total addressable market of the entire ecosystem. Retail guys, everyday users are coming in and using these type of platforms, and they're contributing to this addressable market that's growing, and that's exactly what we need.
I like that. So one way we can measure impact is by how, I guess, it makes crypto tolerable for normies, for everyday people. Because we all know here, we're a bit in the bubble, how powerful this technology is and how transformative it could be. But, I mean, I'm sure this is something you're thinking about all the time. How do you make this mainstream?
Yeah, very good question. I think, but first, shout out to Draper Youth. So both Socius and Sundial team have been part of the program. Thank you so much for your support. It's been a great experience. So how do we make our industry mainstream? I think there are several steps, but first is UX, so user experience. I think there are many things that we are so used to, but for normies, probably it's the first time they see it, and then they drop. It's just too complicated. Like for example, mnemonics or seed phrase management. In the real world, actually, no one actually writes down 24 words on a piece of paper to keep your wallet safe, right? So what we did with our Socius wallet, we have a decentralized ID wallet, and we actually shifted from this single point of failure in seed phrase management to two-factor authentication in file, backup file protected with a password. So everyone knows how to save a file in a Google Drive or and also manage your passwords, right? And because it's two-factor authentication, if hackers get into your computer and steals your backup file, without your password, they cannot do anything with it. And vice versa, if they have their password but no backup file, they cannot restore the wallet. So it makes it actually safer and also easy to use for our users. And our users are mostly normies, and we are trying to onboard people to our industry through our solutions, and we make it look like it's a Web2 solution, but in the background, we're using Web3 technology so that people even notice that we're actually using Cardano.
Michael, as a founder, I'm sure you're thinking all the time about how to onboard kind of different parts of the supply and demand side. You're building right now kind of a protocol where developers should be jumping on board, and then maybe some of those developers have consumer-level applications. Yes, we talked a little bit about DeFi, but a Bitcoin layer 2 could conceivably host lots of types of applications. To what extent are you trying to foster that kind of retail adoption with Sundial?
Yeah, that's a good point. So at Sundial, we already from day one have a pretty rich ecosystem with over 50 partnerships, a lot of them coming from the Cardano ecosystem, actually. And so what's really important is for onboarding new users is we focus on not only on DeFi users and things like that, but also consumer retail users. And so what Sarah was saying was making it really streamlined so that you don't even know you're using Web3 is, I would say, like the first thing you need to do, but also making sure that the value add is very clear of why your business, when they're choosing to build on Sundial, is known from day one when you're integrating with us. And so what kind of capital flow are you bringing? It doesn't have to always be a token. It can be financial capital, social capital, creator economies, things like that that want to integrate seamlessly with other tokens in the ecosystem. So as long as there is value being exchanged between different platforms, that's a good use case for Web3. And so that's what we're really trying to encourage everyone building on Sundial. So Ascent Rivals is a gaming one that we're trying to go to market with, and that should be
gaming is a fascinating pathway, right? Gaming is a much bigger industry than the movie industry, of course. We know this. But I've got to say this, there have been some hiccups so far, right? I'm sure did your fund ever invest in a gaming company, Web3?
Yeah, no, we've definitely done some gaming investments, and I've gamed before in the early days, and I love that ecosystem. I think it fits right there, but I think just the adoption is not entirely there. I think it needs to have that bridge of Web 2 aspects. In the back end could be Web 3, but there can be friction for any regular gamer to come on and play, and I think the friction is pretty there for a lot of these gaming ecosystems, but I think it's getting solved so slowly, so it's looking good.
Yeah, maybe it's that UI issue, right, for some of these gamers, because God knows there's tons of them. They are very willing to spend on digital native assets, aren't they? And they're very happy spending many hours in front of a screen, which we in crypto do anyway. So they seem like there's a Venn diagram overlap.
Yeah, and esports, competitive gaming, that's a prime use case for blockchain, is making sure the gamers get paid properly, and the play to earn models and stuff like that can really be integrated well.
We've got about a minute left. Michael, let's start with you. What's your prediction for kind of what was most exciting, your prediction for the rest of 2025, if you had to make one? Doesn't have to be about price, but what do you think is going to pop out and stand out more by the end of 25 than it does today?
I just have to go with Bitcoin DeFi.
More Bitcoin DeFi,
More
okay.
Bitcoin DeFi.
I believe it. Sarah?
Widespread adoption of decentralized IDs.
More DID. That quickly. The fact that you're saying it's that mature is remarkable. This has been a dream for 10 plus years, but I hope to see that. And Samiz, what do you think?
Skyrocketing addressable market, and every institutions we use every day, they're going to have a blockchain component to them, whether it's banking, whatever sector it is. We're going to see it mass adopted.
Mass adoption into the institutions. Well, I'm very bullish. Gentlemen, thank you so much for this. Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And we are going to be joined in just a moment by Dan Dene of Checkpoint, who has a special announcement. So Dan, come on out.
Thanks, David. Hello, everyone. I'm Dan from Checkpoint, and today I'm thrilled to announce a very exciting announcement. Today we're announcing the deployment of the first blockchain firewall on the Cardano mainnet. So for those of you that don't know Checkpoint, Checkpoint is one of the largest cybersecurity companies in the world. We protect most Fortune 500 companies and the largest financial institutions worldwide. And today we're announcing that we're making the same type of security live on Cardano. Stop it, continue. Thank you. So what does it mean? What it means is that our firewall is now inspecting every single transaction going through the Cardano blockchain, and we find malicious transactions in real time. In the near future, we're also planning to introduce prevention capabilities. This is exactly what financial institutions require in order to interact with public blockchains such as Cardano. And this is, in fact, making Cardano the most secure public blockchains out there. I'd like to thank our friends, Sundial, who's also going to be secured by Checkpoint, Project Catalyst onboarded us, IO, the foundation, Imargo, and the community who actually voted for this project about a year ago. And I'd like also to invite any stakeholder, any developer on Cardano to onboard on the system and get live monitoring for your assets. It's already live, and we'll be happy to provide it to any stakeholder on Cardano. And yeah, that's basically it. To sum up, Cardano is now secured by Checkpoint, the global cybersecurity powerhouse. It's first of its kind. There's no other security like that on any other public blockchain. We're super excited about this partnership and opportunity, and we believe this is exactly what's required to onboard financial institutions on Cardano and making it, exponential growth. Thank you, guys.
All right, hello, hello. Hi, Rare Evo. Are you still awake? Yes, front row's awake, the back's awake. I want to know, has anyone here tokenized an asset before? Yeah, raise your hand if you've tokenized something. Sounds like we have a lot of work to do, and we're going to bring a couple people out here to help us understand this market a little bit more. So let's get a nice, big round of applause for our two panelists today. Wilena and Gene, come on up.
Hi, everybody.
Okay. All right, well, we're going to have a great session here today. Why don't I ask my panelists to just introduce themselves briefly, just try to keep it short and sweet, and then we'll get into the questions, right?
Perfect. I love it. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you to Wes and to Rand for yet another Rare Evo, third annual. It's been incredible, and I love to see the growth year over year. So glad to be here. I am Wilena Banner. I am an investor and a board director for Promuto Capital. I've been in financial services for over 20 years, investment banking, corporate banking, venture capital, and most recently the last 4 years in technology at Microsoft. One of those roles was running Web3 blockchain for the product group. So again, really exciting space and exciting time, and that's why we're all here. So great to be here. Gene.
And I'm Gene Hoffman. I'm the CEO of Chia Network and the co-CEO of Promuto Capital. Chia is Bram Cohen's new Layer 1 blockchain. It is the most decentralized smart contract blockchain ever. And Promuto is our most interesting new attempt at bringing equities on-chain for real.
Great. Well, I promised we'd jump right in. So before you came up on stage, I asked the audience if they've tokenized anything. And I don't think I saw one hand come up. So the first question, I want to know have we had tokenized assets before? Is this a new concept? Because I know it's new to a lot of people, especially here as well, even in a blockchain conference. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a really fair question, right? So when you think about tokenizing assets, in fact, that's been around for some time. So it could be in real estate, it could be commodities, art, intellectual capital, so that part isn't new. I would say, though, that predominantly those types of things are just in a less complex, more loosely regulated space. So what's exciting about now is we're really able to tackle the more complex assets like equities and derivatives of equities and that type of thing. So the sky's really been the limit. And I remember last year in particular, we were talking about what was going to be the buzzword of this time next year. And predominantly, of course, it was regulation, right? So it's upon us.
Yeah, and I'd just like to jump in and say, I think tokenization is one of those words that's very loaded up and means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Equities today, Microsoft stock is in some ways tokenized in a database at the DTCC. So, it turns out equities are actually in many ways one of the most easy and relevant items to tokenize because it's very close to how that world already works. But also, a lot of what you hear around tokenization is taking some sort of synthetic equity, not necessarily the equity issued by the issuer, and it's not necessarily the equity. It's often like a claim on the equity or a claim in debt on the equity, and so it's very different than like owning a piece of stock.
So, you both covered a lot there. Equities, commodities, real estate, there's a lot of things that we can tokenize. How are y'all addressing this very complex landscape? Because aren't these very different fields with different regulations?
Well, you have to start with security. The Chia blockchain is a total redesign of, from first principles, how would you improve on proof of work, and how would you add smart contracting to that? And so proof of space and time is the first new Nakamoto consensus ever. And Chia-Lisp, a difficult programming language, but it turns out that smart contract programming languages are the most adversarial environment known to programming. And on top of that, we've built a user experience which allows true peer-to-peer trading with what is a whole different paradigm of self-custody. And so you're actually able to hold a national market equity in a wallet that is controlled by your phone. If you lose your phone, you have 24 words not to spend the money, but to start a, say, 12-hour delayed recovery process to put a new phone in. So all of a sudden now it's very hard to steal, very hard to lose, and using offers, which are basically direct atomic swaps that are kind of composable, you can actually propose, hey, I want to buy a Microsoft dividend certificate for 45 USDC. So it is going in and really following the rules, both by having a technology that knows how to do that, and then in Permuto's case, we're actually filing S1s to decompose Microsoft, Apple, and Broadcom stock into something neat and new.
Wow. Anything to add to that?
No, well covered. Well covered, Gene.
Yeah, definitely well done. So I've been watching the news the last few weeks, and I heard a lot about what's happening in Capitol Hill. We have Clarity Act, the Genius Act, stablecoin regulations, clearly defining who's overseeing what. How are y'all is this changing the way that you're approaching your problem of tokenizing assets? Is there any change that is now kind of more relevant because of the regulatory updates that we've had even just recently?
I would say it's mostly certainty. We took a look at the world and felt very much that the traditional regulatory system can work. Now, I think a lot of people have to be pretty sophisticated to understand how to do that. And so, for example, Genius is very valuable because it makes it that much clearer that paying somebody dividends in a stablecoin is completely legitimate. It wasn't that you couldn't, in fact, because again, the great thing about registering equities is as long as you disclose what you're doing, you can kind of do what you want to do as long as it's legal. And so we were able to take this paradigm and take a slightly better technology stack and go forward. Now, I will say the thing that's really changed is we had to move quickly. I think there's a lot of folks who want to do things here. There's a lot of noise around kind of layer 2 synthetic tokenized equities. I have some doubts that just tokenizing equity actually matters because you can go to Robinhood and trade for free and it kind of works from the end user's perspective. So I think it's going to have to be these offerings of tokenization that are creating new products and new opportunities that users haven't had before. But I love the environment where you've got an SEC commissioner going, hey, if the IRS doesn't help you, call me, I'll yell at them. This is the current environment we're in.
I totally agree. I think from our standpoint, we really do actually believe that the current landscape today is already, has the foundation for, compliant blockchain technology, right? I think the key, though, is really ensuring that the application of these respective regulations are appropriate, because you also cannot govern something that you don't understand. So to Gene's point, it's actually quite refreshing that you have folks at the SEC and some of these other agencies who absolutely are on board and absolutely do understand what we're trying to do. There's been quite a bit of good, healthy back and forth discussion around how things will actually work, but it's key that the discussions are more about how things will actually work versus what is it, right? Because that would be a very different conversation.
So one part of the finance world we've seen a lot about are ETFs, right? We've seen a whole growth of crypto-related ETFs in the space. And I'm curious, what is Permuto's role in this? Are we focused on tokenizing all securities or something else?
We're doing something more interesting than that. We're taking the largest dividend-paying stocks, about 86 of them, and we're actually separating the dividend from all the rest and trading those two things separately. Today, nobody buys Microsoft stock for the dividend. It dividends about 0.6%, 0.6%. But when we take them apart, you're going to be able to buy a Microsoft dividend for about $45, and it'll earn you about 5.5% interest. And in some ways, that's better than treasuries. If you think about what Microsoft means, and if the dollar went wrong, you're still paying your Azure bill. And so we're going to roll through these 86 securities, and we're able to do this because managing all of the underlying corporate actions and letting people vote and paying the dividends is tremendously cheaper on the blockchain. And I'll give you just one example of that. We have to give people K-1s, tax documents, at the end of the year. we're going to have to pay $400,000 per trust, so per company, to have like Price Waterhouse wander around brokerage firms asking if somebody's trading it and getting your social security number. On the blockchain, we prompt you on the web and maybe even send you something to your wallet, and when you log in, we use your wallet or vault to just figure out exactly what you owned and what you needed, and we generate your K1 right then and there. And so it just gives you a sense of how much easier it is to do. And so, this is one of those products where it was worth it to Wall Street to do this product. Matt Levine in his column said, of course there's going to be a less than a stock ETF, and that's what he called us. But that ability to create a whole new asset class of these massive dividend cash flows that you couldn't get at in the past would have worked, period. But doing it on blockchain means that we can drive the cost of managing it and therefore your returns considerably higher. We're starting with a 50% discount of fees on chain compared to being on DTC. And what's really neat is you could buy it in your Robinhood account, come to us and move it over to the blockchain. Or vice versa, if you decide you don't want to use your wallet, you could go back to Schwab.
Excellent example, especially on the K1s, but consider all the things that we talk about all the time around the effectiveness of why blockchain technology can be so important in certain situations. These are, of course, real-world assets in terms of stocks and equities, and as Gene mentioned, separating the asset certificate from the dividend certificate. But what's key here is, it's like what's so attractive about, Permuto Capital coming together with Chia in particular. So you've got this new asset class on the Permuto side, and then you have Chia, and it's like, okay, well, the security there and the privacy there, and of course the speed, making all of that happen. I remember in particular, Trent Martinson, who's our other co-CEO of Permuto, so shout out to Trent. When he first asked me if I had an interest to be on the board, my very first question was actually, well, why Chia network? With all the networks out there, why is Chia the right one? And so, getting to the root of the why, the security, the privacy, the speed, the synergies together was huge. So, time will tell, but it's imminent. It's eminently happening.
So, I'm still excited about the K1. I haven't even moved on. If I could get my K1 in the first half of the year, CPA would be happy. My wife would be happy.
K1 on like January 1st.
It's like the main reason why so many we have to push, the extension, right? To get the extension because you're waiting on your K1s. What a nightmare. Yes.
And then you still have to pay in advance too.
That part.
File your extension and
that
pay.
part right there. Yes.
Yeah. So we're clearly excited. I definitely want to see some of these innovations come to light. But I think you mentioned a little bit about the relationship between Chia and Permuto, and I'd love to maybe just dig into it a little bit more. Gene, you had mentioned when you did your introduction that you actually have roles in both organizations. So, I don't know, maybe you can tell me a little bit more about how that synergy could benefit, and if you have any thoughts as well.
Yeah, so the quick answer, but then I want to do the backstory, which I think is more interesting, is that Permuto Capital is a joint venture between Chia Networks and a group called 3V Capital, but they're a bunch of folks who escaped from Credit Suisse First Boston. And this is relevant because I tease people never bank where I bank. My investment bank, because we were actually going to take Chia public and still plan to, was Credit Suisse First Boston. My personal bank was First Republic, and my business bank was Silicon Valley Bank. So we didn't do an ICO. We kept all of the coins that we pre-farmed in our company, and we had originally engaged with the SEC before and thought about doing a Reg A+. We had a bulge bracket investment banker say, no, don't do that. Come back when you're ready. And so in 2023 early, we filed an S1, and I think everyone thought Gary Gensler was going to jump out of the screen and laugh at me. And we got 70 comments back, which is low for a tech company, much less a cryptocurrency tech company. And that was working with Credit Suisse. Then Credit Suisse blew up very famously a few weeks later. We worked that through, and we got down to 11 comments of only like 2 were actual questions. The rest were kind of the end of the process, if you've ever done a S1 or a public process before. But this meant that Trent had watched the SEC agree with us that, for example, offer files aren't an exchange, that we wouldn't be a transfer agent, that there were these innovations that I had come up with to be able to do things like pass across from blockchain and back to DTC. And so when he had been fighting this idea that these large cap equities were mispriced, he basically came to me and said, let's do this on the Chia blockchain. And originally it was only the Chia blockchain. When we dug into it, though, we realized that it wouldn't be that hard to cross-list it to the New York Stock Exchange American. And so that's what we're going to do, and we expect that to go live for the first one in the summer.
Wow. Very cool. Can I give a round of applause? Y'all are working hard.
Long nights.
And
a lot
mornings.
of rounds of questions. A lot of rounds of questions.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys have taken on a lot, and I guess to kind of change tracks, we're talking about a lot of great stuff that your teams are doing, but what are the challenges that you're facing? If we just kind of flip the script, what's challenging, and what is a interesting problem that you're solving today?
So I think I can tell this story. We were on the phone with the SEC and the New York Stock Exchange, and the SEC were trying to tell both of us that this is how DTC worked, and we were like, we wished it worked that way. We thought it worked that way. It doesn't. And they're like, no, it does. And then the New York Stock Exchange lawyers are like, no, it works the way they're saying it works. So a lot of our challenges are really very deeply buried in the bad rails that are from the 70s. There's a bunch of stuff we would love to do that you just kind of can't do. And in fact, it really kind of hints that there's going to be a lot of financial products that only launch on blockchains because you don't have these. And these aren't regulatory. These are just bad old infrastructure. It's running COBOL underneath and they can't make a change to the system. Beyond that, it's just doing something completely novel. Nobody's done any of the stuff we're currently talking about doing before. There was a product in the 80s called Scores and Primes that kind of did this, but they lost their tax ruling, and so it died in the 1990s. So there's a little bit of rails for us to follow, but it's paving new ground.
I totally agree. I mean, frankly, we really see the adoption of Permuto really rivaling ETFs in a good way. I mean, this should actually change the face of investing probably forever, which is great because you have, to Gene's point, so many of the building blocks already there, but it's not fit for purpose, really, for what we're doing, right? And so many of the in-depth conversations in the back and forth in a healthy way that we're having is just on these nuanced cases, right? Okay, well, how would this work? And what if that? And so that's where a lot of the time, I think, is being spent. You'd agree?
Yeah, and I was just going to add, I will expect you to see these in ETFs that you can buy from the ETF purveyors you know well. We have to get to about 2025, which we hope to by the end of the year, before they really have the diversity of the different companies that they can build them with. But you will be able to buy these on-chain and on your brokerage firm as soon as we list them again in the next couple months.
Get excited.
Sorry, did you say that we can do this with brokerages today?
As soon as we list, you'll be able to buy it in your brokerage account today. You can leave it there. If you own a dividend certificate, it costs you 14 basis points, and if you move it to blockchain, it only costs you 7 basis points.
It's really one of those things too, and as you're hearing this for the first time, there's certain terms, and you're like, okay, I think I kind of intuitively follow it, but I know when I first heard about it, my first question was, what do you mean this doesn't already exist today? Like, it was like, well, duh, why wouldn't we want to split out being able to have an asset certificate wherein you can just have the appreciation upside of a particular stock, and then the dividend component if you're more focused on the cash side. I know, as an example, my mother, who's more focused on the dividend side of things in general, would love this type of thing. And so it was a very kind of intuitive, well, duh, of course we should be doing this type of conversation. Why doesn't it already exist kind of thing?
And I don't want the asset certificates to get no love. When you take that $45 out of Microsoft stock, you can now buy a share of Microsoft as an asset certificate for $45 less, which means it will go up faster or go down faster than the underlying stock. So if you're young and you believe in Microsoft and Apple and Broadcom and others, you should get rid of the dividend component of those stocks, use that cash to buy more of the asset component, and grow faster. And then as you get to middle age, you start buying back the dividend amount that you think you want from Apple. And by the time you retire, you've sold all of your ACs. You now have a package of DCs paying you ready cash flow today.
Sorry, was that AC/DC the band, or?
I'm just not wearing the shorts.
Well done, you.
That's Trent.
No, I mean, it's funny because I still have conversations to this day with family members about, their CDs renewing. And my mind is always blown when I think, you still have that? and they're excited to let it renew. So I think you guys are giving me a lot of like some conversations that I can take back home. So speaking of users, right? Thinking of everyone out there, what are some things that your customers are saying? Like you've been out in the market, you've been talking to people. I'm curious for like real customer feedback. And I get that some of the glazing that things are going well, but can we be specific? What are customers really saying about Permuto and Chia?
So I think the best way to explain it is two things. One is when we're actually pitching the current customer base, we don't talk about the blockchain. They bring it up. Like, we never mention it, because if you think about it from just a classic Wall Street perspective, just the ACs and DCs is enough of innovation to care about. But they quickly jump to, okay, wait, I can earn more, all of these operational things are even better for them. It's really fascinating that. I think I did a little census, and we've talked to 40 different, everything from asset managers who run the ETFs by name brand, to RIAs who have high net worth and ultra high net worth investors. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves it for different reasons. It's also funny because often you love one side or the other. You'll talk to somebody and they're like, I really love the AC, but who the heck would buy a DC? And the other guy's like, I really love the DC. Who's going to buy the AC? And I'm like, you two should talk. But so all of the usual suspects, all of the classic hedge funds, quant funds, they're all going to trade it. There are also some really interesting things, like if one of these companies gets bought, the DC goes to zero, but it becomes this really interesting hedge option on whether the deal closes or not. There's just all of these really fascinating use cases. And the case that I love that really gets people to understand this is Pepsi. So 5 years ago, if you're looking at Pepsi, it traded at about a 23 PE. And I don't know how many people you were investors, but that's a pretty darn high PE for something that's not software. And you'd look at that and go, I don't know if I believe that from a valuation perspective, but they've been raising their dividend consistently. They grow a little better than GDP, and people want their Taco Bell and their Pepsi. So if you bought Pepsi stock and dividend reinvested, you would have made about 20%. If you bought the DC only and dividend reinvested, you would have made about 96% when the S&P 500 returned only 69% in the same period. And if you were really extreme about it, you'd short the AC and you made 119% over the entire period. So all of a sudden you're taking a stock that shouldn't trade and making S&P 500 exceeding returns. It's a really powerful change to how people invest.
Spot on. I think I would also just add, in terms of the customer feedback, to be frank, it's really going to be about the education, right? So there's so many questions around the how, and even in great examples like Gene just walked through, sometimes it's just going to be, okay, let's just sit down and walk through kind of how the math's going to work. The institutional customers, if you will, tend to get it straight away, but when it comes to us as kind of retail investors and how we wrap our mind around something on the one hand that seems very intuitive, that maybe should have always existed, and then it actually existing and figuring out, okay, well, how do I actually make sure that with my brokerage firm I can get it, and how do I know when to sell or not, these types of things. That level of education I think is going to be hugely important as well. So it's of course part and parcel with the success, but once you get it, I think you get really, really excited. Or maybe that's just us. But yes, we can talk about it later too.
Awesome. So we're getting close to the end here, and I'm curious if the audience has retained what we've told them here. Can anyone tell me what AC stands for? Asset certificate. All right. Now, what about DC? Dividend certificate.
Yes.
If you two find me after, I got a present for you. Thank you for participating. But yeah, I learned a lot just in this conversation, so thank you, Elena and Gene, for joining us here. And thank you to the Rare Evo audience and everyone here. Thank you for coming and making this great.
Appreciate it. Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody.
everybody.
We'll leave you in good hands, and yeah, we'll be out back if you have any additional questions. Thank you.
We should probably clarify this.
You guys can say whatever you want. All right, hi everyone. My name is Debbie Soon. I am an author of the book called Digital Mavericks. I also lead marketing at Privy that does wallet infrastructure, and we've got a couple of great customers here, hopefully more soon. But today, it's not about me. Today, we're actually here to talk about something really exciting. We're here to talk about intellectual property, media and ownership, I guess, in this Web3 world. So maybe we'll kick things off with a round of introductions so people get to know you fine gentlemen and what it is you guys are working on.
Yeah, I'm Oliver. I lead business development and partnerships over at OpenSea, the largest kind of NFT marketplace out there. And now we just recently started doing kind of the token trading aspects on our platform as well.
I'm Finn. I'm the head of marketing for Abstract, Layer 2 blockchain. We're kind of synonymous with Pudgy Penguins, so we have sort of Pudgy Penguin NFTs on one side, and then our own consumer-focused Layer 2 on the other side.
My name's Franklin Fitch. I'm head of partnerships at Parallel. We're one of the oldest Web3 games out there, all-time leader in volume on the Ethereum blockchain, and have been around trying to innovate and keep things interesting for quite a while, so looking forward to the conversation.
Hi, I'm Joshua Stone. I'm the CEO of Stuff.io. We tokenize digital media, so books, movies, and music, so that it exists completely on blockchain. We do that fungible and non-fungible, and work with a bunch of labels and publishers, and actually did your book yesterday release, yeah.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you so much for having me. I love being there. So I think the best part about this conversation is really that I think in the past when we talked about IP, it always used to be kind of around like the legal side of things, right? Like who owns the IP? And I think now we live in a world, especially I feel like the Pudgy Penguins community is something that's so strong. It's culturally just everywhere. I think both in and out of Web3. So maybe we'll start with you in that. How do you feel like blockchain technology has kind of affected or shifted your views of what that means for IP?
Yeah, so I worked a lot before Web3. I made vinyl toys. So I worked with a lot of artists, a lot of graffiti artists, street artists, famous artists, celebrities, and making their own IP and kind of like bringing it out to a new medium. And so it was kind of interesting when the intersection of crypto was kind of made for us, was that the company I worked for, we sort of realized, well, hey, we're putting all of this stuff out into the physical world. People are putting on their shelves, but there's a need and desire for it to exist digitally. We had people ask, how do you put this into a game? How do I put this into TV shows, movies, et cetera? Like they wanted a digital medium. And so it's been very interesting now to go onto the Pudgy side, where Pudgy kind of did the opposite, because they took this digital IP and made it physical and put it out to the world. We have our little like clip-on penguins that we've been giving out that everyone has and all this stuff. And so yeah, it's really fascinating because it's just I think people in a modern day want to prove the physical and digital version of the assets they own. They want to have some kind of symbiotic relationship between the two, and it's really like blockchains unlock the ability for people to do that and have new ways to like hook into the things they love and to, at the end of the day, sort of flex and show the assets they have.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think the convergence of the physical and the digital, I think, Josh, maybe will come to you because you're helping a lot of creators across not just books, authors, books is one of them, but obviously a lot of different mediums in which that you're looking to tokenize some of these creations. So maybe talk us through a little bit about, what, why you started Stuff.io, what kind of drove the inspiration with this convergence of, putting IP on the blockchain?
Yeah, for sure. So we all exist in this kind of Web 2 digital licensing world, right? So this is why, if I buy a video game and I'm done playing it, I can't resell it or give it to a friend. I can't do that with a movie that I buy on Prime, or we don't really buy music anymore. And so digital licensing is kind of this construct that was developed to stop piracy, and that is, constitutes what a lot of us consume on the internet. It's IP protected content from publishers or labels, like all the creators. And I think the exciting thing about what we really kind of uncovered was like, how do we take, what was happening in the NFT boom, but utilize the technology to unlock and make it possible for creators that are concerned about digital rights management and like digital licensing in general, and allow them to sell their product directly to their customers, right? So like, I think it fulfills a lot of what we wanted a creator economy to be. So like using the technology stack from like an infrastructure perspective and abstracting it away so that it's approachable for non-crypto people that just want to, they want to listen to audiobooks, they want to watch movies, they don't actually own any of that. They have no autonomy over that.
Yeah, no, that's and I guess you come from the perspective of working with like kind of a lot of different individual creators, and I think Franklin, coming to you, you guys are building this incredibly immersive kind of on-chain wall and bringing gaming on-chain. What does that look like? I guess gaming IP and what Web3 does. I guess what kinds of possibilities that Web3 unlocks for that.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot there, and like originally it started with a simple premise, and that premise was, if you play a physical trading card game, you collect physical cards. If you play a digital trading card game, theoretically you would be able to collect digital cards, have the similar properties of resale, market value, peer-to-peer transaction that you would have if you were playing Magic the Gathering. And so Parallel started with a simple premise, and that premise evolved into something more complex. But basically it was, hey, what if we give you the ability to own, transact, and peer-to-peer swap your digital trading cards, right? And then what if we use those trading cards as keys to unlock other experiences on-chain or other media-based experiences? And then that kind of continued to expand, and we said, well, what if we built a universe and these cards represent artifacts that are effectively composable across different experiences, game experiences, media experiences. So, if you're watching a Parallel clip that's a trailer or one of our other pieces of immersive media, you're going to see something that's represented in a card, and that's the card that you own on chain. And also, that card that you own on chain might unlock an experience for you. And then, we're building a variety of other games. We're building Sanctuary, which is kind of a shooter type of game that may evolve kind of into more of a story game. But what if that same artifact in that card was actually something you could claim in the shooter game, right? And the on-chain nature of it opens up that potential. And then we have another game called Colony, which is an AI game. And so what if you were able to extract items out that are the same types of items that you see in the digital trading card game? So again, I think it just opens up a lot of composability, interoperability between different games within the franchise, and then also the ability to just fundamentally own your game assets, which I think is the core premise behind all of it.
Yeah, I think the interoperability is always the part about blockchain infrastructure that I find the most fascinating, and sometimes the one that's also hardest to communicate in some ways. Oliver, OpenSea's been here right from the very beginning. Has ridden the waves, like no pun intended, of the NFT cycles, and then obviously now you guys are expanding into token trading as well. So maybe share a little bit of your perspective, maybe through more of like a historical lens from then till now. Like I guess how you feel the definition of ownership, or how important digital asset ownership is, and I guess how that has evolved over time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the marketplace started as a place where you would, buy and sell these digital NFTs that were coming out very quickly. You could barely tell whether something was like the legitimate thing or not. We've since implemented things like verification and other pieces where people now know what they're buying and what they're selling, how much it may have historically been worth. We have a ton of different charts and things that you can look at. Historical volume, just for reference, like Pudgy and Parallel on our site are some of the top collections within OpenSea. And then, I think it was relatively fragmented. You talked about like this multi-chain experience and how you can have interoperability in games and stuff like that. And we're talking to Finn with, the L2 side of it and all these different chains that are coming up across the board. It's really hard for a user to understand what all of this means in one centralized kind of place. And we hope that like OpenSea is that place that you can go to. And so originally, it was kind of fragmented. You had like ETH, and then you had other different chains outside of that. Polygon, I think, was one of the first ones we integrated. And you have these chains, you have to bridge these funds, then you have to send these funds, then you have to have another wallet, and then you have to... So that experience was quite fragmented early on. And what's developed is we have platforms and other protocols and systems in place, things like Relay, which allow you to cross-chain swap and bridge, things like Privy, which make your wallet experience 10 times easier. And now OpenSea, if I go to OpenSea, I want to buy a token, I want to buy an NFT, I don't have to think about what I have currently in my crypto wallet. I can just spend whatever's in there depending on what it is. And we on the back end will cross-chain bridge swap that into the native token that it is to be able to have you own those items. And so I think that's like step by step where we've come from and now where we are. And to the IP piece, just a little bit more, the goal of OpenSea is to help people understand what this IP is. And so we have overview pages now, almost like sub-sites, where people can go to and it's like, what's a pudgy penguin? Well, if you go to OpenSea, there's an about page and it tells you all the different things. It hyperlinks out to Pudgy's website. You can buy their physical items directly from OpenSea, surfacing to their website. Same with Parallel. What the heck am I doing here? Like, what am I looking at? Well, we can kind of detail that out and explain it. And so we act as kind of this medium, this kind of curator of content across all of these different crypto platforms, I guess you could call it, and bring everybody kind of together in that manner.
Yeah, I think even hearing you talk about bridging between like ETH and Polygon, man, it feels like we've actually made quite a lot of progress in the past couple of years, actually, that we maybe don't give ourselves enough credit for. I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk a little bit about co-creation, I think, in Web3, and then I feel like we've got to come to the Pudgy community, and we also got to talk about what you guys are doing on Abstract, and really getting people to build games on Abstract. But I guess like it's always been so fascinating where you would create a physical item that's the owner of the NFT that you're licensing the IP from. But I guess what is Abstract's or Pudgy's kind of view on co-creating with your fan base or your community?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a funky angle because you want to empower people to always have the ability to build off of something they love and enjoy, but at the same time, there's an angle of like, well, you don't want anyone to do anything, right? Because ultimately, like, there are things that devalue a higher level brand. So something that I think we've run into a lot over the years in crypto is this idea of like, well, I should own everything about my asset and I can do whatever I want. And that works up until a point, right? I think there have always been periods of time where you've seen types of products that come out where you see it and you're like, I feel like that devalues the NFT. It's that weird, mental thing where you're like, well, that's a cheap product that has an NFT on it. That doesn't feel premium enough, right? That doesn't feel productive enough. So with Pudgy on that side, like, it was set up to do Overpass, which is a licensing platform where essentially, companies and products can request the use of IP. They can field submissions from all of the holders of the NFTs and then pick and choose. And they can say, okay, this product seems really awesome for this specific Pudgy to be on. And it's been a really successful product. It's how Vibes, which is a trading card game, has been able to license, I think, a couple hundred Pudgy Penguin NFTs now to be on all their trading cards. And the entire IP is kind of built out there. And then I think like on the blockchain side with Abstract, like, we're kind of still in the early days, right? We've been around now. We launched in January. We're coming up on about 1 million monthly users. We see, right now to date, we have, I think, about 125 apps deployed, about somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 NFT projects. And all these teams are kind of looking to us for that playbook, right? They come to Abstract because they see what we did with Pudgy, how Pudgy scaled and grew, and they're like, okay, I want to kind of follow that lead. And a lot of it is teaching them the benefit of like, okay, you can just do things, but should you do them, right? You can give your IP out to everyone, but should you? How do you kind of have that conversation? How do you figure out what is the successful product line to attach yourself to? What is an unsuccessful product line? How do you get yourselves in retailers? Like all these questions where like Pudgy has kind of gone through and done these things. And so, our team is kind of coming at it from the angle of like, we're here to help teach now this next wave of meme coin IP, NFT IP, gaming IP, and just general Web3 product to like also be able to potentially follow in the footsteps of Pudgy and be that kind of next success story.
That's awesome. Frankly, you talk about obviously all of the games that are part of the Parallels, like a Parallels ecosystem. And we all know it's kind of notoriously difficult to kind of build like a sticky kind of gaming experience and something that keeps people coming back. How do you guys take in any kind of feedback from the community? Is this like, how does it, I guess, what informs your decision on what kind of gaming IP or worlds to build out?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, the thing about gaming communities is they're going to give you feedback whether you want it or not. So you need to sort of prepare yourself for that. It's an interesting intersection of audiences where you've got sort of crypto people and the gaming people, and they're both very outspoken. So they will let you hear it. And it's difficult over the years to keep an open ear, but you have to do it, right? You have to sort of always take that feedback in. I think one of the things that is a really exciting future potential opportunity for Parallel and for just sort of Web3 gaming IPs in general is to say, okay, how do we open up to more UGC, right? If you look at franchises like Skyrim, how have they remained relevant for like, 15 years now? It's because people can mod the game. What do I want, right? If I can create what I want and see it realized, well, guess what? I'm going to play it. And so at the end of the day, you can spend time having a dialogue with your community, and you can translate what you believe they're saying into what you believe the product should be, or you could just open it up to them creating it themselves. And then you save yourselves time and resources on the development side. And so you're also able to, with Web3, open up some sort of novel incentive mechanisms while doing that, where you could say, hey, you're committing some code, and that's recognized by a smart contract that's outputting some tokens, and there's no need for intermediaries and payments and all this type of verification of what's been created, right? It's just sort of a lot more streamlined. So I think that's a really exciting potential opportunity, one that we're looking into. The rumors are that GTA 6 is going to be very heavily based in UGC. So I think it's a big future trend, and one that Web3 gaming is particularly well suited to embrace. So from our perspective, that's kind of without getting into too much detail, one of the things that we're looking at pretty closely. So.
Yeah, I'm excited for GTA 6. Well, we'll see what comes up from that. Let's talk a little bit about regulation and I guess regulatory clarity. Josh, I think one thing that I found really fascinating as an author, and I went down the traditional publishing route. Wiley's my publisher, but at the same time, they're really open to working with you guys, and I know you work a lot with their authors to kind of bring their books on chain. So I guess talk us through a little bit how that works. Is regulation still, is that easy to navigate? Are there gray areas, or how have you been able to build, I guess, some of these relationships with these more traditional IP holders?
That's a good question. So we do a lot with Wiley publishers, and a lot of publishers working with music labels, working with film studios, and it's really new territory for all of them, right? They're all still very much caught in a legacy format that has not really changed in 25 years. So the entire concept of digital ownership is completely foreign to them. So it's all over the place. Some of them are, like Wiley, are more interested in experimenting and trying new things. And at the end of all of those things, it resolves in just tremendous amount of legal work, right? It's lawyers get involved, obviously, because it is actual, real, legitimate media. It's not just stuff that was fabricated by, some of these institutions are hundreds of years old, right? So they have a ton of legacy, legal teams around that. So coming in with a brand new format is very difficult for them to adapt to. But I think that it's making more sense, especially in the last year. I think obviously all the political change that's happened, what's happened just in our industry regulation-wise. You rewind a year ago, it was kind of a bad word to walk in and say blockchain or anything related to it. Now they're actively pursuing that again, which I think is exciting. So they're very interested in how can they use these new technologies to adapt to their business, not necessarily try to turn everybody on the planet into a degen, but what enterprise value exists in Web3 that can be applied to their business to add additional revenue, right? So with that mindset, a lot of them are very open to doing what takes legally to get there. And it's kind of different because we're architecting it while we're flying the plane, right? So it's every iteration of it, we learn oh, this is how we communicate to that industry or to that industry in a way that makes sense to them legally, so that they'll move into the space.
Well, I think OpenSea is no stranger to regulatory barriers. Sorry, I feel I keep coming for you unintentionally, but I think this administration, at least, we're getting a little bit more regulatory clarity. But I guess, how is OpenSea, I guess, again, kind of navigating these shifts, which I think are largely positive. But, do you have any kind of view about what still needs to happen, or what more needs to progress on the regulation front for, I guess, digital asset ownership?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could all agree that there still needs to be progression. That the work is never really done, I would say. I would say it's come a long way, even over the last year. The way that we implement things, the way we integrate things, the decision making, and the kind of flywheel or loop that we have with these decisions are much swifter than they used to be. And I would say, generally speaking, it was quite. It was difficult to navigate early on, and we, as a company, have kind of changed kind of our tune on how we operate because of the regulatory environment. But I would generally say, yeah, it's our team. While we've kind of downsized, I would say, over the years, we have much more boots on the ground And I would say from a legal perspective and a regulatory perspective, there's a lot of our team members that do go to DC, that do have these meetings, that have Congress members and people in positions of call it power to be able to make these moves and understand the landscape better, I think is the most important piece. Before, there wasn't an understanding. It was just, I'm going to do this because that's what we're going to do. I think now there's at least some listening and some other factors that are being considered before making that initiative or that move. And so we've been, I would say, beneficiaries of, at least over the last year, some of the changes in the regulatory environment. But again, still, there's still some clarity that's needed. I don't think anybody here would not admit to that. But I would say, generally speaking, it's gotten a lot better over the last year or so.
Yeah, I agree that take as well, and hopefully we continue to move in that positive direction. I guess as we're wrapping up here, I'm just going to go down the row and ask if you had kind of one big prediction over the next 12 months, and that you're personally really excited about. It can be anything related to a particular IP, could be about the regulatory environment, could be just about cultural shift, anything at all like related to this topic. Like, what would it be? We'll start with you and just go down.
Yeah, I think my most interesting, the most interesting thing that's happened over the last, call it 12 to 24 months, has been this realization of like RWAs, or real world assets. And the idea that, there's some companies out there doing this right now. Dilly on Abstract, there's Courtyard is probably the most famous one out there. They have these, physical items that they've translated to a digitally native experience. And I think it's really powerful. And if that audience from the physical side transcends and goes over to the digital side, and we've already started to see some of that, I think it could be very powerful to the rest of the ecosystem and some of the things that we've talked about today. So I would just say real world assets, and just like trading cards is one example of it, but I would even say go deeper and look at some of the stocks and some of the other pieces that are now being tokenized. That's really intriguing to me, and I don't know where it goes, but it's really exciting.
Finn, what's your prediction?
Well, thank you for mentioning the socks. I own a pair of those. They were $700. Yeah, I think it's one of the things that we're pioneering with Abstract, but it's smart contract wallets. I think the desire for these traditional EOAs and like full self-custody wallets, we just haven't found like a consumer need for them or desire or even interest. Once you kind of give someone MetaMask or Phantom or something, they struggle so much because it's just not the way you think about money or that you think about how you bank. Like, I always ask people the general question, which is like, compare how much cash you have to how much money you have in the bank, and then, preach to me about self-custody. You don't care about it as much as you say you do. Otherwise, we would all just carry cash and never use a bank account. And I think we start to have that bigger conversation where smart contract wallets and these other things, which create a much more hybrid custody model, are probably going to be a larger form of adoption than any existing kind of model that we've had for the last, 4 or 5 years.
Awesome. Franklin, your prediction.
Yeah, I think one thing that I haven't spoken about, one that I did was UGC. I think we're going to see a lot more UGC, and that's pretty straightforward. It just works in Web3, I think, more than we've realized. The other one is significant revision of play-to-earn models. I think they've been broken, just to put it bluntly, and that includes ours. I think we need to look at that pretty closely, and what is the new meta in the industry suggesting that people should do who are in Web3 gaming related to tokens that are earned from playing games. And I think we've seen some players in the industry start to talk about it, and I think we're going to see a lot more.
Well, we made it almost 30 minutes and didn't say AI, so I guess I'll say...
He didn't have an AI game, so...
It's like Sunday school and the answer's Jesus, right? And I just say AI. So I think I'd say a couple things from my perspective. Like, what I see happening in the industry is like, currently, like with artists are getting screwed, right? No, it's not like a big secret that if you're a musician, you can't really make money on your music. I think they'll continue to look at new solutions like this that allow them to monetize their social following. I think on the film side, the existing networks and infrastructures have like a complete ban on AI-generated content. That could be as simple as like, we used an AI to create like a crowd back noise for something, right? I think a lot of that's gonna shift tremendously, and I think just AI in general is gonna allow a lot of creators to, I think it's gonna grow so exponentially faster. We're gonna have, the prediction right now is we're at like 300 million creators. It's supposed to go to like 1.2 million or something. I can't remember the exact numbers. It's supposed to grow like 4x in the next like couple of years. And AI is going to enable that. And all of those creators are going to be looking for places to monetize their audiences, not just give it away to the existing structures and not make any money on it, right? So I think we're going to see that play, like those tools become easier and more accessible, and everybody's going to be creating. All of us are consuming. It's like we're all listening to music, we're all watching video. We can take these existing tools, combine those with AI, and we're going to have kids producing, you know, Star Wars level shows, right? Like content's going to be crazy, and they're all going to be looking for ways to monetize that. So I think it's going to be an exciting time, like the next couple of years.
Well, thank you so much for sharing all of your great insights. Very excited to see how this space continues to evolve, and thank you all for like helping to shape the future of it. So.
The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is tonight at Zook Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Millennium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zook, Millennium, and one unforgettable send-off. Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year, right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026.
Hello, everybody. We are here today to talk about the maturity arc of crypto with a bit of a focus on infrastructure and just everything crypto can do today and where it's gone and where it's going versus where it has been in the past. So briefly, to get started, we're just going to do a quick intro on our panel here, and then we'll jump into the discussion. So let's just start with each person. Go ahead, what's up?
Hi, everyone. My name is Betsabe Botaitis. I am the CFO for Hedera, and Hedera is an enterprise-grade open-source Layer 1 protocol, and which uses the Hashgraph consensus mechanism to make it fast, stable, and trusted. It's a trusted layer on the internet.
Hello, everyone. I'm Matthew. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Octave. We are the back office for asset manager, so we work with family office, hedge fund, high net worth individual to help them report and reconcile all their on-chain assets.
Hey y'all, my name is Joe Suzuki. I'm a senior account executive at Immunify. We just started off as a leading bug bounty platform in the Web3 space, but now we are the leading on-chain security platform, providing different layers of security to any chain, any protocol in the Web3 space.
And I'm overqualified. I work for Alchemix. We're a decentralized finance protocol, and we are a consumer of blockchains. We use Octave for our data. We use Immunify for our security. And so it's a good example of how all of these different companies are emerging to provide services and infrastructure to people who are building on blockchains and enabling a lot of new use cases and new things. So the first question we're going to dive into is when crypto first started out, it was very degenerate. People were just building things, launching them, and hoping they work, and people were losing money all over the place. That's not acceptable at the current maturity level of crypto. So we'll let, my question to all of you is, how has crypto maturity, how has crypto security matured in recent years versus when you maybe first entered the space?
Yeah, I could take that up. As Immunify, I've been there for 3 years and seen like a whole change on the security front. And security is now at the forefront of many protocols. People are realizing how much money you got to put into audits or other security layers that you need, and how expensive it could get, but you need to get high quality audits, high quality security layers. But things are getting better, right? The ecosystem, their quality of security is getting better, tools and automation's improving. The incentive for security researchers are growing as well too, but there's still improvement that's going to be needed. Previously, I've heard that people could go to a audit company, pay a certain amount, and get a rubber stamp that said they've been audited, but they never actually done a code review. I've also heard that some of our clients at Immunify will put bugs purposely into their code to see if an auditor is going to pick that up, and they missed it. Now, auditors, security companies can't get away with things like that anymore. And people are also realizing, especially with what Immunify did with the bug bounty side, is that audit isn't the end of your security journey anymore. You need to have a bug bounty program and other things like monitoring, firewall, after you get your audit done because of the layers of security that you need to add for your protocol. At Immunify, we've seen over 80% of our customers that's been through a formal audit, we actually been able to find a critical bug for them. And the difference between an audit and a bug bounty program is that audit's going to be done for your testnet contracts before things are live, before funds are going to be at risk. Bug bounty programs is a open invite for the security researcher community to take a look at your live code to find bugs that were missed through your previous security processes. And so right now, because of the things that's happening, we're also seeing the reduction of common exploits, but we're still seeing sophisticated ones happening in the space right now. And the other thing that we're seeing is more social engineering exploits that's happening right now. So projects would need to have to increase their operation security as well.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, if I can add on this, I think what's changed a lot over time is also the need for a better security. At the beginning, like the geography of people that were using crypto changed a lot. So the first people were getting in without looking at the audit, or they didn't care. They just wanted to participate in the system. Now we have sophisticated people that are fun, that want to deploy multiple million. They need to have a better confidence level of going into the system. So I think that's a big change with who's using the crypto right now.
And I think these are important changes because we are seeing crypto protocols securing multiple billions of dollars of money now versus before it might have been $100 million, $10 million. So security is far more important and far more impactful than it has been in the past. Related to that, on the other side of things is compliance. And I'm curious how you all have seen compliance mature in crypto and both the needs for compliance, how people are complying, what they're even complying with, whereas before we didn't know what we had to comply with. So how's everyone seeing compliance evolve?
Yeah, I can take this one. I think no one knew what was SOC 2 unless you were working in software development in traditional market. And for the last 6 years, it didn't exist. But the last 2-3 years, a lot of people need to have SOC 2 compliance. And there's a lot of requests that come from traditional market or traditional finance. And I think that's good because it shows maturity of the ecosystem. But then we need to evaluate, can we adapt these compliance for the new ecosystem? Because SOC 2 is easy to do, but some compliance are not really easy to do in the market. KYC and AML in blockchain technology, since it's permissionless, it's really hard to do. There's some people working on this. We've seen Coinbase launching a Uniswap v4 permission pool. So it's happening, but there's going to be a lot more energy to be put on the compliance for everyone to be ready and be able to have a good compliance level for all protocol.
Awesome. And at Hedera, I know you're an enterprise grade blockchain, so you have a unique perspective on this. So what's the difference at the enterprise level?
Yeah, compliance is, wearing my CFO hat is challenging, especially from the perspective. It really starts, who is your customer? We serve the enterprises, and who are you going to KYC or do an ML transaction? It's really very challenging. But what we are seeing with more clarity on regulations in the United States with the Genio Act and clarity, that even our counterparties, again, in the finance world, banks and money market fund and so on, they're asking for all the details about compliance. So the enterprise level, at Hedera particularly, we are trying to adhere to the enterprise compliance guidance. And really is the main question, again, is who's your customer?
I can say a fun fact about that recently that happened last week. A fund came to me and say, hey, this is my legal team. They have question about compliance and security. And then the legal person asked me, how long do you keep the transaction data in your database? And I was like, well, it's a blockchain. It's always there. So there's a lot of also education that need to be done by people that request these compliance. Legal people, if they're not exposed to crypto and blockchain, they don't even know how it works and why they need that compliance.
The education journey never ends, constantly.
Yeah, and I can speak on that too as someone building an application in the space. Just in that compliance in the past was something there were no rules, so we didn't know what we had to comply with. And so we were just, you build a protocol, you throw it on the blockchain, and then you're just doing everything associated with that. In recent years, we've actually had rules emerge that give us a framework to follow. And so now we have, it's been a good thing because now we know what rules we do have to follow and we know what we do need to comply with. So we're no longer guessing at what's okay and not okay when we're creating these financial tools in the space. And that's given everyone a lot more freedom to decide what they're going to build, make sure what they're building is okay, is legal, and is helpful for people. Does anyone else have anything to add on maturity? Okay, cool. So jumping into the next topic, which is maybe a bit of a hot topic, but a lot of us have entered crypto at different times, and at different times you might have a different vision on what crypto is based on when you enter it. If you entered when it was just Bitcoin, then your vision is probably Bitcoin-based. If you entered more recently, you might have joined any number of ecosystems. So my question to all of you is, how do you think crypto has matured in a way that has compromised on the original vision?
I would like to start. I cannot say necessarily it has compromised. I think that it has evolved and expanded the original vision. At the enterprise level, it's very exciting to see finally moving from POC to adoption and see some very exciting activities and projects on the back end, like really how crypto, Web3 is fueling the back end. And one of the things that I like to say a lot is how is crypto becoming embedded Web3, how really this technology is helping fuel other businesses and business models. But really, when I think from the finance perspective, what I'm concerned about the deviation from the vision, and again, it's the evolving vision. It's not how far it's going, but the deviation is from originally, of course, the Bitcoin paper, Ethereum paper, focusing on have crypto as a protection for macroeconomic events. And what we see day in day as institutional investors come into getting bigger portion of the pie on all the crypto coins, we see that it's more correlated. So really, and one thing is the finance part of it and the returns part of it and how you are protecting against macroeconomic events. But the other thing is how is the technology itself fueling amazing business models. So it's really, for me, it's always having to separate technology versus finance.
Yeah, I think personally it's a question for more than 25 minutes, for sure. Yeah, no, you're sure, but like the entire question about like what changed in the beginning, or did we change from the OG? Like you said, it depends when you started. If you started with Bitcoin, or if you started in Ethereum, or like later on, like it's really different. I think decentralization, and we all agree that it's super important, but there's different level of decentralization, and we spoke about it a bit earlier. You can run a Bitcoin node, or you can run an Ethereum node, but I don't think you can run a Idera node if you're not an enterprise in the system. It doesn't make it not decentralized, it make it distributed, it's a different system, but it's fill a gap or a need for an enterprise blockchain. So the people that are going to be on this blockchain are conscient, or like they understand this situation, the fact that it's a selected number of nodes, but it's still decentralized through that people. Where at Ethereum, for example, a lot of people work to make sure, or even Cardano, we've seen a lot of people talking about the number of validators. So like there's a lot of pushing on having a lot of validator to make sure that there's no collusion, there's no 51% attack and stuff like that. And we've seen it, like we've seen 51% attack on some chain. And so it really, like, I think it evolved, it get more mature, like we say, and it really like kind of target different customer for each blockchain. But Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano are probably decentralized by basically because they have validator and you can run it at your place. You can run an Ethereum node at home, which makes sure that anyone can do it. So, and it's a challenge, block size and all this. We've seen Bitcoin fighting for block size. We've seen Ethereum fighting for block size, and it's a big problem. If the bigger the blockchain is, and that's why Idera is a pretty big blockchain, is an enterprise blockchain, is that the bigger the blockchain, the block is, the harder it is to run a node. Therefore, you're blocking the decentralization of it. So it's a tough topic. It's a topic that can slide for a long time.
Yeah, and I would like to add something, but because we have only 12 minutes left, but it is a very interesting and a very good debate topic in terms of decentralization, but sharing some of our experiences is that when startups or enterprises, especially actually, let me go back to startups that are building new projects on Web3, and they are really focused on security and trust because they are doing new DeFi or fintech, and they have to protect the funds of their retail customer. They always want to know who is your verifier, who is the node. So it's one of the things that at Hedera we have focused a lot, and that's why we have a very distributed way of decentralizing in a way with enterprises who are our verifiers. But it's because it's bringing trust of who in the other end is verifying those. And again, it's a huge topic for debate.
They want to know who they are working with. That's why, yeah.
What brings trust to them.
Even though TradFi is here in crypto now, I still think crypto is a place where degens and rebels are still able to use that. But from a underdeveloped country, I used to serve in the Peace Corps for 2 years, and I lived in a town where I did not have access to banking. And even at that time, I was already invested in Bitcoin. And even, I don't think we're still really seeing the use case of crypto in the Western world. But when you go to countries where you have to take a bus for hours to get to the bank, to withdraw cash, to pay for your rent, pay for your food, you really see the use of crypto in those spaces. And so that vision is still there. And if we're able to implement DeFi in these underdeveloped countries, I think that's a huge use case for this space too, which keeps it with the original vision of what crypto is supposed to be, is giving banking access or access to cash to people that are handcuffed by the restriction of banking.
I think I'll say one thing, don't trust verify. And you can verify if you can run a node, so.
No, yeah, don't trust verify. Know your counterparty whenever you're doing anything on crypto. Who's taking the opposite side of the trade? Why are they doing that? But yeah, I think you all touched on some great points where crypto, a lot of use cases have emerged, and ultimately you still can opt into a blockchain and use the blockchain and use only truly decentralized systems. However, there is also a lot of benefit in things like stablecoins, and things like stablecoins are never going to exist without some sort of tie-in to the real world. And so we're seeing that those use cases are emerging, and ultimately, even in those use cases, it's still creating a more transparent and a more decentralized financial system, but we are seeing various ranges of the spectrum between being very dependent on the current system versus there are still ways to use crypto that are completely independent from the existing financial system, and you can opt into which one you choose. So that question was about how we've compromised on the vision, but are there any specific ways, maybe a bit more optimistic of a question, what places in crypto are you seeing that the vision is still alive? And maybe start by defining what you think the most important aspect of the crypto vision is, and why you still maybe feel like that is still possible.
I would like to expand on your comment about stable coins and also your comment about emerging markets. I mean, really, it's from experience. Like when I'm originally born and raised in Mexico, and when I send money to Mexico, and it was very annoying in the past. Now on a weekend, it would be like Sunday, like, oh my God, I forgot I have to make a transaction. And I do a transaction, and it settles in a few seconds. And I always jump in and go run into my husband, and I'm like, I love crypto. I love it because it just makes everything a lot easier. So for me, it's very optimistic that I really hope this is now. Actually, this is the year that we're going to see that expansion and the benefits all around emerging markets, and it's very, very exciting. The other use case that I am very optimistic is with regards to data and everything about healthcare. There's absolutely a lot to be disrupted there, and there are some amazing projects coming up, and I think that we all want to take our data. And when I joined crypto since 2016, I remember saying, you own your data, you take it wherever you go. And for a while, I was like, when is that vision? And I frankly can say the conversations are coming back to the fundamentals about that, and that's very exciting for me.
Well, I think for me, it's we're still open source. It may sound crazy, but for me to make sense to grow and make sure that it's always available, yes, you need to be decentralized, but you also need to make sure that it's open source. And Joe can confirm with me, but if you're not open source, we cannot look at your contract, we cannot say if it's safe or not. So I think the fact that we are still building open source contract for a lot of blockchain is really great. Not every blockchain do it because they have their reason, but I think it's really good that we still see a lot of open source development and a lot of composability in the crypto ecosystem. A lot of people will build on top of other great project that was built by other teams. So that's where the innovation and the collaboration can be good with open source.
Yeah, for me, I got into crypto because of when I was in my college days. I watched The Big Short, found out about the 2008 housing crash and what it did to the market. And at that time, when I invested in Bitcoin in 2014 for the first time, I was working at the bank and I quit. And then today, I have mixed feeling about TradFi getting in, but it's something that's a necessity. The success of crypto means that banking is going to get into it one way or another. So I have mixed feelings about it because today I'm still thinking, it's like, when's BlackRock going to buy Bitcoin so my bag's going to get pumped? But then at the same time, like, do I really want BlackRock to buy Bitcoin? So
yeah, as long as we don't become wrap TradFi, that we can stay crypto and blockchain, and it's not just like the same thing as TradFi, we're good. So.
That's a good point.
Awesome. Well, yeah, the theme of this talk has been the maturity of crypto, and that there are a lot of things that, I mean, there have been criticisms since crypto started of, oh, it can't do this. Well, now it can. Like when Bitcoin started, like, oh, well, you can't do anything with it. Then Ethereum launches, and it's like, well, now you can build apps, but there are no apps. Now there are apps, and then people are like, well, no one's really using them. Now people are using the apps. Now some of these apps have billions and billions of dollars of TVL. It's all growing. Now these apps have a legal way to get used. Now we have infrastructure emerging around these apps to help with security, to bring them to enterprise-grade solutions, to help classify what all of these transactions are for people who need this data. And so my question to you all next is, what next innovation are you excited about in crypto right now? What's got you interested and energized right now?
Yeah, I'll go on this one. I think, and we've seen a little bit of people working on this, but there's a lot of friction still. it's not easy for anyone to develop or just to like use cryptocurrency. So I think the next innovation for me is to try to remove this friction. We've been talking about account abstraction, removing a little bit of the friction of the wallet, so having better wallet and stuff like that. So I think I'm really looking forward where I can go to my mom and say, hey mom, this is crypto, use it, and she doesn't even realize it's crypto. Right now, they still need to have a wallet, they still need to understand all the in and out of cryptocurrency. It's a lot of friction, just on-ramping and off-ramping on the bank is friction. So there's still a lot of friction, and that's why when my friend come and say, oh, am I too late? I always say, no, you're too early. Like it's still really early. So I think the next innovation for me is removing this friction for the mass to be able to use crypto without even knowing it. When you use your Apple Pay, you don't know you use all the HTTP and all the internet system that you use. You don't care about that. You just pay and you're happy. That's what needs to be built, and I think that's what I'm looking for.
At Hedera, a lot of the work that we are seeing is in RWAs and real-world assets, tokenization of real-world assets. And one of the things that, for me, talking about decentralization, have been very exciting to see are projects like Red Swan, that it tokenizes the ownership of real estate, and really think about how people can actually start buying real estate by just buying fractions of it is very exciting through decentralization, through ownership. Also, what I have seen from the Hedera network, another of apps from companies that build on Hedera, Pan Social, that is doing a lot of the support in Latin America and enables these transactions across borders to really, really quickly expedite. And for example, in cases that there is high inflation like Argentina, like finally Argentina could US dollar in a form of tokenization. Like stable coins is going to bring so much power to the countries in the decentralization world. But I'm primarily most excited about the things we haven't seen yet. The things that we still hear of just developing behind the mind, brilliant ideas, but not yet materialized. Those are the things that I'm excited. The same way that we saw Airbnb and Uber come out because of the map after the internet got a lot better. The same way there will be business models that we don't even imagine, and that is really going to impact our lives. Those are the most exciting for me.
Two things I'm excited for in this security perspective is implementation of AI and also security vendors working together. And the AI perspective, it will be very exciting to see people using AI with security researchers, for example, audits. So having a parallel review with an AI and then having an actual individual doing reviews of these code. And there's probably different ideas that other people are thinking, so being able to see that. Recently, a lot of security vendors are starting to work together. As an example, for Compound, recently they opened up a proposal for security vendors to apply for the next audit for the next year. And you saw multiple audit companies work together with a monitoring company to put a proposal together to win that deal. With Immunify, we're doing something very similar with our unified security platform called Magnus, where we're bringing the best of the best security vendors for a protocol to access all layers of security on there. So formal verification, audits, we're going to have an audit marketplace, audit competition, bug bounties on there, be able to set up monitoring tools from there, firewall, and many other things in between. And so I think we're going to see a lot more collaboration between vendors to be able to provide more, I guess, further to help harden the code better with multiple vendors all in one place.
Awesome. So yeah, to close it out, just this panel right here is just proof of how much infrastructure and maturity has emerged around the blockchain. If you need security, there's all sorts of solutions at every single level of the stack. If you're building in crypto, building in DeFi, if you need data of just what transactions are happening in DeFi, that is much more easy to access now through Octave. If you have problems that need solving at the enterprise level, where the more like the Ethereums of the world are not sufficient for what you need to comply with, there's Hedera now. And so whatever you are working on in crypto, there are so many more ways to get support, and like you don't have to solve all the problems yourself anymore, because a lot of these problems are being solved, allowing you to focus on the problem that you choose. So a call to action for everyone is to think of what your original vision of crypto is, why you got into crypto in the first place. Recognize that whatever you're building in crypto, whatever you're doing in crypto, try to always keep that vision in mind. Don't sacrifice that. But look all around you, and there's always going to be someone to help. This community is great. Being at this conference is a great way to meet people, and everybody knows almost everybody in this space. So it's a great place to be solving problems together, and hopefully we can hit some of these big use cases that we're excited for. So thank you, everybody.
The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is tonight at Zook Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Illenium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zook, Illenium, and one unforgettable send-off. Cardano D-Reps. With the treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America. Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026.
all right. Hello, Rare Evo. You still with me? All right. We have another rockstar panel here. I'm excited. This is also my last panel, so it should be the best. I want everyone awake, ready to go. My name is Alonzo, or Epoch Pool, and I provide infrastructure on various blockchains. And I'm joined by a legendary group here that I'm going to ask to introduce themselves. But for y'all's knowledge, we're going to be talking about the convergence of DPIN and RWA. There's a lot that is being done to bring the physical realm into Web3, right? And we're talking about a lot of different vectors like agriculture, telecom, industrial operations. And we have leaders from Beeshive, Palm Economy, Nivolo Digital, and IGON. So this is going to be a great panel, and I want to jump straight into it. So why don't you kick us off with an introduction?
Hey, everybody. My name is CB with the Beeshive project. And what we do is we leverage blockchain technology by the way of digital assets to monetize beehives around the world. So our mission is to increase the bee population around the world because that's good. And we have NFTs. We sell them, and we take the funds from that. We have currently an apiary in Bulgaria with 64 hives, and our bees are making honey yearly. Our holders stake the NFT, they earn our token, they exchange it once a year at our harvest event for either Cardano, the best cryptocurrency of all, or actual honey from the bees on the hive. Couldn't be a sweeter choice, honey or cryptocurrency.
Nice. You gotta follow that witty intro.
Hi, everyone. My name is Navjeet. I'm the founder and CEO of IGON. What we do is distributed storage and compute, kind of like an Airbnb for storage and compute, if you will. We can connect idle resources with users that need them. Currently, we have about across almost 700 nodes across 52 countries. And we're working with enterprise leaders like Worth Group out of Germany. We also have a Fortune 50 that's working with us on a pilot. And how you can contribute is just become a node operator and provide your idle capacity, storage or compute, and earn IAG as a return. And you also earn 90% of the revenue that's coming into the network as well.
Nice. Dan?
Is this thing on? Okay. Hi, my name is Daniel Friedman. I like pina coladas and get. Sorry,
That's
wrong script. That you got it. You got it. Well, I am Daniel Friedman. That was correct. That was on point. I am the founder and CEO of Zengate Global, the company behind the Palmyra platform and the Palm Economy ecosystem. And essentially, the idea behind the Palmyra platform and everything that we do is market access for MSMEs. From my work at IOG, which I worked at for a little over 7 years before I started my own company, I worked with a lot of developing economies. And the unifying problem that most of these developing economies always had was a lot of them are agricultural and soft commodity based, or commodity based in general. And most of them have problems with market access. There's gatekeeping, there's lack of digitization, there's lack of indexing, and all these things, lack of traceability. And so all of these things I felt that can be fixed. And so that's what the Palmyra platform essentially offers, this access through traceability, through on-chain credentials, through RWA tokenization, in various different ways. For example, one of the things that we do with one of our packages called Palmyra Pro is we utilize that for farm to warehouse and farm to consumer traceability, which is essential for commodities that have to be what's called EUDR compliant. So that's the European Deforestation Regulation. And so this is just one of the things they have to be compliant with EUDR or else they can't sell to Europe. They utilize Palmyra Pro to comply and to be able to track and trace. So again, it's all about access. It's all about opening markets for commodity producers from developing economies.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. That was a great speech. My name is Raul, founder, CEO of Nuvola Digital. And essentially, there's two aspects to our business. One, we're in the deep-in infrastructure side of things. We help other protocols and networks scale rapidly through global node infrastructure. We're currently positioned in about 11 countries with about almost 1,000 nodes under our management that we're helping cloud storage providers, telecom providers, internet providers scale their network rapidly. On the other side, we're a deep-in aggregation service through our blockchain Vola network, which is set to come out in Q4. Essentially, look at it like the Amazon storefront of deep-in services, where if someone is looking to get involved in something like cloud compute or telecoms, they would simply come to Vola, and through our interface, they can get access to all of the deep-ins in all of the industry. Right now, there's a huge fragmentation issue, where if you don't know these protocols, you just don't know. You don't know they exist, you could be missing out on great resources and services. So through us, it's a central hub where you can essentially get access to everything deep-in across all industries combined.
Great. Well, we're going to jump right in and talk about RWAs. So Dan, you talked a little bit about tokenized commodities. I've heard you, on many occasions. But I'm curious, how is what you're doing with those tokenized commodities challenging the assumptions of traditional financial markets?
Well, again, it's all about access. I know I keep saying that, but really it's accessibility from all sides. So you have lack of access from the commodity producer side to a wider world market, and you also have lack of access from the wider market to various commodities that can be treated just like more traditional commodities that are traded like gold, like silver. But for example, you don't see things like tea on your commodities index because of various different issues. Like for example, varieties. So you have various different varieties of teas, and so it's difficult to, if you use the legacy ways, to be able to index these things, because for you to be able to have a commodities market, you need to be able to index these commodities and unify them. And so then there's other things, exposure, for example, to commoditized lithium. That's something else that doesn't have a unified index, but it is a very commoditizable element. And so what we do with the technology is that we basically create a way to index these things, right, to unify these things so that you can actually have more exposure to them, just like you would other commodities. I mean, aside from that, also it's about unlocking value all throughout the commodities value chain, from the actual commodity being harvested or mined, then processed, then delivered to whoever buys the commodity, and that is actually through traceability. Another big issue in the commodity sector is what they call ghost lots. And so this happens in traditional commodities as well. Like say, for example, iron ore. You will have a lot of iron ore that's being traded on a market that does not have any actual confirmation or traceability assigned to it. And in some cases, it turns out to be that lot of ore does not actually exist. So even though it was supposedly custodied somewhere, when you actually go to confirm custody, that lot of ore does not exist. And so this is why traceability is so important, because if you assign traceability to this, on-chain traceability, you actually eliminate a lot of these issues. So again, it's not exactly a challenge to traditional markets, but more of a of raising the efficiency of how these markets work, because you give them the tooling to not have snafus like this, which are pretty common. So like I said, those are just some of the ways that you can unlock these values, and you can scale these markets, and you can evolve these markets to where they're more efficient, they're more robust, and they give more access on both ends. Like I said, from the producer to the market, and from the investor to the market of what the producer has to offer.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. I definitely like the efficiency angle. So my next question, to keep it moving, to Raul with Nuvola Digital. What's been the hardest part of getting the industry players, the institutions, actually, comfortable with tokenizing real infrastructure?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. It comes down to two elements. I would say one is trust and one is control. And they're both tied to each other, actually. So for the trust, you have to understand these companies came to be after decades of hard work and labor to the height of their industries, right? So the first thing that when someone comes along with a new model and says, hey, I can take what you have built, restructure it, retokenize it, and give more people access, they're like, whoa, 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 like, why would I do that, right? Which leads into the next portion, which is control. They want to maintain control of the markets. And tokenization naturally gives more people control or ownership of something. It fractionalizes the ownership, which is a very abrasive conversation to have with a lot of these larger enterprises. But there is a trade-off, right? With tokenization, you can scale much more rapidly. And these things can really expand at an accelerated pace where the money can circulate in an economy much faster versus staying within a few walls of a centralized entity. Once, and it's already starting to happen with some of the major players, they start to understand the monetization aspect, that if they give up a little bit of control, a little bit of power, and they just trust, the scalability can bring them back tenfold what they're essentially giving up front. So we start to frame our conversations from our side in that manner, where we say, hey, there's one universal language, it's money. We can all make money. You had made money. You can stand to make more money by giving more people access. And I think the conversation starts to flow more naturally from there.
Got it. Yeah, that resonates with me. I've definitely worked with a few clients that, are looking for, a solution with integrity, right? So let's continue down this track. For Igon and to Navjeet, how are you ensuring the integrity of your solution? You're providing decentralized storage, right? So there's some consensus process there, or how are you doing that?
Yeah, so what we do at Igon is connecting idle resources with users. And for big providers like centralized solutions, what you have is something, I like to use the analogy called data lake, right? Where when you're uploading your data today to Google or Microsoft, it's sent to a server, and there might be redundant copies in different servers, but let's look at the server itself as a data lake. So imagine a lake which has a fence around it, which is the encryption. And it's not that Google or AWS isn't safe, it's the implementation of it from other providers. So if a hacker were to, let's say, break the encryption or jump over the fence, he or she could swim in the lake and collect as much information as possible. And that's, in a very dumbed down fashion, how data leaks happen globally, right? And when we see these weekly, we've seen big companies, even social insurance records in the U.S., healthcare providers. It happens all the time. So what we do in a dumbed down fashion is, using the same analogy, is basically imagine multiple mini lakes, also having a fence around it, but the lakes are completely frozen. So we call this secure lake. So basically, if you jump over the fence or the encryption, there's no way to access the data, because the blockchain level is where the access level is basically the frozen part. So when you upload a file on Igon, for example, it's sharded, encrypted, and spread across to nodes, people that are providing their idle capacity. And the only person that can access that information or combine those frozen lakes and liquefy the lake is the person that uploaded the data. So you have full sovereign control of your data. And the consensus mechanism is, going to your answer now, is learning the behavior of the nodes, which are providing the idle capacity. So learning the behavior in terms of performance, availability, trust, their location for compliance reasons. All these factors we take into consideration to provide the node a reputation score. And based on the reputation score of the node, that's where the shards or the small pieces of data are allocated, because these nodes are very reputable. And now you're kind of trusting yourself to kind of keep your private keys using blockchain, keeping your private keys safe, right? Instead of trusting a central party which is holding your data and can do whatever they do with their data. And there's been proven records of centralized entities reading data. So this kind of trust, I think, is great with the use of blockchain and distributed sharding and whatnot. So the consensus mechanism, this is how we're trying to solve for integrity, security, and privacy.
Yeah, you talked a lot about trust in that, and I want to kind of build on that and use it as a segue to talk about real-world verifiability. So the next question is to CB. How do you ensure that what's happening on chain, like Beehive's activity, reflects the real physical condition, and how do you build trust with users in that case?
Well, ultimately, you build a great community. And the way you do that is through transparency. I hear a lot of terms up here. Trust, traceability. Ultimately, we would love to talk with Palm Economy about some of their solutions for knowing what is the honey made of, how does it get from where it is on the apiary to where you are. Let's trace that path. Let's trace that forage. But for us as a project, what we've done is we are probably the most transparent project in all of Web3, 344 videos on YouTube. For our 63 Hive apiary, just the first of many apiaries that we will take on, we have shown the public what we are doing as we go. And that's how we built a really strong community. That's the transparency that goes along with that. Ultimately, we want to put more of that on chain, and we're working towards that goal. But as we were establishing ourselves as a business, we thought we just need to be really transparent with our community and what we're doing. And we've become such a trusted project in the community that Charles Hoskinson himself welcomed us to his farm to put in 60,000 bees and 2 hives for him just 6 weeks ago in Colorado. And so I think we've established that, yep, let's get a clap for that. I think we've established that trust, and just being transparent and showing the people what you're doing as you're doing it is the way we're solving that problem right now.
Right. Community is obviously a critical part, and we have a great community here today, showing up from all over the world. So shout out to you guys.
Shout out to the community.
Moving. So we're going to jump to Daniel for this next question. You've been working in these flows of commodities, right? In tea and honey, other places. So how do you bridge this unpredictability that comes with these markets? Maybe there's a hurricane or a tornado or something's able to impact these crops, right? How do you bridge this unpredictability with this stable kind of digital layer that you've built with Palmyra?
Right. Well, so the digital layer is meant for transparency. So, and this is across the board. This is meant for it's meant for auditability and for transparency. You can't stop hurricanes. I mean, you can't stop tornadoes. You can't stop bad crop seasons. But what you can stop is adulteration and what happens after that. Say, for example, speaking about honey, honey is actually one of the most adulterated foodstuffs in the world. There was a study that I quote pretty often, but it's just kind of a mind-boggling that this is true. There was a study done about 10 years ago that said that almost 80% of all honey sold in the West is not real honey. It is actually corn syrup that's flavored with honey or only part honey. Now, I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, have tasted honey, and with this statistic, probably most of you thought you tasted honey, but you actually didn't taste honey. You tasted honey-flavored syrup. And so when you have things like bad seasons, right? You have hurricanes, you have things that impact the crop. You still have to, I mean, the producer still has to work with that, right? They don't have a choice. They can't just say, well, let me just reset time, or let me, wave my biblical staff and stop this hurricane from going. But what they can do is show that they sufficiently processed and they sufficiently, compensated for what has happened to the crop to give you the best possible crop of whatever commodity or outcome of whatever commodity that they are producing without So basically, you'll be able to see. You knew that there was a hurricane, right? So what happens to the crop? Well, I can see what happens to the crop. There's no magic, right? But you can see this, and you're going to separate yourself from the other producer that you can say, "Oh, everything's fine. Everything's fine. You know, it's pure honey," but it's not pure honey, because you can't have pure honey if you had a bad, you know, if there was some crazy, you know, season that really had an impact on the crops.
Right.
All you can do is make sure that you give the most transparency and the best product that you can without others having an effect on what you do by lying. And that is essentially what it's about, and that's how you stop it. You can't stop the disaster, but you can stop the fakeness. You can stop the adulteration. And you, in fact, it can't even stop the adulteration, but you can stop yourself from buying adulterated products, from engaging with adulterated commodities, because you know they're adulterated. And so that's how you keep it sustainable. The good players, the ones that are transparent, the ones that are looking to bring you a solid commodity, those are the ones that are given the tools to win. And the market is going to push out the ones that are not transparent, the ones that are opaque, because the end consumer is you, right? And the end consumer is not stupid. You know, you're all smart people, so you don't want to get screwed over by something that is not what it is. You want to pay for something and get what you pay for. And so in the end, you know, gentleman here, the gentleman over there doing, you know, working on their honey farms or honey
Apiaries.
Yeah, what is it? What is it?
Apiaries.
Like honey grinds? Is it the honeycombing? I don't know. Anyway, whatever the proper term is, they can have the upper hand just by doing what they do and not having to kind of compete against these other players that are just going to dump a ton of honey that is just not the real deal. So
speaking of doing what you do, I'm going to use that as a hot potato to you, Raul. You know, you're deploying DPIN at scale in enterprise environments, right? So what are some learnings that you have from that, or some key principles that you use to, you know, really be competitive in this, you know, DPIN in an enterprise environment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the term DPIN gets thrown out very loosely.
Right.
And people think anything with nodes and an idea is a DPIN, when in reality, it comes down to three elements. What industry are you in? How big is it? Can you scale within it, right? As a business at Nuvula, we have to make sure that we can be profitable in the long run too. So we study the industries, you know, what are the profit margins? Like, how much capital do you have to deploy to remain above water sustainable and be able to scale internally, you know, before you can also contribute more to the network you're contributing to? Secondly is, what's the idea? What's the concept? How is it different than what's already been out there in existence? How are you improving the industry, right? When Netflix came out, they took Blockbuster out of business overnight because they removed the portion that you have to get up off your couch, walk to the store, sift through shelves of DVDs and whatever, walk back home, which wastes about an hour of your time just to watch a film that you then have to bring back to the store 3 days later. If not, they charge you a fee and a late fee, and then you forget about it for 2 months. Next thing you know, you have a $500 bill, right? And that's exactly the thought process that Netflix was like, I'm just gonna keep people at home, they can rent from home, and the service is streamlined, right? So that's the innovation we look for. And lastly is, how competent is the team behind it? You know, are these people vetted? What is their experience in the industries? What previous industries have they been exposed to that gives us the trust to invest in them? Because at the end of the day, we run operations on an infrastructure level, but we're also an investor, right? We deploy capital into these networks. So those are essentially the three principles: the industry, the idea, and the team.
I love that. And I love that you also brought up this DPIN magic word that seems to cover everything. Right. So we're going to use that and turn it over to CB. You know, I'm curious, what does DPIN then mean in your context, right? We're talking about beehives and you know, local deployments of those hives across the world. What does DPIN mean for you and your business?
So the physical infrastructure that we're decentralizing is actual beehives. Like, we are taking a beehive and we're fractionalizing it. There are 3,650 digital assets that are attached to our apiary in Bulgaria. And if you accrue one of these assets and stake it on our platform, you're gonna earn our token and have a piece of whatever that hive produces, whatever that apiary, I should say, produces every single year. And so we are decentralizing hives. It's interesting. We had a guy at our booth earlier today who loves honey, is in love with honey, but is deathly afraid of bees. And so loves to watch from a distance, sometimes can't watch if there's too many bees on the screen. And what I told him is you can go ahead and just get our assets. We'll do all the work for you. We'll put the videos out if you want to watch us do the work. That's cool. If that's too much for you, don't do it. Every year, you can just get honey from the bees. They'll make it for you. You don't actually have to keep the bees. And so we're decentralizing that way, and we're all around the world. The bees are in Bulgaria. I live in Reno, Nevada. We have our team in the UK working on the financial side of things and the business side of things. And so I think this Web3 world that we live in, we're able to decentralize this physical infrastructure and get honey in your hand, even if you can't even be around the bees.
Love it. I definitely don't want to be around bees, so I'll leave that to you. But
buzz, buzz.
Buzz, buzz. I have one lightning question. I'm going to pass it to Navjeet. Is your system built for governments, institutions, or just grassroots communities? How do you think about that?
Well, we focused on grassroots marketing, and most of our organic growth has, we've been building since 2018, so we've been solely focusing on the product improvement. A lot of our solution is focused mostly on enterprise, on Web 2. That's why most of the enterprises has come to us in terms of organic adoption, like Worth Group, 2 Fortune 50s as well that have approached us in terms of working with us. So I think that the reason why enterprises are attracted to this kind of architecture is that they can take asset which might be a liability, like idle storage or idle compute, and turn it into revenue. So it's creating a different vertical for them. Also, they look at the compliance side where we can actually, our architecture is built in a compliant manner, meaning that it's one-click compliant with all regulations across the globe. And also, we have IP security. So this is one thing that a lot of blockchain projects, in my opinion, lack. We patented our idea in 2018, which gives us kind of like a kind of front run, I guess, everyone in terms of having the advantage there. But we're able to also at the same time build slowly and get to the product fit that we need to. And hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have a net zero in terms of a revenue positive, hopefully next year. Yeah.
One thing I'm definitely liking is that all of you are talking about compliance and how you're getting prepared for that. So I just want to congratulate you all on building good companies and putting the right foot forward. So let's give our panelists a quick round of applause. I now have the pleasure of announcing an announcement. So in a minute, Dan's going to have an announcement, and I don't know what it's about, so we'll hear about it together. So at this point, I'm going to ask all our panelists to head down the stage, and we're going to give Dan some time. So let's give one last round of applause.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to announce stuff, right? Well, it's not really an announcement, but more of a call to action. Let's see. Well, like for example, this gentleman right here will help. No. I'll do the work here. So I was talking a lot about working with producers and giving them market access and really kind of highlighting what they do. And this has always been the mission of Palmyra. It was all about market access. And like I said, this is really genuinely what I wanted to do after I left IOG, because that resonated with me the most. Because I got to meet these people. You get to meet them, and that's what we are. We're about boots on the ground. That's what we pride ourselves in. I mean, for example, Theo right here just went to Nigeria and to work with cocoa farmers, and we're actually going to be working with hundreds of thousands, quite a few, bringing them on Palmyra, utilizing Palmyra Pro for cocoa traceability. And that's a big deal because, like I said, it's EUDR compliance. That is what these people need to be able to import into Europe, because if you don't have that, you will be banned, with the big B, banned from selling to Europe. So again, market access, that's what it's all about. And so we started thinking about this. How can we give a little bit more exposure? You know, the community is always asking, how can I try this, right? How can I try these commodities without having to buy, 50 kilos of something or other? Because, some people like tea, but not that much. And so we came up with the idea for Palmyra Express. So that's with the X, but you can also say Palmyra.express. It's live now. We already completed one sale of Greek olive oil. And so the idea behind Palmyra Express is to take select producers out of our community of producers that are utilizing the Palmyra platform, that subscribe to all of these things. They're ready for sustainable farming, they're ready for the traceability part, they're ready for the transparency, they have the entire chain, and so that we can show what the end product looks like. And so we launched Palmyra Express. Now that's basically what I wanted to talk to you about. This is an opportunity for everyone here to be able to sample what it really is. You wanted to try it, you wanted to see what an RWA looks like. We have them at the booth over there. You can try this honey, you can try the tea, you can hold the olive oil, you can trace it with your phone, and you can utilize Palmyra Express to source these commodities. So what I wanted to ask from everybody, when you have the time, head over to our booth. It's right over there in that particular area over there. Register for Palmyra Express and try some RWAs. And like I said, these RWAs are what we're all about. They're from our producers. We work with these people hand in hand. We've been on the ground with these people. We know what they do, and this is why we take pride in bringing this to Palmyra Express and to you. And like I said, this is something that has everything that we're all about attached to it at your fingertips. So once again, thank you so much for your time. And please check us out over at the Palmyra, the Palm Economy booth. Thank you.
For the next 40 minutes, there will be a book signing at the Moneta stand, Cardano for the Masses, with Charles Hoskinson. For 40 minutes, there will be a book signing at the Moneta stand, Cardano for the Masses, with Charles Hoskinson.
Enjoying Rare Evo? Then lock in your spot for next year right now. Rare Evo 2026 is already in the works, and it's going to be even bigger. More chains, more builders, more connections. Tickets are live. Go to rareevo.io/2026 to grab your early access pricing before it's gone. Don't wait. Be first. Be part of what's next. We'll see you at Rare Evo 2026. The official Rare Evo 2025 closeout party is tonight at Zook Nightclub at Resorts World. Featuring Millennium live on stage. Doors open at 10:30 p.m. All Rare Evo attendees get in free with exclusive line access. Get there early to lock in your spot. And remember, proper attire is required. This is how we close out Rare Evo 2025. Zook, Millennium, and one unforgettable send-off. Cardano D-Reps. With the Treasury now open for governance, Rare Evo has 2 high-impact proposals that will amplify the Cardano community. Unveiling the first unified global events marketing strategy for Cardano and Cardano Summit 2025, including regional tech events. Event strategy is paramount to every Layer 1, and we're scaling that success with outreach that puts Cardano at the forefront. Support growth that's proven. Submit your yes vote now. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Introducing Rare Pack. Formalizing after Rare Evo, Rare Pack is intended to be a political action committee powered by the Rare Evo community. Rare Pack will exist to give blockchain builders and believers a voice, locally in your home state and all the way to Washington, D.C., fighting for fair, pro-innovation crypto policy. To learn more about Rare Pack, visit rarepack.io and sign up today to stay connected. Together, we're building a crypto-friendly America.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Ah, nice. All right.
Wow.
Welcome to this talk on Consumer Web3, Mainstream Gaming with Mythical. My name is Jay. I'm from The Coos, and I don't work for Mythical Games, actually, but I love Mythical Games.
Yeah.
And I'm here with Cameron Thacker.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing well, doing well. Yeah, it's exciting to be here and talk about, our vision of what mainstream Web3 gaming is.
We've actually heard a lot on the stage, people talking about bringing Web3 to consumers, right? Because we're a little, we have this we have crypto Twitter, right? It's like this big.
Yeah.
And then the total addressable market for Web3 is I don't know, the size of the screen or something,
yeah,
right?
I mean, gaming is like $3 billion a year or something.
Yeah, right.
Normal gaming.
Sure.
Right.
Gaming is a great way to reach consumers.
Yes.
Mythical Games, probably the most successful consumer project in the Web3 space that I know about, and I try to keep my eyes open. You guys have just launched a FIFA branded video game called FIFA Rivals.
Yeah, we have FIFA Rivals mobile game launched less than 2 months ago, already over 1 million players.
1 million downloads on the Apple Store, on Google Play Store.
Yeah, that's right. And everything is, like the assets that they own that are tradable are all NFTs. It's Web3 backed, right? But the players don't have to know that.
They have no idea.
That's the key, yeah.
Right.
Because it's gaming.
That's right. They're just having fun.
Exactly.
Okay, so I don't know. What's the launch been like? So 1 million downloads so far in less than 2 months.
Yeah.
How does it compare to your expectations? What's it like?
Yeah, I mean it's great. It's going really well. The big key event for that is going to be World Cup 2026
next year.
In
America.
Yeah, in America. So it's going to be huge globally, but also I think America's going to have more attention. It's I don't know, super exciting. And it gives us a little breathing room, right, where we can like tweak things, we can figure out what's working well, what's maybe needs a little work, add new features. Yeah, it's cool.
I'm pretty addicted to the game actually.
Yeah.
So a few years ago you released NFL Rivals.
Yeah.
So you did the NFL IP and all this stuff.
Yeah, we basically wanted to make all football games.
Yeah,
no matter what you call football, we have a game for you.
yeah, sure. Okay, so you already achieved that goal.
Yeah.
That NFL game I actually deleted from my phone because it was
Okay.
interfering with my life.
You hated it so much.
No, I loved it so much.
Oh, okay.
I did like multiple, it was like a big weekend. But this
Mhm.
one I can't take off my phone because I'm so locked in
Uh-huh.
to collecting players, collecting soccer balls, collecting boots,
Yeah.
and crushing people all around the world.
Yeah, I mean that's the goal, right? You want gaming to be like gaming has to be fun. People play games to have fun.
Yeah.
They don't play games to like replace their job. That just becomes another job.
Mhm.
I think a thought I've had about it is, it's like if your game, if the most fun thing about your game is cashing out, you don't have a game.
Right.
So you still need the users that play for entertainment value, and maybe they buy things because they see value in it, and it could be social value.
Yeah.
Could be utility in the game, like you want Messi because he's got awesome stats in the game and he's going to help your team.
Sure.
But maybe you want Messi because he's awesome and
Yeah.
you want to flex. You have Messi on your team or whatever. So there's a combination. You need like kind of all of these things put together, but it can't just be I'm buying this thing because I think it's going to be worth more in the future only.
Absolutely. No, I've played against other players. They have Messi.
Yeah, sorry.
He's kind of overpowered. He totally crushes when he gets, they just send him down the field and boom, it's him.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
He's good.
So I've been trying to play the game, like a consumer.
Uh-huh.
Because if I want, and any of these million players, if they want, they can take custody of the assets that they're
Yeah.
generating. They can take them off the app and go into a marketplace and do all
Yep.
kinds of stuff with it.
And they can also trade in the apps themselves. So FIFA doesn't have it live yet. It's coming
Yeah.
out very shortly.
Mhm.
But NFL Rivals has trading, like NFT trading in app, in game. And it's
Right.
done in a seamless way where users don't need to like understand what's going on behind the hood. They're just able to like trade things. And we have a feature called Quick Trades that even allows for certain transactions to be cashless. So you could be like, I have Patrick Mahomes, and I'm going to sell Patrick Mahomes, and I'm going to get these 3 other players that are worth less, and you can do that swap completely cashless as a user, but multiple parties may have taken part, right? So we have like 3 other people that sold an item to you, and you bought this one, and
Yeah.
it's all seamless. It's just like in a user interface that gamers understand.
What I think is cool about that is like, so I'm trying to kick everybody's ass, and I've laid down the credit card a few times, paid for some packs and whatnot.
Mhm.
So there, I'm putting capital into the ecosystem.
Yeah.
But I know that I'm playing people from countries who probably don't have the same access to credit cards and whatnot that I do.
Yep.
But they still have stacked teams.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So I think what's happening there is like this game is now kind of accessible globally.
Yeah.
And it's not a competition between who has more capital or anything like that. It's just
Correct,
the amount of
yeah.
time you want to put in the game.
There's kind of a path for at least the design, right? There's a path for every type of player. If you're just a whale, okay, there's obviously a path.
Yeah.
But if you're willing to put in time, watch ads, do other things where
Sure.
you don't have to spend money up front,
Yeah,
spending
yeah.
your time, there should be a path for that too, and there is.
One more game that we should mention that's coming out, I think, in a few weeks. TBD. I don't know. I don't want to mess anything up
August
here.
29th. It's on the app stores.
August
you can see
29th.
it. Yeah. If you go to the pre-reg, you can see the.
You've
thing.
crushed it with one of the biggest sports organizations in America, NFL.
Yep.
Then you've conquered FIFA, one of the biggest organizations worldwide. Can you get any bigger? Yes, you can. You're going to go Pudgy Penguins.
Yeah, I mean, at least bigger on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, we're making the next Pudgy game called Pudgy Party, and it's coming out August 29th. You can register for it on the app stores now, pre-download, whatever. And it's super fun. It's a blast. It's very casual, gamer-focused, kind of stumble guys like.
Yeah.
And it reaches, a totally different audience, right? I mean,
Totally.
not totally different, but generally pretty different outside of crypto.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting as well because it has such a crypto base.
It does. It has a crypto base, but I think Luca's talked about Pudgy. Their GIFs are used more than Disney's GIFs on
Yeah.
Giphy.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
something like over 1 billion GIFs have been sent. So people are using the brand and the IP without knowing that it has anything to do with crypto at all. I think that's kind of the special thing about it. And so, I would expect this game appeals not just to the crypto crowd, but like kids, teens, whatever. It has a wide appeal.
Are you involved in the IP acquisition, the negotiations? Are you privy to those sort of conversations?
I don't normally get too involved. I'm normally involved after they've been sort of decided, but
yeah.
It's been fun to at least see how these things progressed and the interest, right? They trust us just like FIFA. FIFA wouldn't have happened without NFL, right? Because they see what we've done with it. They've seen how we've taken care of the brand and how we've taken care of it in the space, right? It's not just like pump and dump. It's not some crazy NFT thing. There's actual gameplay. It's fun.
How do you approach organizations like that? Because obviously, crypto has a bit of a tarnished name.
Yeah, and gamers sometimes view crypto in a very negative light too, right? If you just think of Web3 gaming as overvalued NFTs or something, I could understand that. But that's what we try and show is through the game that it's not about that, at least from our perspective.
Sure.
It's about ownership of these items, and you can do whatever you want with them. And so generally how it goes is you show them something you've done. They're mostly, hopefully, impressed by it.
Yeah.
And they kind of, it starts from there, and you start the conversation of what could it look like with your brand or with your IP.
So where in the process do you pick it up? Oh, I didn't say because we had such an exciting intro, but you're the co-founder of Mythical Games.
Yeah, I am a co-founder of Mythical Games.
So where do you pick it up in the pipeline here?
For me, my focus is mostly on kind of some of the tokenomic pieces or the economic side.
Oh, yeah.
So it's less gameplay developing side. We have whole teams that just focus on that.
Sure.
And it's more of an integration to the platform as a whole. So, how does it work actually purchasing this item with, Apple Pay and it gets minted to your account, and what's the structure and technical stuff, that's where I live.
All the Web3 that you guys have kind of hidden. That's
Exactly.
all hidden because of the work that you've done.
Yeah, I think we have I can't remember the exact number. Over 100 patents related to gaming and blockchain gaming mostly, including some patents, basically the patent to blockchain gaming, which is kind of wild.
Okay, you don't want to get too technical, but do you have an example? Just help us wrap our heads around it.
Yeah, I think we have a playable game asset on chain.
Is a patent.
Yeah.
Wow, hell yeah.
Obviously not trying to enforce it or anything like that. I mean, it's complicated, but
yeah, I get it.
We've been thinking about this stuff for a while, right? Mythical's been around since 2018. Started PC, moved to mobile now, and just keep improving.
You mentioned paying with Apple Pay there.
Yeah.
Getting a game approved that has all this blockchain back end with the App Store.
Yeah.
And Google Play Store, probably maybe to a lesser extent. I'm not sure.
What's that?
It's maybe easier to get it on the Google Play Store.
Or
are they both a challenge?
They're both challenging in their own ways. Yeah.
Okay,
They
talk a
care
little
about
bit about
different
that.
things. I mean,
what is the
I
challenge?
don't know how deep I want to get into it, but I know it's definitely built on relationship and trust. Some of it. Early on, we helped. Like when Google was working on setting up some of their policies, like you could find an article. I think they said this, so it's public. But we like in conversations with them, like trying to push them to the right decisions. You know, like they were going to label things as like blockchain game or like have a separate like almost like a warning label, and we're like, please don't.
Oh yeah, no,
You know, like
no kidding.
we promise we won't let it get crazy because they're just afraid of customers getting ripped off or like money laundering, gambling, things like that. So, you know, they have very strict requirements. We have to meet those requirements. We have to prove to them why we meet those requirements, and then they're happy. So we basically, you know, architected a whole system that fits in with what they want essentially around customer. It has to be like, you know, it's very customer focused.
Yeah.
Make sure that when a user purchases something, they actually get that thing.
Yeah.
That's hard to do on blockchain if you're dealing with payment systems outside of the chain, stuff like that. So it's a complicated system.
Your other co-founder, John Linden, he's been in the game space for a long time.
Yeah, OG.
Yeah, I think
Call of Duty,
Mhm.
you know, a myriad of games at EA. Yeah.
What do you see with the people that he brings in to actually create these games? What do you think is unique about their perspective, about their approach to creating games that are fun?
Yeah.
That you can tell us about.
Well, I think in the Web3 space, it's kind of unique because, again, we believe you have to find the fun in the game.
Yeah.
Right. So the games are made by teams most of the time. Like some of the people working on this stuff have never experienced blockchain. Right. They don't maybe even fully understand all of it. But they make games and they make fun games.
Yeah.
Right. And then we help fit in the other pieces and we help improve that, you know, that area, give them the knowledge they need, whatever.
Yeah.
But the point being is that I think overall, gaming should just be called gaming.
Mm-hmm.
And some games have secondary markets and marketplaces and use blockchain tech, and some games don't. But they're still games. They're not necessarily just like Web3 games or not Web3 games. You know, it's kind of a weird thing to be so caught up on the tech side and not the game side, because they're games.
What does the tech actually enable on the gamer's side? Like, why integrate Web3
Why
and
do it?
blockchain at all? Like, games were doing well without it.
They are, sure. You know, I think one of the coolest things about blockchain is the interoperability. You know, the composability, so you can have games that build on other games. You know, all the assets tied to a person are visible on chain.
Mm-hmm.
So you could imagine like a type of advertising. You know, it's like, okay, someone's in this game. I see they have this item. I'm going to airdrop them something in my game.
Sure.
Because it's like it's a universal account system.
Yeah.
But why blockchain in general? You know, you want trustlessness, you want security, you know, all the things that come with it, and that just makes, in my opinion at least, a gamer have a better experience if it's done well. Right? It's improving the experience, not lessening the experience.
All right. So FIFA Rivals crushing it right now.
Yeah.
Going up the charts. Good rating on the stores.
Pretty good rating, yeah. 4.7 or something.
Yeah,
I think.
crazy.
Yeah, not bad.
Waiting for the FIFA World Cup. That's going to be
It's gonna be insane.
That's going to be the huge explosion.
Yeah.
You've been doing some seasons with big partners. We're in a season with Adidas right now.
Yes.
Which is really interesting.
Yeah. There's a partnership with Adidas and OneFootball.
Mm-hmm.
And so you'll see different items in game from them. Different partnerships, different you know, events, stuff like that.
Items you can only get today. If you want it later, you're going to have to trade for it, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's so cool. Okay, so then FIFA Rivals is running well. The game's getting upgraded all the time. Pudgy Penguins is up next. What's going to be unique about this rollout?
Well, Pudgy's going to have the marketplace day one, which is kind of cool.
Oh, really?
Also, the other thing unique, you know, I think we announced a partnership with Icy. You know, like the slushy drink.
Yeah.
They just announced the thing.
Okay.
So there's going to be kind of wacky stuff. It's more wacky, right? It's not tied to a brand that's as particular necessarily about its presentation as well. So
yeah.
I think there's a lot of fun, like wacky things associated that's going to come out of that. And then I can also talk about Pulse. So we have another app, another product. I'll give a quick teaser. called Pulse that we're going to roll out later this year. And it's like a social Web3 app. So in NFL Rivals, or you have squads. It's like a guild, like a group that you're part of, and you can chat to people in that squad. Well, in Pulse, your chats come with you. So you can have an app that has chats, and it has your game chats included. It also has integration with the marketplace.
Yeah.
So you can easily trade things between people in different games, whatever. And it has tournaments. And I'll leave it there because I don't know how much of it's been announced.
When are we going to get a taste of Pulse?
You get a taste of Pulse later this year.
Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. So it's kind of like really full circle, right? It's like bridging the gaps between all the stuff and connecting the game worlds. It's pretty cool.
Now, we haven't talked about the tech too much yet, but it is kind of an interesting journey for you guys.
Yeah.
Today, you are a roll-up on Polkadot.
Yeah. We're our own parachain on Polkadot, the Mythos parachain, secured by the Myth token.
You started on Ethereum, I think. Then you danced around a few ecosystems.
Yeah. Originally, we started on EOS. If
EOS. Yeah, right. Yeah, EOS.
Yeah. In the early days.
Yeah.
EOS, Ethereum, Polkadot.
Yeah, but for a while you were kind of running like a proof of authority chain, like a private chain, right?
Yeah, but it was still EVM, but it was like a
EVM,
private chain. It was complicated. It was messy.
I mean, there's lots of tech stacks out there that claim the high throughput that you obviously need to do, like a FIFA game or anything like that.
Yeah.
Other chains claim the security you need to make sure people's assets don't get compromised.
Yeah.
Can you speak at all to why you decided to go with the Polkadot ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, Polkadot, built on Substrate, has a lot of things from the tech side that really work for us, right? Our users, we're going to meet users wherever they are. It doesn't, they don't really care what chain is being used. They care about the utility.
Yeah.
And so when you approach it from that point of view, we have to look at something and think about it and say, okay, does this meet our needs? Needs being TPS, like throughput.
Yeah.
Customizability, security, and then also governance, right? The Myth token is a governance token, utility token, and governance token.
Yeah.
And we want that built in the chain. And so we could take all these things from Polkadot, put it together, and end up with a very performant, useful chain, very quickly.
What are you going to do when, Polkadot, each roll-up on Polkadot, you called it a parachain, but has, is very performant, has huge throughput. I kind of feel that despite that, you might be bumping up against the upper limits at some point. What's the path to keeping the games running, even when you start to push the edges of a technology like Polkadot?
It's something actually we thought about a lot, and we incorporate that into our game design as well, because the major bottleneck with blockchains are, at least in the gaming side, are spiky behavior.
Yeah, right.
So
people get home from school and they just...
Yeah, like everyone, if everyone does one thing at one time, that's a problem. Because blockchains, even high throughput blockchains, can't really do that much. Your TPS, your average TPS, fine. But so what do? Some of it is design. We design things in the game to try and limit some of the spiky behavior that we get. Meaning, don't put a time on a thing where everyone has to do this one thing, within an hour. Spread it out. Right? That's a key design choice. And then other things we're thinking about, we're working directly with Parity on some improvements, some ideas about, okay, what if a game gets its own roll-up?
Yeah.
Right? How do they talk to each other, et cetera?
Yeah.
So there's kind of a lot of things. I would say it's not a solved problem, but we have solutions.
Yeah, so maybe occupying multiple roll-ups if you need to. I think also you might be able to occupy more roll-ups only when you need to.
Exactly.
Yeah, which would be pretty cool. That's good stuff.
On demand, core time.
Well, Cam, thanks for coming on the panel here, on the stage here. It is so cool what you guys are doing. To have so many people using Web3, but they're not shilling their logos or their coins or anything like that. They're just having a good time.
Yeah.
It's beautiful to see.
Yeah, just to leave you with a stat or two,
sure.
Over 1 million in FIFA within 2 months, over 7 million downloads on NFL Rivals. Mainstream is kind of here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You don't have to wait for it. It's already here, and we're just going to keep getting better.
Crazy. All right. Thanks, Cam.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming to Rare Evo 2025. The exhibition hall will be closing at 5 p.m. We'll see you next year at Rare Evo 2026.